All right. Can people hear us?
So, how many people can you hear? Hopefully two. It's usually the right number.
Yes. If you're hearing more than two of us, we also have a problem.
GSG is 42.
42 of us.
Oh boy. Audio issues are worse than expected.
Are you sober? Okay. So, yeah, so I think our plan, we do actually have a few new cards that came out from the Tuesday treasure trove this week. And he'll need an exact definition before he can answer that. So quiet. Oh, we're coming in too quiet. Is
Quiet.
that the problem, Intelati?
Oh boy. We were too loud last week, I think. Now we're too quiet.
And I haven't changed any of the
Uh,
settings.
I don't think I can do anything about that, right? I think that's all on you.
I can. Okay, hold on. Which one of us is quiet? Let's start with that. Well, now we're both being silent. Um,
And then we're very quiet.
I'm the one. Okay, I'm the one coming in
Charles is
quiet.
quiet. I'm too loud. Okay.
Okay. I think this is exactly the setting that we undid last time. Is this now better?
Well, I was too loud too. I think
Wait, now I'm super loud.
you probably have to turn me down.
Okay, this is good.
Also, it's good.
All right.
Is it good?
I think I just redid the thing that I undid last week because last week I was too loud.
It's amazing. Every stream it goes wrong in a different way. It really, it's
If only we
spectacular.
had, some sort of technical skill or. Well, really, I say we, but, you know, I actually mean me.
Well, we had problems when I hosted a few couple of streams. Also,
Wait, hold
it
on.
was
A
not
little
without
quieter, one
difficulty.
sec. No, I can be louder. All right, here. I should now be a little bit louder again.
That's true. Yeah, I guess that's true. Because you guys can. You guys
Oh,
can. I guess at some point if it's too quiet, you can't turn it up enough. But yeah.
so, all right. So, plan is I think most of what we wanted to do was to kind of go through the all-star ballots on stream. Um, but I think we're gonna actually reveal the winners at the end of the show. I think what we'll do is we'll
Right.
start by kind of going through the ballot and maybe who we might vote for.
I guess I can post a link to
Oh
it.
yeah,
That might
let's
be
post a link.
sensible.
Let's post a link.
Okay, if
Um,
anyone has not taken it already, there's a link which I will. Oh, I thought I knew how to pin stuff, but now it's telling me I can't. Well,
I think I can
hmm.
pin it then. Hold on, I can pin it.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Unpin after. Okay, I think
Yeah.
it's
So
pinned.
anyone who hasn't taken yet or just wants to follow along with the options,
Yeah, I can see if I can
there it
find a way
is.
to put some of the options up on stream.
That would do it too.
Um, Let me see if there's a good way to do this. So I think what we can do is maybe we should start by talking through who we thought was on the ballot, and maybe who we would have voted for, and then we'll do the card reviews, and then we'll come back and do this at the end. Sound reasonable?
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Other than that, yeah, trying to think if there's anything else. I mean, there wasn't a lot of news about PT24 this week. There was some news about PT25, but I think a lot of the stuff that was announced, at least my sense was it was announced in kind of a way that you can't really tell what it's going to look like until you see it.
Yeah, there was a bunch of sort of hazy stuff, sort of. So yeah, hard to say really for sure. I think next week there's supposed to be kind of a PT specific thing. So
Yeah.
um, I guess we'll see then probably.
Here, what I can do is I can see. So the problem is that I was trying to show the ballot, And I actually can't easily show the ballot. I
Oh,
can.
hold on. I can give you a way to show the ballot, I think. Uh,
Well, the problem is it says I already voted, so that was the
no,
reason.
no, no. Give me a second. I did it. I did a thing earlier today when I was doing something else that will be useful.
Oh, okay.
Just don't share the link to this. Oh, I can close responses actually. On. Oh, it
One
was going to tell me
second.
that the long something. Yeah. Ah. Okay.
It's all right. I'll do it the way. I'll do
No,
it
no, no,
the.
no. I can get it. I can get it. I can get it. I can get it. Because this is how I give you the credit IDs.
Okay, I think I
You did
figured. I
it.
think I can do it. I think I've got a way to do it. It's just.
Okay, there. If you want it, that's the other one that will show everything at once. Hopefully, just like
Oh, that's. I didn't even realize you could do that.
no, it's because this is how I got the card IDs because I need to export all the options. So
Oh,
I
I see. So
just
you
selected
just
every
made
single one
your
of
own.
them.
I see. You just made your own copy. You mean?
I copied it. I selected every option, and then I exported. And I exported the response. It was really roundabout, but it worked.
Clever. At least I think it's clever. I don't know.
Well, clever. It was really a pain because I had to click spacebar and tab 200 times, but it did work.
So clever in a horribly work intensive and why would you do such a thing sort of way?
Yes, precisely.
All right. Most importantly,
Probably you need to make it bigger though, because it's a little small.
well, that's okay. We can show and we can because we can go through. So why don't we just think about who we voted for, and then we'll kind of we'll reveal at the end. Kind of where. There you go, Intelati. Someone had to do it.
Uh,
Not about the size of the ballot. It's about how you use it.
yeah, it
Um,
makes you sign in because actually I don't know why it makes you sign in. I thought I guess we didn't turn that off. Maybe to prevent people filling out more
yeah,
than
I
one.
think so it doesn't. We're not actually collecting anybody's info, but we are. We're not collecting anybody's info, but we are trying to make it. One per. No stuffing the ballot box for your favorite goon at the NHL All Star Game kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, at Capcom we
Um,
got I think more responses than last year, right? So
so
far,
far,
but
yeah. So I think
we'll we'll take
we
more
you're
if
asking,
anyone
do
hasn't
we
taken
have
it yet.
enough responses? We definitely have enough to kind of give a reasonable answer, but we definitely keep welcoming responses. They will be open until we reveal the answers toward the end of the show.
Yeah.
Um, Most importantly, I've got to pull up my ID so we can do this. All right, so let's talk about some catches. So the problem is I really wanted to make it so you could see 3 of these at the same time. You know what? Maybe instead of showing the ballot, maybe I should actually be showing. Maybe I should actually be showing PT because we can
Oh,
talk
so
through
we
some of the
can look at the
cards.
card. Yeah,
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
do that.
Actually, maybe that's the better way to do it.
Could definitely do that. That would work.
All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, in
Now that we
theory
got
there
the
is an app
technical problem
Capcom.
solved, we're gonna ignore it and undo it.
Right.
It's just the way we roll.
But yes, but now if we want it again, we can do it.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about some catchers. Uh, so catchers, again, you feel free to mention ones that we didn't put on the ballot. But maybe we can just go through who were some of the ones you considered. I think we all know who I was going to go for, so maybe we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, at catcher, I really only considered one option. Um, you know,
You're that much of a Grandal fan, huh?
yes, exactly. No, I mean, Mathis was a hugely dominant card throughout the whole cycle, really. Uh,
See if this works. This
you
should
know, he
magically make
he
Mathis appear, and he does. All right.
yeah. I mean, he was basically, he was the iron catcher, bronze catcher, silver catcher, gold catcher on launch. He remained the iron catcher for the entire cycle. It played in every cap. It's
And,
just
and the
a
hilarious thing
tremendously
is that
strong
he was
card.
somehow an even more effective card as a 50 than a 49.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean this was, probably, if you're going to pick sort of an MVP of the cycle, Mathis is a strong contender for that, I would think.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, I think that's a very reasonable vote. Yeah, as you say, Ancelotti, the only Iron to ever play in Perfect League, unless you include Ben Sheets.
yeah.
Uh,
Actually, I could look and see if some other Iron ever got played, but I doubt it. People do
not one that
occasionally
got
do some weird
not one that
stuff.
got serious play, at least.
Yeah, people occasionally do some weird stuff. I will say I did play a diamond last week, really actually trying to win, which I haven't done in a long time before last week.
What was it? An
So
LE outfield?
no,
Huh?
actually, I
Spalding?
think it's the only one that's reasonable to play.
Spalding?
Nope,
Jason Worth.
nope.
All right, I'm stumped.
99 Scherzer.
Oh, are you still able to get a right-handed park? I don't have a right-handed park anymore.
Yes, there's Comerica's in silver, and Scherzer is actually like in the top 5 against righties. I was playing an
That no,
opponent
that
who had a
that is
tremendous
true.
number of
I'll
righties.
give you that. All right.
Um, so yeah, it was,
Um, so if I think about, catchers for me this cycle, I'm a big fan of that 87 Yasmani Grandal. I mean, that's like the Warbot special. So I think that card had a ton of impact. Benji Molina, was basically I was playing him in Diamond, or at least low Diamond, for a while on launch. One way, but
yeah. Molina was actually a card at some point that I was recommending to people to buy for League when the meta was very left-handed heavy.
yeah,
If you're looking for a cheap catcher, like that's a pretty good choice.
he had a lot of impact. I got a ton of use out of the gold Bresnahan this cycle. Um, but as much as all of that's true, I think we're going to have some other things that we're going to get to disagree with, about on stream. But I also went Molina. I mean, I didn't go. I went Mathis.
Yeah,
You know, um,
yeah,
I think
yeah.
Mathis
Actually,
just,
even
yeah.
even 40 Jose Molina might have been an option had he come out earlier in the cycle. Like if I was a launch card, that might have been a real choice.
Well,
But
speaking, you wanted Jojima. We can again. We have a write-in, but we could add Jojima.
I did actually. I got more use out of Jojo than I expected to. So
Me too.
uh,
I think I drafted him once.
no, actually, I played the card in my roster on purpose.
I just was playing Conger instead anytime I had to choose. Uh, yeah, no, I love Grandal. He's also a switch hitting catcher, which is nice. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff about that Grandal card, but I do feel like Mathis is, maybe like the tournament card I associate most in the site. Oh yeah, Hoyles was a good one actually. Hoyles I think was a mistake for us to
Yeah,
leave off the
I should have
ballot.
included well. Yeah.
That
No, I
89
mean, I
Hoyles was
think
really good at the start.
yeah. No, Grandal was the kind of card that like very likely I would have given pretty strong consideration to in a different position, like a similar strength card. But Mathis was just sort of ubiquitous for the whole
But no,
cycle.
I
And
think
actually,
Hoyles should actually have been on the ballot. I
I mean,
completely agree with that. That's
no,
a
I mean
miss
to the
on
point.
my part.
Yeah, when Charles and I were making the ballot, we had a tough time finding bronzes and silvers because Mathis just sort of crushed them for 2 months or three
Yeah, well,
months or
that was the
whatever.
problem, right? Is that basically Mathis was not just the best iron catcher, but he was also the bronze and silver meta catcher for so long that there just weren't a lot of other real options.
Yeah,
And then especially because a lot of people were then using Dink as the other catcher, and I'm sure we'll
yeah,
talk about him in utility.
yep.
So yeah, catcher. All right, let's go on to first base maybe, where maybe we'll see if the two of us disagree a little bit more. So who are some of the names? Again, you can all still vote. The link is pinned. We're going to reveal what we've actually voted for as a community at the end of the stream. Um, so first base, there were a few things I looked at. Is it my turn to go first or your turn?
You can either way.
All right.
I'm not over there.
So David Ortiz kind of ruled the first part of the cycle for me. Uh, Adam Dunn was just the perfect, like three true outcomes card for the meta that everyone was struggling to figure out for the first few months of the cycle. Um, that Mark McGuire is just one of my favorite cards as far as like, I love that card as a low iron. Um, but I think for me in the end, the card that probably I just felt had the most impact was funny because of how splitty he was, but was this Joey Votto. Um, I really only wanted to play him versus righties. And it's funny because actually around the time he came out, there was a point that Gold was very left-handed.
Yeah.
So when I think our reaction on stream when he came out is this is an incredible card against righties. Um, like this is an incredible card against righties, but there just aren't any righties in the meta right now, and so he may actually never get any play. And I think we had a lot of trouble, if I remember correctly, deciding how to rate him.
Yeah, we did. We had a
And
lot
then
of
the
trouble
answer
with that
was that
card.
he was just so good that he outlasted all those lefties.
Yep.
Um,
Um,
so I think that's my vote, but there were a bunch of fun ones. How about you? Who was your
yeah, there were a few other cards which I thought of as well. The 100 Lou Gehrig was really the big league chase card for probably about a month.
although the
This is pre
although
spotlights too, so
I don't know, I
it was
think
a
the
much rarer
98 Lou
card.
Gehrig might have been, I mean, for the level might
Yeah,
have been a better card.
98 Lou Gehrig had a longer on his level. 99 Norm Cash had a much longer run at his level than I expected.
Yeah.
Even sort of an early card, this 93 Rudy York really got a lot of play.
Oh, that's right.
Um,
Yeah.
the 73 Santana, if it had come out earlier, probably would have I would have voted for that. But in the end, I also went for Votto.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Um,
We're on the same page. Well, if we have a chance to get a guest later in the stream, I'm guessing our guest might have a different card in mind.
yeah.
So,
But
all
yeah, I
right.
mean, I think there were a lot of options at first. Really, a lot of good first basemen this cycle.
All right. So GSD, which Lou did you pick? Did you pick the perfect Lou or did you pick the diamond? You picked the perfect Lou. Yeah, Torkelson, so we actually had a long discussion about like whether Torkelson should be on the ballot. And what we ended up deciding was that the thing about Torkelson is he came out around the same time. It was actually like the problem with all of these high diamond first basemen were like Giambi, or, Teixeira, Vlad, kind of all came out at the same time. But because there were three similar options, you couldn't really argue that any one of them was essential. That like if you didn't have Torkelson and you played Thomas, you were fine. If you didn't have Thomas and you played Torkelson, you were fine, right?
Right.
Um, so yeah,
Yeah.
I mean
Um,
Teixeira held up, but the gap between Teixeira and the cards that came out a week or two later was sort of so low that I think if you never bought Teixeira, you probably did fine. It cost you
right.
like 1 week of playing diamond tournaments, and then you were just on to a pretty similar card.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Which is not like
whereas
at all a
yeah,
bad thing.
whereas Votto, just if you didn't have Votto, there kind of wasn't another card that really was a replacement for that. You were just stuck in tournaments that Votto could play until you got one. Um, all right, so second base. I think it's you first.
Yeah, I mean, there were a number of cards which I considered here. So I guess just starting from sort of the lower overall, Adalberto Mondesi. I mean, it's very much the kind of card that's
That I would never play.
I like I like that kind of shape a lot. I played a tremendous amount in caps and iron and bronze. Um, Another card that Zach Geloff really ended up having huge amount of play for me in gold. Anthony Volpe at the start of the cycle was really really strong. But my choice was the Mission 100 Jackie Robinson.
the
I
first of
felt
the Jackies.
Yeah, I felt like the PTCS Jackie, as impactful as it was, came out a little bit later in the cycle. Um, and this first 100 Jackie was really the sort of the dominant second baseman for a long time, and a card that was really sought after and got a huge amount of play. So that was where I ended up at.
It did get a ton of play. The card art was nice as well. I went in a completely different direction here. Because there's a second baseman that just to me was like the perfect Warbot card. Um, and everyone was playing for a decent fraction of the cycle, but then I maybe even continued to play him in some cases very late in the cycle when the format hit. Uh, so for me, the perfect Warbot card here is the Iron Ryan Schimpf.
Yeah,
Look at that card. He's got power. He's got eye. He doesn't avoid Ks. Uh, you
he
know,
definitely does not avoid Ks
he's
or
not
grab
so
him.
he's not so big on the K avoiding bit. Okay, and it's 69 defense. So that's nice, right?
Yeah, no, but I mean, yeah, Schimpf is a card that
Why
I
did
played a lot early in the
this?
cycle. I sort of moved off him late, but yeah,
The 100 didn't show. All right, there we go.
there we go.
Um, so yeah, I just had to go with Schimpf. I think, you know, I didn't get my chance to vote for Adam Dunn, but Schimpf also played multiple positions. So, Schimpf could be bad defensively at like several different positions. Um, I'm guessing I'm the only one that's going to end up voting for Schimpf, but I got to give my plug for that.
No, I mean, I think it's a very understandable vote. I mean, the card was really strong for quite a long time in Iron. So
Um,
yeah,
oh, this one's going to be fun. Third base. Okay, so there are a lot of other names that we can mention, but we probably won't because I assume that really there are two names that we're going to mention, right?
yeah. I think most people are kind of between one of those two. Uh,
uh,
both of which
so
were very reasonable choices for MVP of the cycle as well. I mean, they're
absolutely reasonable choices for MVP of the cycle. I do want to point out, so like I didn't even consider a card like Suarez that was, a 300K bronze, just
yeah.
because of how good some of these others are.
Even a card like 88 Chipper Jones really dominated the gold meta for a while, and that, I
Yeah,
mean, I didn't even consider him really. Um,
no, and there was that Eddie Matthews LE that was dominant for a while. But I
yeah,
mean, to me, it's clearly to me Kingman and Brett were the tough decision. And in the end, I just decided that Kingman lasted literally the entire cycle. And so I went with Kingman, but I can't fault you if you went Brett.
no, I,
Um,
I I went for Kingman also, but I mean, you could put Brett up there if you want for me just to have them both. It's I was really splitting hairs. I mean, both cards just had a tremendous impact. Um, you know, uh, pretty much ubiquitous from the moment they were released until the end of the cycle. So it's really hard to choose.
I like GSG. Kingman's an accumulator. I think both of them, yeah, both of them were really strong cards. I mean, Brett's another one where it's kind of funny in that, I think the meta helped him a lot more, in that he was a one-way card in a meta that was almost entirely right-handed pitching for a long time.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
all right, how about some shortstops? How about some
Well,
shortstops?
speaking of 300K bronze cards,
Speaking of 300K bronze cards, there was another 300K bronze card in there. That's true. Is that the one you went with?
that is the one I ended up choosing. Though I considered other choices. This Everett
I got
Cabrera,
I gotta say
I
I'm
played a lot.
shocked just in the sense that I assume when we did this our ballots would be different at most positions because there's a lot of
Yeah. Um, this Alex Rodriguez, the Future Legends mission, was actually one of the most played cards in Perfect League in the cycle.
yeah.
Um, The 77 Corey Seager got a lot of play. 77 Bob Ferguson at the start of the cycle got a lot of play. But I just couldn't resist Ozzy. He played for so long in bronze. He even played in silver for a while.
Yeah, there are a few others I think are worth mentioning.
Yeah,
I think if he hadn't come out right at the end of the cycle, Lindor actually might have been the biggest jump in the shortstop meta of any card that was printed in the cycle.
yeah, the 99,
It's
yeah,
just, yeah, the 99 Lindor, sorry. Yeah, it's just he came out right at the end, so he didn't have as much of an impact.
yeah,
But that was a huge jump in the meta.
yes, it
Um,
was.
that John Beckwith is a card I got a lot more use out of than I thought I would. Um, and I played Derek Jeter in a lot of tournaments. But I also went with Ozzy. So we're actually agreeing on 4 for 5, which is definitely not the way I thought this was going to go. Um,
Yeah,
let's go to left field. Let's see if we start disagreeing on one of these. Well, let's look at left field. Uh, well, so I think the crazy thing about left field is that somehow I didn't vote for Jimmy Wynn. Okay, and I just want to put up Jimmy Wynn because a few months in, I would have been certain this was the card of the cycle. I mean, look at this card. I was still playing him and stuff. What does this card not have?
you know, BABIP, gap powered,
Yeah,
avoid Ks, all that kind of
details.
stuff
And it was
people
a
might
launch
be interested
card.
in.
And it was even a launch card. Uh, uh, so I assumed I would just vote for Jimmy Wynn. I probably should have. But when I took a good look at it, this James Wood was an enormous jump in the meta. Uh, and really was kind of the first of these just absolutely must-have diamond card. Maybe the only diamond card this cycle that was sort of must-have. He was even playing in League.
Oh yeah, this is a lead card for sure when he was released.
Um, so in the end, I decided that I would not be able to vote for Jimmy Wynn. Uh, I still hate doing it, but I went James Wood.
That's true. Passing Bleferi, shoot Bleferi even more high than Win.
Yep. Oh, I could have voted for
um,
Bleferi, but Wynn lasted even more of the cycle. That's all. Um, did you also vote James Wood, or did we finally
I,
disagree on
I
one?
did I did not vote for James Wood. So there were a number of cards I considered. Um, Wood was definitely one of them. Um, I like the 100 Hank Aaron, who played mostly in left field. Was really strong. He still remains in the meta. I did think about Evan Carter.
Aaron would have been a
Um,
good choice, yeah.
and in the end, I decided to go for Mickey Mantle.
Went for
Um,
Mickey Mantle, and
which was
we
actually
still can't tell our favorite Mickey Mantle story on stream.
right. In my data, actually, Mickey Mantle was the card of the cycle with the most perfectly played appearances. Which, he was pretty easy to acquire, obviously, because it was, a relatively, easy mission program. But yeah, I mean, it was at the time it was released, it was sort of the best hitter on both sides. It was a good outfielder. It played for a long time. And yeah, just was a really impactful card, I think. So
All right.
that's where I ended up going.
Center field then. We finally disagree on one, but I think they were both solid choices. So
Yeah, yeah. Wood
um,
was for sure on my list.
I will say one funny thing is when Mantle came out, I wasn't that worried about the defense, and I very quickly realized I should be as more cards got printed.
Yeah, I mean, I played in the outfield for a while, even with the sort of not amazing defense. It was at the time it was solid, but even as a DH, he was quite strong. So, um,
So
yeah.
where'd you go for center?
Uh, well, actually, I voted for a card I never owned,
You voted for a
which is sort
card.
of
So you voted as the most must-own card. You voted for a card you never owned. That's
yeah.
a
It
good
was
one.
it was really the card this cycle that I most regret not buying, which was the 100 LE Ken Griffey Jr. Um, obviously at the time I saw it was a very strong card, and I didn't think it would last the amount of time it did, and it lasted forever.
Yeah.
Uh, it was just, I mean, other cards. I guess I thought about the Jim Pearsall.
After that
Um,
was printed, I think it took something like 10
but
weeks before someone won a perfect league without a Griffey.
yeah, Griffey was just a hugely strong card, that really sort of was the dominant league card for most of the early part of the cycle.
Yeah.
Um, so
Oh,
definitely
definitely.
should have
Yeah.
bought one.
No, I think that's definitely a good call. Yeah, as a sport, I think Mantle might have been listed at center field. We decided to try to put players at the position we felt they sort of played the most when it was uncertain. Um,
Yeah,
I think he
it was a
was
bit.
listed at center, but with that defense, most people were putting him in a corner and pretty quickly in left.
Yeah, so like Aaron was a good example, right? He was listed in right field, but because Kaline came at the same time, almost all of Aaron's playing time ended up being in left field. Just Kaline couldn't play left.
And for the ones where we really couldn't figure it out, that's why we made a utility category.
Yeah,
Um, so so center, there were a few that I looked at a lot. That Andrew Jones was a really good card when he came out. I got a ton out of Oscar, initially in center, and then later when you trained him a little bit in the corners. Um, I got a ton of play out of Walt Wilmot. But the funny thing is that actually the card I felt had the most impact for me this cycle was a weak side platoon card. But that Pearsall was basically like, when he came out, this was a diamond being printed as a low silver.
yeah,
Um, and at 72, he was kind of just in the right range that he kept sneaking into silver floor caps for me too.
yeah. It was, yeah,
And so I just played the whole cycle.
yeah. It's when you're better than your 100 and you're 72, it's a good place to be usually.
That's right. There was 100 Pearsall. That card was not as good as the 72.
No.
All right, right field. It's me first, right?
Yes, I guess so.
So you know how much I wanted to vote for Hugh Nickel. You know how much I did. Uh, the other card that, in retrospect, I should have voted for was the card that I most missed this cycle. Was the limited edition Jason Hayward, who came out right at launch, and I figured would quickly be surpassed. And just like for the first 5 months of the cycle, was the card I kept needing and not having. And once you've like avoided buying the card for 3 months, I'm like, can't buy him now. I mean, he's certainly going to be surpassed immediately, right? Um, it just kept not happening. Uh, so I kind of wanted to do that. I loved the Chu LE. And I think right field probably is where most people were playing him. But I went with the card that I found just ended up on the most rosters for me, I think, over the course of the cycle. Just between the different eligibility and all of the positions, and actually he even pitches a little bit, and it can bail you out. So I went with this Montalvo. And now you're gonna tell me you went with like Acuna, right?
And no, I mean, I thought about Acuna briefly. I felt like he was sort of too close to the end of the cycle. I mean, it was obviously the best position player in the league outside of maybe Cobb. No, I mean, I didn't actually consider him as much. The cards I thought about were the 53 Clemente, which I know you're going to tell me was a terrible card, but I
That
played
was a
it
terrible
in
card.
everything. Hugh Nickel, I did think about Hugh Nickel. Actually, both David Justices, the 77 and the 99, were both really strong. But yeah, I went for the Chew.
You did go for Chu. Okay. I think
Just felt
that's
like,
completely reasonable as well.
yeah, I played
Um,
him. I played him too much. I mean, it was released kind of late, but basically from the time it was released, I played him in every single format which he's eligible for.
no, I
Um,
agree. That
so
was also a really important card to have.
yeah,
I think I'm a little out on a limb with Montalvo. He just kept finding his way onto rosters, and then like things like just the random pitching. That bailed me out in several drafts too. You know,
Yeah, no, I mean, I played Montalvo a lot when he was released,
yeah.
but
But like the little
yeah,
bit of two-way nature was also just great for like bailing yourself out of 16 inning games, or he was eligible for dead ball the whole cycle. Yeah. All right. DH. So we kind of made a little bit of a subjective decision about who to put at DH, but if you're a DH, right?
yes.
If you're a DH. Uh, you first, right?
Yeah, so I mean, as you know, I think we sort of discussed like some of these kind of cards in previous streams, and we were sort of saying, well, Kingdoms were the only launch card that we're still playing. And as we were going through this, I realized that there's another one that I think is still pretty reasonable, which is the 59 Jimmy Ryan, who's technically listed as a relief pitcher,
But
but
I think we agree
actually,
we agree as a DH.
yeah, it's a card that this is on another launch card. I played this in, I think, even in bronze and maybe silver on launch, and actually I'm still playing Iron sometimes. So yeah, it's a really really important card, and also at the start of the cycle was sort of funny because it took a couple days for people to realize that this card existed.
Yeah.
Because it was listed as a reliever, and it's a really bad reliever. So I think people just sort of brushed over it, and then yeah, it was sort of funny to watch the usage of him grow and grow as more people sort of realized that, well, there's a really good center fielder DH in here.
I will say one I regret putting on this list a little bit. I wonder if we should have actually put JSO on the utility list.
Maybe, maybe,
That was a
yeah,
weird, yeah. Um, we somehow missed Shane Halter on the utility list. I mean, I never played the card, so you
yeah. We
somehow
should have
missed
put
Shane
Halter on
Halter on the
probably.
utility list.
We should have put Halter on the list probably.
So there were a few that I thought for DH I looked at pretty hard. I mean, Ken Singleton was really good. Greg Luzinski got so much play for me as a 40. But I went with another, I believe it was also a launch card, but to me, the launch card I played more than Jimmy Ryan uh, was this Gorman Thomas. Was he a
Yeah,
launch card or just released right after? I think it was a launch card.
I think it was a launch card. I'm pretty sure it was a launch card. Yeah,
Yeah. So that's the one that got more play for me, both because the bat was a little bit better, but then also just there were a lot of bronze floor things, especially at that point in the cycle.
yeah, that's true.
Um,
Yeah, another very strong card.
I mean, you can
But
almost run him
90.
center at one point. I think I was, and that was a mistake.
At some point, I was trying to fit both Ryan and Thomas in, and to do that, one of them has to play in center.
Yeah, and I guess Thomas is the
So
is the less bad center fielder.
they're both bad. It's
I didn't say good. Look, I've seen rosters. I've not just seen rosters. I've made rosters where I played Cal Daniels in the field. Oh, all right. That's a good
yeah.
question. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go through quickly the DH ballot, and I'm just going to ask you, did you play the card in the field at any point this cycle?
Okay.
The 40 Luzinski.
No,
No.
it's impossible.
Rusty Kuntz.
Yes.
Yes. Jimmy Ryan. Yes.
Yes.
Gorman Thomas. I did.
Yes.
John Jaso.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah. Andre
Yeah.
Ethier.
Yes.
I played him at first, at least, for sure.
I played him in right, I think, at some point.
Danny Tartable.
Oh,
I don't think I did.
I don't think so either, but I'm not sure. I may have at some point. It's not impossible.
Cal Daniels. I
Yes, but
definitely
only
did
no
fit Tartable,
DH.
yeah. Ken
Yeah,
Singleton, I shouldn't have, but I did.
I've definitely put Singles in the field.
How about that 87 Kevin Mitchell, who was a heck of a launch card?
Yeah, I put him in the field.
I did too. This is our confessions after dark, stream.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
Albert Bell, I am almost certain I
Yeah,
did. Yeah.
yeah, definitely
All
put
right.
Albert on this. As you can see, we care a lot about defense here.
So the only place that we draw the line is at the one DH. What the
Yeah, I
one
think
the one yeah, the one range is
Luzinski, I
the
think
problem.
no, I think he's like 17 range or something. Maybe or was it only? I thought he was like one position rating with 17.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's
he's
one
17
arm. All right, here,
range,
I'll pull the card up.
17 range, 17
17
error, one
range,
arm.
one arm.
Yeah, that's too low. We won't do that.
One arm. This reminds me of like as a little kid when you have the kid that hasn't learned how to throw yet, and the coach just yells at him to run the ball in.
Yep.
Except
Yeah,
he
you gotta love
also
that.
has, no, he has 18 speed. So,
But
yeah.
didn't the Cardinals do that at some point? Like Randall Grichuk was injured and he didn't throw the ball. He just flipped it to Hayward and Hayward threw the ball. I'm pretty sure they did that at some point.
Yeah. Don't cut the block dragon is saying hero, but nobody should be playing Keston here in any format.
Okay, he's not that bad as a DH. Like I still wouldn't play him, but he's not. I could see
No,
you
no,
making the
there's a
point where you're
big
going to play him.
problem with Keston here as a DH, which is that he's not the best low bronze DH.
Yeah, well, that is an issue, but it's.
So nobody should be
I'd
playing
much
him at
rather.
DH.
I'd much rather do that than play him at second.
I agree with that, but just put the better, would you rather play Hero or Jason? You'd rather play Jason.
Yeah.
Hero or Ether? Play Ether. Uh, you know. All right. Utility. We got some utilities, right?
Yep.
And again, for anyone that's just coming in, the link is pinned. You can still. It should be pinned. Is it pinned?
It was pinned.
You want to put it in? I'll pin it
Uh,
again.
sure.
Why don't you put it in? I'll pin it
Done.
again. Uh,
There it
did
is.
you ever play Hira in the field? Well, I don't. For me, the answer is I never played Hira.
I did play Hura. I have played Hura in one PTCS because it was very restricted, and I think in some other bronzy thing where it was very Babbitt focused. Never in the field though, because you know second base is too important to me. Basically,
If you were eligible at third.
if you're eligible third, I would almost only put him at third at some
Exactly.
point
Yeah.
if in a non Suarez eligible format. But yeah,
Utility. So for me, Halter wasn't a miss because I never played the card, but I'm.
no, I didn't end up playing the card as much as I sort of thought I would because the Iron Lefty didn't come out until kind of too late. Now we have a lot, but
Yeah.
when he came out, we had none. So
So who did you go with?
well, I was between two choices here, which were Dink and Harry Ford.
I think a lot of people might be
And
between those two. Yeah.
yeah, I picked Ford because I felt like he ended up sort of enabling me to do more stuff in gold than Dink did in bronze. Like when Dink was released, it was just sort of figuring out what position you wanted to start Dink at, and Ford for me opened up more kind of build options. So I felt like Ford's existence allowed me to play some cards that I wouldn't have been able to play, and Dink really just sort of helped me fill in holes well. So that was sort of my decided, but they were both really, really good cards.
They were both really, really good cards. I completely agree. And I'm trying to find, I may have forgotten to vote in this poll because I don't see my vote in there. All right, I'll have to double check. For me, it was close between Dink and Harry Ford. It was really close between Dink and Harry Ford. Between the two, I would have preferred Dink, but I actually thought there was an even more important card. Because one of the things that's good to think about for PT25 too is that snowballing in this game is really important. And by far the most important utility card for me to snowball was this Sammy Strang.
Mm.
That was, that was kind of a critical card to really build up assets early in the game.
Yeah.
And so I actually think I probably got more use out of Strang than any of the others. I was listed at second, but he played all three outfield positions as well. So, all right. Should we talk about what do we got next? Live cards.
5. Okay.
Um, who was your most impactful live card here?
Yeah, I voted for Gallo. Um, Other cards which I thought about were Roberto Perez. What I think was a slightly more useful than Zunino. Brett Phillips, I played in a lot of stuff. Brent Suter towards the end of the cycle, but Gallo was really a very playable card for a long time. And yeah, like Sporer said, we missed Tony Gonsolin. Tony Gonsolin should have been
We
on
we
this
did,
list for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah, yeah, the
Um,
only the only problem with the only problem with the live Gallo is that you couldn't also play the historical Gallo.
that was an issue, but I actually, in many things, I found I preferred the live Gallo.
I think I went back and
Uh,
forth, with the re-rates. I think there were a couple months I preferred each of them, maybe.
yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think there were a number of choices. Gallo, I think, was the one I used the most, so I went for him. But yeah, a lot of good choices this year.
There were a few, but for me, there's one card that like still ends up on way too many of my teams. The whole, like at the end of the cycle, uh, and for me, it's the Brett Phillips.
Yeah.
Uh, Wait, these didn't show up.
Why are both Dutch letters? Oh, that may be my fault.
Why did
It's
this
possible
not?
that's my
I'm
fault.
just trying to figure out why this didn't show up.
It's not impossible. I gave you bad card IDs
No, no, no. This is
for those.
definitely no. This is my mistake for sure. Uh, but I think I can fix it.
All right, that's always better than not fixing it, I suppose.
So I hear. But no, that didn't work the way I thought. I thought that was going to work. I really thought that was going to work. Um,
Yeah, kidneys. Brandon Marsh. We should have we should have put in the list. Also, that's a good
there
call.
we go. Fixed it.
Also, Marsh was at some point. Marsh was exactly an 80, and I was playing him in gold floor stuff too.
Yeah, so
Uh,
Sawinski was in there too, and a bunch of the 40s. For a while, I mean, if Mathis hadn't been released when he was, it would have been the two iron catchers.
yeah, I think Perez I slightly prefer to Zanino of those two,
I did
but yeah, both of
eventually.
them
I
were.
think early I liked Zunino better, but yeah,
And even I mean, a card like Dermis Garcia, I'm still playing and stuff. Like there
yeah,
just
no,
aren't a lot of
definitely.
40 first basemen.
But
So
I'm still playing Brett Phillips. That's the thing.
I've played Phillips every now and again. I'm still playing this Gallo, and I think that the 2023 cap stuff. One of them, I think I'm playing the Gallo.
Yeah,
I remember we had that really fun stream. We tried to play Gallo at third untrained. Uh,
that might have been a mistake.
no, it worked shockingly decently. It
All
was it
right.
was totally fine.
How about some pitches? How about some pitches? Fix the
That's a good question. Where would we rate rate Mathis? Probably
Well,
like
considering
a
he was being played in league.
no. At the time, I mean, the thing is, he wasn't being played in gold tournaments, right? He's been playing league, but not in gold tournaments. So I don't know. It's probably like a silver. Probably like I think it's a silver. It's fine, especially if it's supposed to be a mission reward that at the time it was released was not the easiest mission. It was a I think
I
a 6 out of 7 with no spotlights. So I don't mind
I
making it a
think
strong
low
card.
gold, especially because I think around then that was when the low gold meta was pretty left-handed too.
Yeah, I probably would say high silver.
Um,
No, no, I think a perfect would have been, especially because the mission, like obviously the mission
if
now
you
is
so
super
if
easy,
you
right?
made him a
It's
perfect,
but
my reaction would have been like the Karinchik, where it's better to miss one way than the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. At the time it was
right?
released,
I don't
like,
think we were upset that Karinchik was rated too high overall because if you kind of weren't sure where that card should go, missing low is like cycle breaking, and missing high is the card doesn't play. Um,
yeah, that's true. But I mean, I think with this kind of card, because this was a mission reward for a not easy mission. Like it was a one off, but it wasn't at the time it was released. This was because there were no spotlights yet, right? So this 1 out of 3 diamond structure was actually like not easy. It was hard to
yeah.
find those cards. Um,
So
and 2 of them didn't play anything, so they were totally just
so how about some right-handed
oh,
starters? That was a deep ballot. We're gonna put more than one on the team eventually. I realize it's a tough decision.
yeah, very tough decision. Number
You
of
first or
cards
me
which were really
first?
I don't know. Actually, I'm sort of lost. I can go, I guess.
All right. For me, it ended
Um,
up being actually a pretty overwhelmingly easy decision when I really went back and thought about it, but it took a while to kind of realize where I should have had it.
Yeah, that's sort of the same thing happened for me. So I guess the cards I thought of 55 card Lundgren, who was another launch card that played for a large part of the cycle for me. I'm guessing you didn't like that card as much, but
Not as much.
I really liked it. Giolito still playing, really pushed the bronze meta forward. Cal Eldred got a lot of play. Tyler Wells was still the best silver pitcher out there. Wakefield and Veritek were both really strong golds. You got cards like Hershiser, really pushed for the dime meta. Addy Joss at launch.
Yeah.
Uh, a lot of these perfects. Cole is the best pitcher in the game, except for Maddox. But yeah, I voted for Robin Roberts, the silver. Um, I played him in everything when he was released, and actually, even in the last PTCS, I think I still played him. Um,
Oh, why did this one not show up? Okay, I'm just
um,
figuring out why this one didn't
oh yeah,
show up properly. Uh-huh. It's because I don't know how to do my Excel properly.
that's yeah. So I don't know. I mean, Roberts, at least for me. I mean, I played him like in Diamond. I think when he was released, it was really the first card. Maybe the second card, I guess, after McNally, where it's like, okay, PBIBIP is really really strong. Uh, and it was just I mean, it played for an enormously long time.
Well, I think we were still playing it either the last or second to last PTCS he played. I mean, the
Yeah, he
format
still
was,
popped
the
up.
format helped him, but
Yeah, it was a restricted format that was in a good era. But yeah, I mean, it was yeah, it
but he was
was a
still being
really
played
strong
then.
card. Yeah,
Um, yeah, so I ended up in the same spot that it was, in the end, as much as all these cards were strong, Roberts was kind of the key one in the cycle for me.
yeah. Well, the
Um,
names aren't showing up. That's
names aren't showing up.
everything else is showing up.
Could swear he had a name. He does have a name, doesn't he?
Yeah. Hmm. Well, oh, there we go. Something showed up.
Working on it. It's all right. We'll eventually figure this out, maybe. Okay. Why is Robin Roberts not?
He was just so good that he can't even get a name.
Apparently. Why did he not show up? All right. I could have sworn we debugged this at one point. I mean, not
VLOOKUP.
very well, but
Wait, why are we using VLOOKUP? It's inefficient and slow.
What?
Index match. I don't know why we're using VLOOKUP. Don't use VLOOKUP.
Am I using VLOOKUP?
No, you're not. You're not. I'm just. We have a suggestion for VLOOKUP. Don't use VLOOKUP. If you're going to use it, use XLOOKUP. Apparently, that's the new one. I guess it's supposed to be good. Or just index match. index matches the way. Don't reference your whole data for nothing. Yeah, XLOOKUP is supposed to be good, but it's new and I never used it. So I guess that one's also supposed to be good.
That might be Robin Roberts.
Yes. Yeah, see, the problem is my Excel knowledge is like I know all the old stuff, and then they have all these new features that I never used Excel since then. So I know like the old stuff.
And I'm not an Excel person at all, but I play one on TV and stayed at a Holiday Inn last night and all that.
Right.
In any event, I think we got it working. So Robin Roberts is the point. And yeah, I think by the same token, when we talk about the lefties, there were some good lefties this cycle for sure. And you know how much of a big Cliff Lee fan I am. And you know how good that Mark Burley card was, that LE. But really, if you think about like starters this cycle, you're talking Dave McNally.
Yes, we were voting for the ghost of Brooks Robinson.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I also voted for McNally. Vita Blue was a card that.
Yeah, that was a really good one.
Really, really good card. Kershaw lasted a long time. The Ellie Koufax was a really dominant card for a while. But yeah, I mean, McNally just
actually both Kershaws were good.
Super strong card. Yeah, that's true. Even the Carlton
out of that Frank Tanana early in the cycle too.
Yeah, no, I mean there were a lot of good left-handed pitchers, and McNally was the best of them.
Who's the guest, Mr. Audit? Well, we were hoping that when we do the reveal at the end of the stream, we were hoping we might be able to grab a guest to join us, depending on how the scheduling goes for them.
Yeah. And if we don't, we don't.
Yeah, if they die, they die, right? All right, how about some relievers? Left-hand reliever was the one I thought was actually easier. Right-handed reliever I struggled with.
Oh, I was the other way around, actually.
Oh, really? All right. Well, then why don't you go first on right-handed reliever?
So, I mean,
I'll go first on left.
I consider a number of them. Hasegawa, cards like Clippard, the 100 Rivera, 100 Kenley Jansen. But Mike Timlin was probably my most played reliever of the cycle. I don't think it was really all that close. I play that card in just about everything. For 5 points over Hasegawa, I like him a lot better. And I've just played him in like every format.
I absolutely loved that card. I was tempted to vote for him. Stu Miller was exactly the same thing, but in gold. But I ended up voting for the card that I think was just the biggest jump in the meta this cycle. And I hate to do it, but I got to vote for a Yankee here. There was just such a big jump that you got out of Mo. I mean, he's still one of the tournament cards that holds value, even though he's from the previous batch, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's still the best. I mean, I slightly prefer Maddox as a pitcher, but it's the best attainable pitcher in the game still.
Yeah. I also love Timlin. Like I said, I think there were. I had a tough choice between them and Miller and a couple of the others. All right, well then I'll go for the lefty, because for me the lefty was easy. Is that there was a low silver lefty that when he came out basically was a gold reliever and kind of just stayed there. I mean, it took a while to even stop using him in low gold. And that was this Alex Claudio. So yeah, there were other lefties that were fun. Hal Woodchick was was up there and everything, but for me that was actually a pretty easy call.
Yeah, I thought about Claudio, of course, and I went with a different low silver. I mean, there are 3 low silvers on this list, but I went for Tippy Martinez actually.
I
Um,
could see that too. That the fact that he was exactly 70 was really useful.
yeah, that was really sort of where I was because I was like I played both these cards for ages in silver and low silver, and I felt like yeah, Tippy with this. There's a lot of silver floor stuff, and he was I mean by far the best 70 reliever, and he
Yeah.
also let you save a lot of points. So um, yeah, that was where I ended up with. But yeah, I mean I was struggling with this between actually really almost all three of those low silvers. Um,
I can see
they
that.
were all really good.
All right. So again, you can come up with your own ballot. Oh yeah, we missed a couple other things. Card you were most disappointed with this cycle.
Oh boy, this is
What
a
was
this is a
what do you think was a miss?
this is a tough one. I voted for 100 Cal Ripken Jr.
The PTCS
The
reward.
PTCS, yeah. Um, you know, I think that was of the first and second places that was by far the worst one of the cycle, and also coming at the same time as this Huey Jennings was
Yeah,
let's
where
say not my
Jennings was the
favorite.
LE10 and
Yeah,
a
not
lot
my
better.
favorite card choice of the cycle there. Um,
Yeah.
but you know, at least we got another Cal, so people got to play him still, which is good.
Well, with Cal, you managed to make a card with low avoid K that I still couldn't play, which takes a little bit of doing. I will admit that does take a little bit of doing. Yeah, I mean there were a few we discussed that I wasn't a big fan of, kind of the way they came out. You know, I think we had our discussions about like the LE Kofax, which I think was you know, I think was kind of a problem for a while. I really wish the Pop Lloyd was kind of a little bit more playable. But for me, I think actually the one I most wish they had done differently. I have to see which of the various IDs you put in for this. Sporer felt pretty bad about Caminiti being horrendous.
Yeah, Caminiti was not the best card.
Caminiti was not a great card. Um, yeah, but for me, it was. I should I should probably rescale this so you can see the pitching ratings on him. But yeah, for me, it was that I kind of never really got to play with like a peak Pedro. Um, because there were just only two people in the game that got to play with one this year. And, if I had been a Cobb or Roof guy instead, I probably would have felt similarly. Um, Pedro card
Yeah,
was excellent. I have no problem with the quality of the card. I love the fact that the PTMS rewards were strong, but I
well,
also
except
kind of
Hartnett,
wish I got
but
to play
yeah,
with Pedro. Um, I will
Hartnett
say
was
the PTMS, I hope when they design next year's, you know, it, one of the things if you're trying to identify the strongest players, we know in baseball that, short seasons are really difficult to identify the strongest team. I would make the Perfect Team Masters series a series. So I would
yep,
actually make it, if you're going to do it with these one-off tournaments, I would do it something like a PTCS, where you give everybody 8 formats or something to build for over the course of the weekend. You get points for your finish in all 8, and the winners are actually based on how you do across 8 of them, or
yeah.
something
And then
like
the other thing
that.
is to make the 8 formats different, like not all the same year, same park, like a range of eras and parks, and also like difficult to build, right? That they're somehow very different from other things which exist. So there's
Yeah.
actually a lot of thinking and challenge that needs to be done. I would say on the point of Pedro, I mean, I personally like that didn't bother me, but yeah, I mean, I can understand why you know people would want to play with the card like
Yeah,
Pedro
I mean,
or
I just,
Cobb.
look, in the end, it's funny because the nature of our stream is that we think a lot more about the back of the card than the front of the card, you know.
Right.
Um, so I don't have so much of a problem with the historical accuracy sometimes if it's, you know, Like it was weird to me that like Chris Shelton is a meta player in Diamond for a while, but you know what? If you put those ratings on the card, I'm gonna play the card if I like the ratings.
Yeah,
Um,
that's yeah, more right.
but just from the point of like fantasy baseball, right? In a historical game, I kind of like the idea of having, Pedro Martinez pitch to Babe Ruth. And that sort of didn't happen this cycle, and so that's one of the things I would have changed, right? Um,
I like that. Yeah, just to spite Mr. Audit. I
well, if it's just a
that
spite, Mister, I do approve of that.
yeah.
um,
We can all get behind that one.
yeah. So
Next year, I think next year we should actually just make every Red Sox card limited.
yeah, there you
Just
go.
go all out with it. Why not?
And then finally, it's not disappointing. This is missing card. Who is the card that you most wanted to see in the game that wasn't in the game? You know my answer.
So I will say I did vote for Suck
Yeah.
on the actual thing, but I'm going to highlight a different player.
I'll let you highlight your favorite player. Yeah.
Well, not, I don't have a favorite player, but I sort
Yeah.
of someone who I found looking through stuff, which is Jim Devlin,
That's a good
which
call.
I think would make
Yeah.
sort of a very fun card. I mean, so he played his first 2 seasons in the majors. He was entirely a position player, and not a great one. Um, and then in 1877, he pitched every inning for the Louisville Grays, all of them. Um, the year before, he had pitched like all but 20 innings. But after 1877, it was found that he and 3 of his teammates had colluded to throw games. And he was banned after 1877. So it's yeah, you make a 2-way card with a huge amount of stamina, and there's a sort of fun story to go along with it. The way they found it out was because like some utility player was receiving an excessive number of telegrams or something like that, and they thought it was suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he pitched every inning. He started all 61 games, and all 61 were complete games. Um, so yeah, um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that would be a
Yeah. So
no, yeah.
Sporer again,
There's more to the
we
kidneys.
realize that the cards
Yeah,
listed here, not all of them necessarily could have been added, right? I understand that if Yamamoto can't be added, I would have loved to see a Jim Dowd in there, but
yeah.
if the card's not allowed to be added, then we can still say we wish we had one, but that doesn't mean one's going to get added, right?
Yeah, there's a lot more to the whole Devlin thing, but yeah, I mean, just for the if Snellman wants to come on and tell us more about Devlin,
Yep.
I'd be really happy to have him.
And for me, there are some other cards I can highlight, and I think I'll bring them up when we do the reveal. We also got a lot of good ones. This is the one that's gotten the most write-ins so far. So there are a few good write-ins that
Oh yeah, I
weren't
didn't
on
even look
our
at this.
list, but I think are worth highlighting, and we'll definitely highlight later. Yeah, Mo Berg would be a good one. Mark's mentioning. Uh, yeah, I see you. Okay, I see you mentioned Candy Cummings, and someone else did write in Candy Cummings. That's one that's you know that kind of would have been fun to have. So I think there are a few good names on here, and we'll highlight them later. But I mean, you know who I'm picking, right?
Yeah,
You know who I'm picking.
yeah, you gotta go for the suck.
Uh, so all right, so that's where we're at.
I guess
Go
with
ahead,
the
yeah.
one more we don't really have a spreadsheet thing for it, but the favorite tier
Oh yeah,
was
we're
the
not a
last one.
spreadsheet. We can yeah, I'll ask you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was definitely not intended. Definitely not. Yeah, but I'm sort of surprised that when someone suggested Candy Cummings, I went and looked. He's only had one card in PT before. PT 22, he had 100, and he hasn't
Is
had a
Cu-
card since then.
is
So
Candy
yeah,
Cummings
it would
the
be a fun one.
only Hall of Famer who was actually a Hall of Famer because of their play that didn't end up getting a card? because there are plenty of other Hall of Famers where, they might have
Yeah, I
actually
mean,
spent some time as a player, but it was primarily off-field contributions or
no, I
something.
mean, this guy's, there's like Cap Anson, right? But I mean, that's a different
Okay, sorry,
situation.
that's right. So Cap
Um,
Anson and Alomar are types that, fine. Okay, that's fair.
um, there probably are
Um,
other ones. Tommy McCarthy. He didn't get a card this year, but Tommy McCarthy, a little bit of a questionable Hall of Famer.
well, actually, Kidneys, you say Cap Anson didn't get a card. That's actually not quite true. Cap Anson is in PT 24.
Well, in some sense, yes.
You've seen this, right?
Yeah. No, I've never used Anson, but
Yeah.
yeah, man,
So
yeah,
yeah, if
exactly.
you go to the managers, it comes with a bunch of preloaded manager profiles. Um, and one of them, oh wait, did they actually remove Cap Anson? He
I mean, you
was
can
in
always
there
use like
earlier.
Spanish manual settings 3333 or whatever it
No, but
is.
did he
That's a
actually
good
get
one.
removed? He was definitely in
No,
there
I don't know.
earlier. I don't see him
Yeah,
here.
in all honesty, I've never used those.
Neither have I. But
So
did Cap Anson actually get taken out of the game in an update?
maybe, yeah, Cap Anson, he's removed. I mean, it has happened with Bond. If people weren't playing back in, actually, it happened with John Wetland too, I think. But with Bonds, I remember certainly in, I think 21 it was. There was a gold Barry Bonds, and then it was not only was it taken out of print, it was removed from everyone's collection.
I see. I mean, it's funny because
Um,
I was gonna do this as a like laptop trivia question. It never got in there. Barry Bonds is in the MLB union.
just not in the
He's in the MLB
right,
union. He just doesn't license the rights. And there are
right.
players that do the opposite, right? So, for example, we're allowed to have a Kevin Millar.
In fact, we've had Kevin Millars in other
Right.
cycles. I don't think we have one this
Because
year.
he does license everything, right?
Right.
But but Kevin Millar is barred from the MLB union.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
was his nickname Scab? Something like that. GSG. Yeah. Um, I think there was even a game that did take all the replacement players and like gave them fake names. I think one of the, let me see if I can find it. Okay, yeah, apparently in MVP Baseball 2005, they did actually replace Millar as well.
Uh-huh. But Scabby McScabberson, was that,
Let me see if I can find his name. Anthony Freeze.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep, Anthony Freeze. So, with some kind of ridiculous facial hair as well.
At least that part seems reasonably accurate.
Well, he was a black guy with ridiculous facial hair.
Oh, okay. Well, you know,
So, they tried to make it clear that they didn't just make it look like Millar.
right. Right.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, um, sorry, you were going to mention which meta you thought was your favorite, or did you want to just
Oh,
do that
yeah. I
at the
mean,
end?
no, I mean, we can, I'm happy to. I mean, for me, this was a very easy choice. I think actually the gold meta this year was one of the best metas we've had in any cycle of PT. Basically, through the entire cycle, there was diversity. There was, there was a tremendous amount of options. At some points we had a lot of left-handed pitchers, but it still made it interesting because um, you had to try to platoon you couldn't platoon the same kind of way, and it didn't last for an incredibly long time. So, yeah, gold for me was a pretty easy choice.
I liked gold a lot, but I ended up going with silver. And I think the big one is for me is that there weren't LEs that ever made it prohibitive to get in. And so when I was playing silver, the queue times were still short enough that I could play, but I felt like I was playing on equal footing against everybody in the game, and it was just, let the best manager try to win.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I also really liked the way the bronze meta kind of went in terms of direction, but the queue times were just so long that I never really got into bronze the way I did some of the others.
Yeah, I think the bronze meta right now I think is in really good shape. Bronze, for a long time it was so dominated by cards like Ozzie Smith and Vaughn Stalker and Cal
Mhm.
Eldred. Um,
Yeah,
and that probably was not the best. Um,
right.
um, so yeah, I mean, I think actually probably, I'm pretty happy with where all the metas ended. Um, Maybe the only one which I don't love is the diamond pitching situation. It's
Yeah.
it's very very tilted at this point. Um, but
Um, yeah, so Sporers mentioned kind of a silver or gold tournament. I think the reason the L5 has worked well, there have been two things that have helped. Um, One has been that you sort of get a bunch of managers to buy in. And in general, anything that strong managers in the game decide is important becomes competitive. So it's just a question of getting buy-in, right? But I think the other thing is, that a lot of this comes down to kind of why drafts haven't been designed well this cycle. Like the big problem, and especially with the PTMS, where it's like a one-off draft, you know, I think in any game you play, you want to feel that in the end, skill is what's deciding who wins more than luck. It's baseball, it's a short series, so it's never going to be 100% skill because it shouldn't be in a baseball game, right? But, when we do drafts on stream, a lot of drafts on stream, we find just like you get a really good draft, you get an unplayable draft. Or, oh, actually, we're going to bring that up,
yeah,
right?
speaking of that,
You remember like the excellent draft I had that was probably the best quality draft in the PTWS in the 128 team tournament last time. And then we saw Isidafo go on stream and do probably the worst draft he's done on stream with us.
yeah,
Well, we
that
played
was
each other
not
in the
great.
first round. Uh, and Isidafo won.
Yeah, I got
Uh,
very lucky,
and then
and
I
then I
guess
lost
you,
the
you
next round,
you
of course.
got wiped out in the next round.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
Um, but no, I mean, I think Charles's team was I think I would have taken that team over the team that won the tournament if I had to pick.
I think I would have also.
Um,
But the other point is, we both would have clearly taken my team over yours, and we both would have felt that if you played an extended enough run, there was kind of nothing you could have done in terms of managerial skill to make it competitive with what I got just by getting a better draw.
no, I mean even in the 7 games, I won in 7 games and was outscored by like 15 runs or something.
Yeah, it just
Which
sort of worked out.
it
Yeah.
just happens that way sometimes.
Yep. No, it's small, short series happens, but I think the reason the L5 has been a good format in part is because you kind of have so many rounds of relatively similar qualities of cards that nobody's going to have a draft where every round is good or every round is bad. And so it becomes a little bit, there's still luck involved, certainly, but the skill factor becomes a bit more important as well,
Yeah.
right? Um, so I know I'm fine with the idea of a PTMS draft, but I would do it like the PTCS. I would also make the PTMS something where you do a larger number of drafts and we see who comes out on top over a bunch of drafts. So that you're trying to test whether your drafting skill is good in a bunch of different situations. And you've got to figure out a way to, you've got to figure out a way to sometimes have a bad draft and manage to eke something playable out of it. and you've got to cash in when you have a good draft, you know. So
Yeah, so a couple of things. I mean, so I don't know if you were around for last cycle, but last cycle the draft and traditional tournaments sort of fed into one PTMS, which was kind of a disaster because what ended up happening is that some of the teams that qualified to the draft didn't have cards to really compete in kind of this open cap format, and it was just sort of silly for them. Um, and also because the luck of the draw became huge on which team you ended up facing. So I think if you want to have competitive draft stuff, it's got to be separate from the tournament stuff. You can't really
yeah, I think that's fair. But in
put it
general,
together.
for both the drafts and I mean, really for all the tournament formats, the problem is you have to play them and kind of understand what works well. So in the same way that like in content design, there's a learning curve, right? And I think one of the things that's really helped with Sporer improving on the content design has been that Sporer is also playing the game and, getting good at the game,
Yeah,
right?
playing the game is
Um,
very helpful.
like playing the game and because what you're doing anytime you design a game, when you put content out, you're thinking about how are people going to interact with this content, and being able to put yourself in their shoes is what helps. The places that tournament formats have been lousy are places where anybody who sat down and tried to build a tournament would immediately come back and say, wait a minute, this doesn't work, right? Um, and I think it's similar with the drafts, right? So the idea of like, oh, well, it would be fun to have a draft where, everyone has Bobby Dorr and everybody has Ben Sheets. Okay, it's fun for a laugh, but if the tournament format is you're handing everybody six lousy hundreds and everything else is bronze or below, and the six lousy hundreds still end up being a little bit better than the bronzes, and so they play, you haven't really made it a skill format anymore, right? You know, you could make an interesting tournament. I mean, I actually do think that here's an alternative version of a draft format that actually I think would be playable. You know, I think you actually could very much give people a format where you sort of show them not as much, it's sort of a draft, but basically you get to see all the pools and make a clever decision, right? But everyone has sort of a similar pool, but you get different choices to make with the roster. You could try to do something like that maybe. You'd have to really carefully balance it though, and make sure that they're really tough decisions.
Yeah, I
You
mean, you're
know,
making it sort of much more like a sealed format than a draft format,
yeah.
basically.
But the
Um,
problem, the problem with most of these draft formats, maybe this is a good way to say it. Okay, as a manager, a good a good tournament of any sort, or a good league, or a good, experience, period, is one in which you are A, forced to make decisions that you find tricky, and B, you know, you interact with it in a way that it's clear that the decisions you made have an impact on the result. Right? The
yeah,
problem, the problem with the draft formats that don't work is like we can, in fact, we're about to switch over to sort of doing some card ratings and then come back and reveal the everybody's votes on the all stars. Um, but we'll see when we do a draft that generally we're actually not making tough decisions, right? We can sometimes make unfortunate decisions like, darn it, all of these cards are lousy and I have to take one.
right. I mean, I think I still, there's still a decision there for sure. Like which of these lousy cards is
Well, there's a
the best,
decision, but it's less clear how impactful it is.
right?
But the problem is, oh yeah, let's do one. We can because you're
Especially
going to
at the
switch
lower
over
levels.
to the card.
Yeah, that you should definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
What?
No, I was gonna say you definitely
Yes.
should switch
Yeah.
to.
So by
Yeah,
the
yeah.
way, just to sort of show, you know, just so people know where we're headed, our plan is we're going to relatively quickly do the card ratings for this week. I think we can go through them pretty quickly because just at this point in the cycle, there aren't a lot of things the cards have an impact on. We'll go through them, but pretty quickly. Um,
Yeah.
and
And I
then
guess
we're
this is
going
also
to
kind of the.
do the all-star reveal, and if we have a chance to get a guest for that, we're going to try to do that.
Yep.
So you know.
Yep. And I mean, this is really the last. I mean, it could sound like it could be a couple, one-off cards here and there, but this is really the last content of the cycle, basically. So, um,
Yeah. But
yeah,
I think we can do a couple of these drafts. Maybe we'll do a TWIP draft and we'll do an L5 draft. And I think what we're going to find is for the L5 draft, we have a lot more decisions that we talk about. And in the TWIP draft, it's just going to be take the newest card from the set. But we'll see. But now that I've said that, we'll probably manage tough decisions, right?
yeah, we'll get like
Um, but the really good draft formats are going to be the ones where you have a tricky decision. So, like as an example, I do think, like an all bronze draft format or an all gold draft format would be better in part because you sort of get to do that. But the other thing I would do is I would really like to sort of add a couple of additional possibilities. So, for example, um, I think what you could do is you could in each draft round basically say something like, one of your options is always pass on a card here and take it from the next pool. Something like that. Um,
yes. I mean, it feels like to me. I mean, this is obviously a much bigger change, but there's been a lot of talk about sort of doing this, doing the content sort of sets instead of just sort of like random. I'm going to say random exactly, but like
yeah.
sort of unaffiliated, and then you can do sort of interesting things like making each month a set. Say right, okay, so you have the month 2 silvers against month 7 bronzes. Like now you have a real
Well, I
decision to
mean,
make.
so
It's
for what
not
it's worth, I always thought that this is one where the devs should have so much data that they should be able to design a much better format. So like if I were designing formats and I had access to all of the data that they should, what I would do is I would just design, for example, I would design a format with a curated list where, you know, all of the cards that are being selected are cards that have had a minimum number of innings pitched or plate appearances in that tier's meta in the last week in Quicks or something like that.
I don't really mind having some old cards. Like, I think a
Yeah,
decision between like, would I rather pick this new Jose Barrios, which is a really strong bronze? I think we're going to agree on that. Or some older gold. Like, it might not be so clear which is the better card.
right.
You'd have to actually look at the cards because, like one thing I know that I'm guilty of a lot when I draft is, you know, I see some card that like played in a meta 2 months ago and some new card that's just really not great. And actually, the new card's much better. I don't really think enough to look at the new card because I'm
Right.
like, oh, this card played. It must be good.
Yep.
So I don't mind having some cards that don't play in open kind of stuff. But
No, but I just mean no, I just mean in the sense that like there should be enough data that you could curate a list given the data that they have. I mean, this is one, like I know they did these affiliates, and had them do draft formats. I think if we ever did a draft format, well, I have several ideas if we do one, if that comes up, but I think it would look fairly different than the kinds of things that they were doing for these affiliate pop-ups.
probably, yeah.
Because I think we'd be looking to create a format. Like, I think the really good thing for a draft is one where, like, in a perfect format, what you're doing is everyone has a different roster, but everyone actually has a roster that can be balanced if they pick well. That would be the perfectly designed format if you could manage both simultaneously.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so easy to do that. Yeah,
No, it's
it is a
not,
little,
but that's what
especially because I mean, yeah, the sort of the things which exist right now, it sounds like in an automated way, that can be changed are not super expansive, right? It's pretty limited.
Okay, but so
Um,
but let me give you an example of a few other things that I think would make for a higher quality draft and wouldn't be that hard. Okay. Number one, could you just implement a mulligan option?
how many of these do you get?
You could, make it as part of the draft, but you could also make there being some cost, right? So, if you don't like this round, maybe you get two mulligans a draft to just get a fresh set. or maybe you get, 3 or 4 mulligans a draft, but, you're only going to get half as many cards in the reroll to pick from.
Okay. I mean, you'd probably never re-roll in that case unless the cards were really bad. But yeah,
You have to figure out how to
um,
balance it. Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I'm not sure. So I think I'd reroll 12 to 6 more often than I'd reroll 6 to 3.
I would never re-roll 6 to 3 unless the cards were just complete garbage. Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, 12 to 6 even. I mean, it's a lot of cards to lose.
All
Like you
right.
can
All right.
very easily
All
get
right.
worse.
Or actually, here's another Okay. Here's another option you could do. You have the option at any point in the draft, except the iron round, basically, of re-rolling any individual cards you want, and they'll be replaced with a rolled card from a lower tier.
Oh,
So
I was
any
going to
perfect,
say,
so any perfect that I re-roll becomes a diamond.
okay, yeah, you still probably would. Really, I was going to say you could re-roll, but you lose a choice at the end, so you get one fewer card in your roster. But then you have to balance it for era, which is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even just adding one re-roll would be helpful because yeah, I mean you sometimes get these drafts where like you get your perfect round is Bobby Dorn, Ben Sheets, and Jeff Kent, and
Speaking of which, we got a
okay.
Quip draft. It's the usual Comerica 1995. It's our last chance, possibly, for the cycle to actually win one. We had a great draft last time and got eliminated in round 1 in extras.
Yes, because our manager decided that Tyler Holton should just never leave the game.
Yeah, our manager gave Tyler Holton 4 innings. So, about that reroll option.
Well, we got one card that's good, so it's a reliever, but
Yes.
we're still taking it.
Well, we have to pick 2. So,
Okay,
we're
so we're
not
taking
taking
Papelbon.
Yandy. We're not taking Plesac. We're not taking Billy. We're not taking Davis, and we're not taking Banks. So where does that leave us?
So we're definitely taking Papelbon, and then I mean it's between Williams and Banks, the other one, yeah.
It's probably Banks, right?
Probably Banks. I don't know. They're both really bad, but yeah, probably Banks. Probably Banks.
The art's good on Banks.
That's true. Let's take him for the art. The art is good. All
Well,
right. Burns is fine.
Burns is a card.
I guess probably Geringer.
I don't know. So the question is, if you're forced to take a lousy card, do you want a lousy multi-position card or a slightly less lousy single position card?
Yeah. I don't know.
So speaking of rerolls,
I'm happy with Burns. I'll keep Burns.
yeah. Actually, I don't even love Burns with the stamina, but
No, but he's better than an average diamond card for sure. I guess it's.
Drew Jones.
I don't know. I guess Drew Jones. I mean, this is another 2 out of 6 is really rough because you can get.
Whoa!
Hey,
That last
it gets
round
worse.
was much better than this round.
It gets worse. So Gorman, Thomas, and Adley Rutschman, right? I don't think there's another choice. I mean,
Oh boy.
this might be the worst round I've ever had.
I know we say that a lot, but this is actually a
No, and
contender.
what's amazing is not only did we not get any new or good cards, we didn't even get a high diamond. We got 6 bad low diamonds.
To be fair, Adley's a pretty good line.
I think honestly, Adley we're taking.
Okay, I think we're taking Gorman Thomas.
I think it's Thomas and Adley, but it's. I think this is. I don't think it's a choice really.
I mean, we were talking about how bad the build a lineup diamonds are. I think you do take Adley over the build a lineup diamond.
Yeah.
This Bobby Witt is not good enough to get a 9-figure contract, is he?
No, I like the real Bobby Witt is pretty good, but that one not so much. Can we just
This is an incredible round.
if we could make this the historical Bobby Witt, the PT Elite, I'd be if we get PT Elite Witt and PT Elite McCormick, I'd be pretty happy with this round.
Yeah.
But
Should we take the lives and just tell them we believe in them?
I actually think Rutschman is the right pick. Like
All right, let's go Rutschman.
I'm pretty sure
Thomas.
Rutschman is actually the right pick.
Okay.
Oh, we got a new card.
We got a new card. We're taking the new card.
It's not a very good new card, but it's a new card.
It's a new card. And it's probably one of the exclusives.
Yeah, but I don't know which one's better because I probably Ernie Shore.
Corcoran
I assume. Corcoran's a righty.
Corcoran might be our shortstop.
He's probably better than Tinker. I guess it's got to be Shore, right? Shore look better.
What do you think, Shore or Corcoran?
And I think it's probably better to just prevent the home runs than have the righty.
Probably Shore. Although yeah. you did make one of the classic mistakes of all time. Forgot about Dre.
Oh yeah, that's true. we could have two bad Diamondbacks outfielders. Now, oh, he's a starter. Never mind.
We'll go with
they're both
Shore.
DJ. This Shore though.
Never mind. Someone will get the reference.
Cody Ross is good.
Cody Ross is good, especially in this park.
Other cards
you
are.
Not see a lot of lefties. I mean, Espino was good at one point long ago.
Oh, that's a good point.
I think the example of
Ibanez is a good point. Ibanez is a good. We should take Ibanez. It's not a very good card, but it's newest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Doesn't really play.
You can get a lefty that doesn't get on base, and
it's still better than the old cards.
You take a lefty that doesn't get on base and put them in Comerica. How could you pass that up?
Yes. What is this round? Is this worse than the diamond round? It might be worse than the diamond round.
Oh well, I have played Owen White in a tournament at some point this year.
I have too, and I was really sad about it.
Floor, and I was really sad about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still probably the pick. That Cleat Boyer is awful. It's like an iron.
Coco Crisp.
Coco Crisp is kind of okay, but he's our fifth outfielder. Maybe it's just Weeders.
Can we just go with Fred Pfeffer's bat?
Oh, sure. Let's take Fred Pfeffer.
Just hope Fred Pfeffer hits a home run.
He'll play defense with his bat. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, Alfonso is
probably Joe.
Probably Jimmy Barrett. No, probably.
We have so many outfielders though.
All right, it's Joe. Well, you say we have outfielders, but
Stubby Overmeyer is okay.
This Jack Morris is a card.
That Lance Johnson is a decent card, but we have a ton of outfielders, and it's like the worst possible environment for him. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's actually like the worst possible environment.
It's actually a better environment for Ron Gant, except he probably has to DH, and we have about 3 of those already.
Maybe it's Jack Morris.
I think it's Morris. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, this Pivetta. By the way, this metric I came up with loves Pivetta.
Yeah, I saw that last week.
He desperately wants the Sox to re-sign him, I think. Boy.
Lehman Bostock is like new-ish, but it's terrible.
It's awful. He doesn't get on base.
It's still probably the pick.
You know what? In this tournament, yeah. And Gleyber Torres, because
Sure, why not? Yeah, see it's funny that Charles's system likes him much because it seemed like it liked command a lot more than stuff. So that was sort of surprising.
Well, it really likes the second half of his year.
I guess.
All right. Well, speaking of command, we have Bert Schotten. I mean, he gets on base.
Sure.
He has 69 defense. How can you complain with that?
Nice.
This is really not getting better, by the way. I know we keep thinking that,
No,
it's probably Marty Patton, and we can
it's
just click
Marty
we
Patton.
can just click through, right?
Yeah. This
I
is
know I
hopeless.
normally try to salvage something. You remember we were talking about
Oh,
how hard
also
it
we
is
we
to get out of a bad draft. This is
we also
exactly
have
what we
one
need.
catcher, and we just saw our last one. So, uh,
Oh, did I forget to take a 10th catcher?
yeah, it's all right. We'll find one, right?
Wait, is it 10 or
Rossi
12?
Ryan's and
Well, Rosie
Rossi
Ryan's a
Ryan
new
is a new card.
card. Hikez
Let's
is
take him.
good. Dave Steve is a card.
And Jackie Robinson is probably our starting first baseman, so we should take him.
Oh, Jackie Robinson might be our starting catcher.
Oh boy.
Does Ibanez play first?
No, left only.
You know what?
So
No, Adley's our starting first baseman.
Hadley's our only catcher. Maybe we play Banks at
Hikez is
first
actually
and
good. Hikez is actually good though.
Torres at shortstop.
Do we not take Rosie Ryan? I feel like we might as well take the new card.
Yeah, let's take that new card.
All right, we'll just do it. We'll find a
Yeah,
first
sure.
baseman.
Whatever. It'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Ryan Sweeney, I kind of like that card defensively.
Yeah, it's a decent
I
card.
mean, it would be a seventh outfielder.
Gotta take the goat.
Take the goat.
Yeah. Oh, Jocko. Oh, we have to take Jocko Fields. He's actually a catcher.
Aha! We got to see, and you thought we weren't going to find a catcher.
So about
whoever
that
was
first
saying it
baseman.
was going to turn around in the iron round.
Well, Don Sutton is at least a decent shape.
Do we really need a 12th
Think
pitcher though?
we don't need a second pitcher. I mean, the first one's going to give up 15 runs, and that's going to be it.
We need a second pitcher. Someone's got to come in the third inning. Someone's got to come in the third. All right, I think McKinstry just plays everything.
McKinstry, sure. And
we actually do need a first baseman, don't we?
I guess Dick Stewart or Sweeney. I don't know which one's better.
Stewart.
I've never looked at either of those cards.
Stewart has power. Sweeney has eye.
Looks like Sweeney.
Yeah.
Based off of nothing except for Mouse to go over them, and he has 6 more points overall.
All right. I think we've lost this draft, but we could pick a fun strategy. Who's your favorite manager in here?
Which was the one? I think Korean was good, right? Was that the one we picked?
You don't want to pick a real manager? You want to go?
We can pick a real manager. I don't know. I just don't know who they are. Let's go for Connie Mack. You can't go wrong with Connie Mack, right?
Connie Mack won a ton of games.
Yeah, and lost occasionally.
Lost.
Oh God,
ton of games.
What are those sliders?
What?
Go back to those sliders. Okay, it's just leave everyone in all the time. Don't care about pitching matchups at all. Never pinch hit. Never pinch run. Right? Sure. Why not?
GSG says we should go Cito Gaston. Should we go? I like that idea. Should we go Cito Gaston?
Let's do that. Maybe his will be better.
Slightly.
Yeah, pretty similar, actually.
All right, Cito Gaston it is. Let's do it. There's a great strategy when you own the team, GSG, exactly. Or actually, wait, hold on. What park is it? It's Comerica?
Yeah.
So who had a lot of success in Comerica? Is there a Tigers manager on here?
Jim Leland is the only one, right? It's too new for anyone else.
Is there a Leland in here? No Leland. No Leland.
All right.
We got Sparky.
Yeah, that's the wrong stadium, though.
Oh, because there's a different, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Leland is the only new Tigers manager to have any success at all. So.
Yeah, okay, but there's no Leland on here.
There's no Leland. Yeah. I can pick Sparky Anderson if you want. It's going to be wacky, but
Here we go. Sparky Anderson, final answer. I'm hitting submit. Do we even want to look at the lineup? We don't even want to look at the lineups,
Nah,
right?
it's fine. I'm
Okay, I'm
sure
going to
it's
look
fine.
just out of like morbid curiosity, but I'm not changing anything. Are they platooning Ross on the wrong side? Oh no, they're just like
No,
flipping
they're just
Ross and
switching.
Ibanez. Whatever. Whatever. It's a
Yeah, I don't know
lineup.
why.
It's a lineup.
That looks fine.
No,
Sure,
it
why
doesn't.
not?
All right.
What could
I
what could possibly
think
wrong with
I,
living
I
nine
think
awful cards?
I've made my case successfully for why the flip format is not so good. Now let's do an L5, and we're going to see that the format works a lot better because we're going to have real choices, and we're going to have some hard rounds and some easy rounds.
Okay, so it's 1985, right? They changed, and it's a different park. What park is it in this time?
Let's take a look. Yeah, it's always 1980 or yeah, 1985 at Fenway 2023. So
Uh-huh. So
2023 Fenway is plus BABIP, minus Homer, but tougher on lefties than righties.
the other Fenway was a very good league park. In 1937, but it was PT plus only.
Right. All right, let's
Um,
do it.
okay.
Okay, we have some real choices. I'm thinking Deshays Leyritz, maybe.
Yeah, that would be my first instinct as well.
Um, all right.
Don't really see any other. Yeah, I don't see other stuff.
Okay, so this is a tougher round.
This one's
But
not
but
very
see, the fact
good.
that it's 12 at least means, so
Yeah, this
Merker's
round is
probably
Merker
going to
is like
sit there
no
by
PBABIP, I
default.
think. Oh, he's actually
Yeah,
Merker's
he's
not so bad.
fine.
Okay.
So
Not so
we can
bad.
either fill our second catcher.
I don't think
We
that's
can
right.
go Carlos Silva, who has control of
No,
everything else.
he's awful.
There's Juan Cruz, who has not so
No.
much.
How's
The
Scooter?
live, the live Tyler Rogers was okay, actually, one
How does
day.
Scooter look? It's a reliever though,
Uh,
and it's very
Not
splitty.
good. Not good.
Not good. Okay. Maybe Rocco Baldelli. That card is not the worst.
It doesn't get on base.
I mean, it has decent defense. It's not bad, but
I like my players who get on base. All right, we can go Rocco, but I'm benching him.
probably.
All right. Oh, actually, we got the flip side here. We got a bunch of good options.
Yeah, a lot of good options actually.
Wow. Okay. And even this Moises Alou is not bad. I'm thinking it's the Cincy and Vaughn,
That was where I went to first. But
but
Hershiser is also decent.
Hershiser is
That's really
excellent for this format. Yeah.
Garrick is pretty okay, even though he's really splitty.
No, but actually, I like Splitty in this format because so one of the things about the cards being a little bit closer together is that you actually have room to platoon.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can pick Gehrig and you can look for, a lefty matching iron, and you'll often get one.
Yeah,
There's
I guess
enough of those in the card pool.
the only issue with Vaughn DeSantis is they're both single position.
They are, but they're probably starting. So
Probably, yeah. And the thing is no DH here, so we do lock ourselves a little,
I think we just do it,
but
right?
it's probably
They're
still
good
right.
cards.
Yeah, they're the best cards.
Well, so this Mike Aviles is
We're
this
definitely
card
taking
kind of
Aviles.
grows on me in the format.
Yeah, he's playing second. He's not the worst. He's not the worst.
I think ideally he's going to play second VL, and we're going to find another second baseman.
Yeah, hopefully. And
And
then
did you just take Muddy, or do you?
Supon is bad, right?
Yeah,
Mossy has no home run.
actually, Muddy in a minus power plus Babbitt Park is pretty good.
Yeah, Muddy's probably okay.
Oh, this is the Vince Coleman that doesn't run, right? Okay, no, this is
Right.
Vince Coleman
Yeah.
that does run but doesn't
No, it's not enough.
field.
It's not enough run anyway. Well, he won't steal successfully in this era. With that. This is the hardest era to steal in,
Oh,
basically.
well, this is a really obvious one for me. You're just taking Badu Wagner and,
I guess, yeah. They're basically one of them platooning with Baldelli, basically.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Looks fine. We could really use some pitching, but
We could, but you take the. But that's the thing is
Yeah,
in this format you take the good cards and you.
take
Okay,
the good
no, they're
card.
not platooning with Baldelli because we got Bake.
No, we can't. We can't take him though.
Well, you take Eck for
Uh,
sure.
take Eck for sure, but I don't think we can take
You
Bake
just take
because
Sweeney and you don't take Bake.
no one can play right field is the problem. Like he's center only. Wagner's left only.
Right,
Badou's
Baldelli
left
center.
center.
Well, Baldelli we can just toss and find another right fielder. So would you rather take Ryan Sweeney, who's also better versus lefties, and you get excellent defense at three positions?
I'd take Sweeney. I definitely take Sweeney over McBride though. I'm actually not so sure we don't take Oliver Perez. Oliver Perez is a not horrid card.
Righties though. Righties exist.
Yeah, it's probably Sweeney. It's probably Sweeney. We probably can find better irons.
Yeah, I think we'll do that. We'll find another starter, right? It's only round 7. Actually, Sid is fine.
Yes, it is fine.
Larson's
Um,
fine. Simber's
yeah, though
okay. We do also
Carl
have this
Edwards.
Pete Lecoq if we were just sort of looking for like a bat to stick at first, because again, it's a minus
Yeah,
power park.
yeah, I don't hate Lecoq. Carl Edwards is a good reliever. If we're looking for a reliever, that's probably what we're going for. Actually,
Maybe. I think it's Sid and either Larson or Lecoq.
yeah, I think Lecoq probably. Like he's not the best iron position, but he's sort of in the
Yeah,
top
we
five
can't
or
do a
10. So
we can't really do a stream and not pick Lecoq.
yeah, that's fair.
William Van Landingham. Is this a new card actually?
No, it's old.
I just don't
It's pretty
remember
old.
it at all. I
It's
remember the
not too much
player
of
a
a terrible
little
though.
bit. Um,
That Koufax is okay.
Actually, Bressler. No, Bressler. Would be really VR if you play him at first.
He'd be our platoon. He'd be a platoon left field if we took him.
Yeah, Koufax is borderline start. Koufax as a reliever, I think, is fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, okay, maybe he's Bressler and he just
Maybe wrestler. And
platoons the
he
ace
just
of
platoons
Hicks.
with Wagner and Badou platoons in center with Baldelli. That seems okay.
Well, Dick Egan, we really don't have a second baseman. Oh no, well, we have Aviles one way.
Austin Pruitt is actually not so bad.
That's true. Um, yeah. So we still want one more starter, remember?
Yep.
Well, I like Pagliarulo.
Yeah, I definitely think
He only
Paleorulo.
plays third, but I think we just do it anyway because you're
Yeah, that's
getting so
okay.
much value.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We have everything covered, I think, at this point. But we need another right fielder, but we'll get one. Yeah,
Vandermeer?
Vandermeer, I guess. I guess it has to be. Zuvarink is okay.
The question is Vandermeer going to be our fifth starter?
I think he's gonna have to be right. These last 3 rounds are low iron, so we may not get a better starter than him.
Yeah.
Hicks Kingman.
Well, we're taking the goat and all that, right? Is it Hicks? Well, the question is it Hicks who's our relief option, or because Brolio has a lot of P BABIP? Is there any chance
I
he's
think
actually our fifth starter?
I think Vandermeer is better than him, isn't he?
Let's
If
take
we
a
can compare
look.
them.
I'm wondering because we also sort of want to throw the righty in this
Mm,
park, don't we?
and that's a lot of home run and stuff to give up.
A lot of home run stuff, and it's a lot of control.
They're probably pretty similar.
All right, then we go Hicks.
I think we go Hicks. Yeah, I mean we could still hit like one of the actual good low irons.
No, we got
Okay,
Cal Abrams.
Cal Abrams is nice. He covers our right field
He covers
problem.
right field. I
And then I
still
guess
next year. Can we please nickname Steve Balgo?
that's a good idea. I like that.
Can make an inside joke, but with that, homer prevention. I mean, come on. The Red Sox did have a pitcher whose nickname was way back.
Really? That's not ideal.
And it was not because he was like a throwback to an earlier era. I'll just say it that way, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Ronaldo Lopez.
Um, I have to. I want to find John Wasden's. I'm just curious how many home runs he actually gave up, or if it was just a reputation thing.
Could be just reputation.
Uh, well, a little bit of each. I mean, he was giving up a little over 1.5 homers per nine career. That's not
Okay,
tiny.
if you want to see a weird reliever season, look at 2010 Edward Mujica.
Actually, hold on. Okay. Can you explain to me how John Wasden managed to have a 12-year major league career with a 5.28 ERA, a FIP north of 5?
They didn't know what FIP was back then. I
But
don't
they knew
know.
what ERA was,
Well, that's a secondary concern.
right?
Yeah, it does a lot of home runs. It's really a lot of home runs.
Um, oh, that is a nasty season for Mujica. Oh yeah, it is Ronaldo Lopez, I assume, right? Here, I'll put the
Yeah,
full
yeah,
name
yeah.
for people. But um, so what do we need? Probably one more pitcher, ideally. Actually, I think it's hard. Actually, Hargrove solves the first base problem.
Well, we have Kingman, so that's fine.
That's true.
Kingman and Lukaku in platoon. That'll be decent.
Maybe it's just Nick Allen's glove. I think it's might be Hargrove anyway, actually.
We want a pitcher, right? So
One
it's
pitcher.
it's definitely Smith Schaufer
I was
then.
gonna say it's not Smith Shawver, so
I guess it's Justin Wilson
well
probably.
here
Yeah.
here let you know what? Let's do the side by side. Which one do you think is better?
Hmm. The tough one. It's a tough one.
The incredible thing is that Smith Shawver is a 41, not a 40.
Can we get the 76 Smith Schaufer? That would be
Play
useful.
that one.
Uh,
Everything's covered, so it's just what we want. Who's most useful. I'm
I
thinking
think
Hargrove's the
probably
best bat.
I think a middle infield is probably the most useful thing to us,
So
right? Because
Soto,
we
I
only have
guess.
three
Yeah,
really.
so
It could
yeah.
be Owens. It could be Owens. Well, I don't know what that card looks like,
Well,
but it
Owens
probably
plays
plays
here. Actually, no.
positions.
You know what? So Soto's the better like starter, but Allen's the better glove, right?
Yeah,
I guess we're never playing. Yeah, let's go with Soto. Whatever. All right,
it
we
doesn't
did
really
it.
matter.
I think we made our point that this draft, we didn't get like the great options, but we
We got
got a
some. I mean, we got
mixture. We
some.
got a mixture
Yeah.
of enough good ones that we have like a perfectly playable draft, right? And we had to make some tough decisions, but they weren't.
Yes. The Airs, of course, set up our bullpen in a very strange fashion, but
Yes. You don't think Austin Pruitt's our closer?
I don't.
Sandy Koufax, stopper. There you go. How do we end up this left-handed in a righty park, by the way?
It's not that
I
ready
don't
of a
know.
park.
It just sort of
The
happened.
Babbitt was going the other way, so it's going to be
All
pretty.
right. Did it figure out how to platoon?
No.
No. All right. Let's teach it. So we're going Wagner, Badu. It's probably Sweeney both ways.
Yeah, definitely Sweeney both ways.
Kingman. Is it Egan? Maybe it's
No, no, wait. This
Egan
is
both
Kingman.
ways.
Kingman should be. Wait. This is the VR. Kingman should be. Lukaku should be starting this way, right? This is the VR.
Well, Lecoq is also a
Lukaku
bad
is like even
VR.
though, because he's like
Yeah, I
he's like
think
neutral-ish.
Kingman's probably still the better bat VR.
They just want Kingman both ways. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think so.
that's fine.
But Aviles, I'd like to run someone else at second. I
I
think
don't
it's
think we have
Egan.
another
I think it's
option.
Egan.
Is Egan really better? Egan's bat is so bad.
Well, VR, the bat's closer.
It's not that close.
Not that
That's
close.
really not that
But Egan
close.
actually has a glove, right? 95 range.
I'd probably still go Aviles, but
I think it's Egan.
all right.
And the rest of this is fine, right?
Yeah, you probably should put a back center fielder, but other than that, yeah.
And then the other way, now it's Kingman. Now it is Aviles.
And Kingman should definitely be backing up third instead of
Let's copy
Pagliarulo.
this. Oh yeah, well, let me see what it sets. Yes, Kingman should be backing up third. All right, I think we did fine. Anyway,
That
I
looks
think we
decent.
made our point about the draft at least. Now
Yeah,
watch.
I mean,
This is gonna be the TWIP draft that we make a deep run.
yeah, with that,
You know, I'm just saying you saw your draft last week.
Listen, I got two whole PT25 packs that will be really,
Congratulations.
worth a solid like 2.2K or something on release.
Well,
And
there you go.
it's really exciting. Yeah, it's just
That's hey, that's an extra 2.2K that you.
didn't deserve. That's for sure.
All right. Let's well, why don't we rate some cards real quick and then we'll try to do the All-Star reveal. Is that a good plan?
Sounds good to me.
So I think Lap said he was going to raid into us in about 45 minutes. So if we think we can get the
Yeah, we can get
cards
through these.
done
We
by
can get through
then,
these. All right.
it's a limited number of cards.
Walt Terrell.
And there's no Tony Suck in there, so
Starting out with the Tiger.
Well, okay, I will say, number one, I have not looked at these cards. And number two is you actually have to export the card database.
Okay, so it's gonna be a good one.
So the fact that I've not looked at these yet means you may want to go first. All right,
Okay.
I got the card database. I got the card database. Let me run it. So Walt Terrell. Or you know what? For the last one of the cycle, that would be fun. For the last one of the cycle, should I intentionally not look at the model and just see how we do?
I mean, it's sort of a bit ruined because I've looked at mine already, but if you want.
Up to you. What do you think would be more fun? Because we're sort of at the end of the cycle. I don't know that people are going to take our ratings super seriously for
Yeah,
a long time on these. I don't mind running the model. What's more fun?
yeah. If you want to eyeball it. See how you do. And make it faster.
I'll eyeball it. You know, you tell me where it ends up on your model, or you know
Sure.
what I could do? I could eyeball it and then check the model if we think that's better.
Yeah, I mean that's a good eyeball. Let's just like do one tier, and then you'll look at the model for the tier, and then yeah. If there's anything that's different from your eyeballing.
Um, well, I love that P Babbitt. But this is an F minus, right?
I've got this as kind of like the fifth or sixth best 40. If you're in a super tight cap, maybe it makes the roster. I think just a regular F.
All right, we'll give it an F. I'm doing okay. All right, but you have looked at the model, I guess.
I
So
have looked. I have
Nicky
looked.
Nolasco. Is he not? Oh, they have only cards with sell orders, and he's not viable. Well, the card I want to, doing it by eye, the card I want to put this up against is the GOAT. You know, this isn't that far off the GOAT, except that he's missing stuff and he's like really splitty. And okay, now that I think about it, both of those are sort of useful things, aren't they?
Yes.
And I'm
Yeah,
not going to pay
slightly.
4 points for him in the cap. All right, so it's probably an F.
That would be my rating as well.
Where do you got him?
Yep. Yep. Same place.
All right. By the
I don't think
way,
I'll play this.
if the person who's thinking about joining us on stream in a little bit is listening, can you let us know if you would want to jump on in, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes around when we finish this, and then, you can just DM me or something. Icebox Chamberlain. Well, we've had some ice boxes each year, right? We had that, the high diamond.
Yeah, we've had one this year.
This is surprisingly close to the high diamond, for an iron. So by eye, that looks a little more interesting. I'm trying to think who I compare him with. Uh, this is hard when you're used to doing it with the model first, actually. That's kind of fun, you know? Because like you're used to
Yeah,
you're used to just doing it with the model first. All right.
yeah, it does make it easier with the
Um,
model.
well, no, but I mean like because you sort of rely on like starting with the model and then just checking, sanity checking instead of
Yeah, I mean, there was a
I'm
time
gonna,
when like,
yeah, I'm gonna say that this is probably a card I would have wanted a month or two ago, but this looks like it's behind, you know, well, it's not the same shape. I was gonna say it's behind a card like Wickware, and it probably is, but the shape is fairly different, right? So I'm trying to think if there's a direct card that dominates it, or if it's just a little bit understated. Um, Let me think. Maybe the Joe Black, is that a similar shape?
mm,
Not quite similar
not
enough, but
really.
there's a
Yeah,
fair bit more with Joe Black. All right, so I think it's got to be an F,
yeah, definitely enough. Definitely enough. Agree with that.
but it might be the best card of its shape. Um,
I actually have it just nowhere. I have it don't even close. Like way behind. Even behind stuff like McGinnity from early in the cycle.
Put up McGinnity. Just well, yeah, just
Mm,
for the P BAB. But McGinnity has. That's what I mean by the best card of its shape. Like McGinnity has more value.
Yeah, maybe a better comparison for the shape is something like the Oral Hildebrand or Pastor Pareda from a couple weeks ago that I also have ahead of it.
That's a good one. Yeah, but even that's not quite the same shape, right? Like this is actually a big homer prevention kind of card for. So that's what I guess that's what I'm trying to say. The nice thing about this ice box is there isn't a card that dominates it in terms of shape, but it is understated.
Yeah, I think it's pretty severely understated in honesty. I don't
Yeah,
really
so
see
I
him
think
ever
it's an
going to play
F,
this.
but I think it's actually an interesting, you know,
All right, sure.
yeah, something like that. All right. What do we got next then? This would be so much more fun if neither of us could do it. But all right, that's
Yeah, I
fine.
wish I had looked. I wouldn't if
No,
I
no,
had known. I wouldn't
I
have
didn't
looked.
think about it until
I
Art Howe. Um, can I scroll down on this one? Because if I
don't think so.
can, I'm getting interested in the card.
Pretty sure you can't.
Actually, you know what? Hold on, but I can versus lefties. Oh no, but versus lefties, you're gonna run into like the Shane Halter types. Is the problem?
Yes, indeed. There's also this Mondesi character.
Yes. All right, it's an F. It's an F. It's an F.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've got this second baseman number 4, but Mondesi's just too good. You're never playing
Yeah, no,
over
I
Mondesi.
mean, it looks interesting VL, you know, except you have a card like Halter, and this isn't that good of a glove for the bat you're getting, and he's sort of only playing second and third, but you never need him at third.
Right. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I think I'm 4 for 4. That's a good sign.
I agree.
And we made it through the bronzes, and we haven't broken horribly yet. And now we're up to I mean, through the irons. And now we're up to what? Low bronze. Except as you're going to
LeBron.
keep pointing out to me, there is no low bronze.
If there was one, I wouldn't point it out to you.
You know, I can't really fault that logic, can I? I really
No.
can't.
Yeah, it's sort of it's weird. Like the whole cycle, we've had all the other formats, just low bronze have consistently not had it. I don't
So
quite understand
Floyd
why. But
Rayford. Can I scroll down? Let's see.
I don't think so.
Oh. So if I could have scrolled down on this card, then it would have been like an F, but sort of an interesting F because of that catcher ability. And like you try to figure out if there's enough I to make it work in an early era where the power goes away.
There isn't, but
But
uh,
there isn't, and I can't. And he has all that low I. I want to go F minus. Where do you got him?
um, yeah, I'm okay with F minus. I don't think I'd play as an iron.
All right, we got one. Uh, Rosie Ryan. Those are reverse splits, aren't they? Kinda.
Yeah,
Oh, I kind of like this one. I think this is one where you're going to say he doesn't quite have enough PBABIP, and I'm going to sort of say he has just enough control and homer prevention that if there were a low bronze, I think I'd like him, but I think he's probably behind the top full bronzes,
yeah,
somewhere
that's pretty
around
much what I
there.
got. I mean, I don't have him close in full bronze, but low bronze I would consider playing this. Yeah, it'd be like kind of in the fifth starter area. So
So where does that put him? Because I think he is playable. Are you going to pay 2 points for him in a cap? I think I'd pay 1 point for Van Gilder and 1 point for Boof and 1 point for Eldred before I'd pay two. Oh, and Shiggy, of course, right? So I think there's so many
yeah,
61s, you're probably never paying 2 points in a
I
cap.
mean, I I prefer this to Boof and Eldred as a pitcher, but whether it's this and a 60 is better than 261s, I'm not sure. So
I think
yeah,
part of the problem
it's probably
is
still
that if you
enough.
look at the good 60s, there are a few decent 60 hitters, but there really aren't good 60 pitchers.
Yeah, I guess there's Welch and Fernandez are kind of okay.
But even that, but the gap between
Uh,
those and like Van Gilder, Booth, Eldridge, Shiggy
yeah,
is enormous, right?
yeah, I agree. I don't think I'm ever playing this. If there were low bronze, it probably gets like a C or something or a D or but
Yeah, I think for
yeah,
low
no,
bronze,
no
if low bronze existed, it's a C. The fact that one doesn't, and I guess it just won't the rest of the cycle, I guess makes it unplayable. It feels like it's a better F than the others because there is a clear reason for the card to be played.
yeah, we could
It's
give it F
just the
plus or
reason
something.
doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, I can give it F plus. I don't think that's
That's fair. All right. That sounds fair. Joe Ferguson. Actually may not have run into the player before.
I think we've had another version. I don't remember for sure.
Can I scroll down on him?
Think so. Oh,
Whoa. Oh, oh,
Rossi's
okay.
a
Hold
debut.
on. Hold
Okay.
on. Now I know exactly what I want to do with this card.
If I know what you want to do with that card, you mean not play because worse than Jeff Mathis?
No, it's not played because it's worse than Hank Conger, probably.
Well,
But
you haven't seen Brian
actually, hold on.
You haven't seen Brian McCann yet. I forgot about that.
I think I want to play this card in an early era, though.
Um, I don't think you do.
You don't? Who am I playing instead in an early era?
You haven't seen McCann yet.
Ah, okay. There's another card that came out that kills this, is what you're saying?
Maybe you'll disagree because it doesn't have a huge amount of eye, but we'll see. I would reserve judgment
All
on
right. So
Ferguson
so
until you
so
see McCann.
my eye test on this one. So for people that just came in, we're trying an experiment, which is I have not run my model on these. But isidafo has run his. We would have both done it blind, but we only thought about this just now.
Yeah,
Um, but thinking
you can try to
about
like
like the other cards VR, because right now I'm probably playing a card like Conger for the catcher ability.
I mean, you can also play
VR.
JSO is the thing if you really don't care about the catchability. But
Uh, Well, you play JSO in an early era. It's close, right? So if you compare Ferguson and JSO in a really early era, JSO's avoid K doesn't really help you VR. The capture ability is kind of a wash. So you probably slightly prefer JSO, but if either of them has to play versus lefties, then you prefer Ferguson, right?
Yeah, but you have, I mean, it's earlier we have 1,000 roster spots. We'll just play Jim Leyritz and some neutrally guy, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Okay, you said Ed McFarlane beats him in an early era as well.
I mean, in some ways, I think this is kind of all academic because you haven't seen McCann yet. Once you see McCann, I think it's not going to really be, much of a discussion.
Okay. Then my eye test basically says he's a D for dead ball, but you're telling me that when I see another card, I'm going to give him an F?
Yeah, you can give him a D for now if you want, and we can come back. But
All right, well, we'll give him an F and we'll revisit it if it turns out that we don't like McCann. That sounds fair. All right, Rod Beck. I like the control. He's got the banana splits, right?
yeah, some weird splits.
Well, I think this is a card that I'm going to love because I just want to keep people off base whichever way. And he's a righty that I can put in against lefties. Where do I have him compared with the other control heavy guys? It's going to be tough without a model because this seems like it's really control heavy. Actually, the comparison is with John Means, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess probably yes with Means.
Not
I mean, I
that
think
Means. This
Means is probably
Means.
quite a bit better.
And this Means is probably better.
But Means is also a really, really, really strong card. So
Yeah. I feel
you
like
can
Beck
beat
then
Means.
probably by eye, I think he probably makes the bullpen in low bronze, but then is going to miss out in full bronze because there's too much ahead of him.
I don't even have him in low bronze. I
All
just
right.
got him nowhere.
All right. Well, as soon as we're done the low bronzes, I'm going to check.
All right.
But it sounds like either way that would probably make him an F just because low bronze doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah.
And you're not paying it for in a cap the same way
No,
the
no. Well, Ryan's better anyway. I think so. If you're not paying for Ryan, you're definitely not paying for Beck.
yeah. Will Myers. Can we scroll down?
I don't remember in all honesty.
Not really. So I have two problems with this card right off the bat. One is it just feels understated compared with, play Estelea, play Abreu, play JoJo White, just play some of the bigger cards there.
Ruggiano even probably.
Yeah. But the second is the corner outfield in bronze right now, or even in low bronze if you had it. There are a bunch of excellent splitty cards you just really want to platoon. And so you actually don't want a balanced card like this. You actually want the
No.
splitty cards because you're going to have cards that need to be platooned in the outfield.
No, like Hegan, Ruggiano, Abreu, Jaso, Ethier, yeah, Eval Goodman, all those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this one just ends up behind them, right?
Yep.
All right.
Agreed.
Should I run low bronze and see how I did, or should we finish bronze?
Up to you. I mean,
All right,
just
I'm
keep
going to
powering
run
through
low
it.
bronze and let me see how we did. Okay, I was pretty close. I don't like the model doesn't like Ferguson quite as much as I thought it would. And I have Beck as the fourth best low bronze reliever.
Okay, so you'd
Sorry,
probably give him like
card listed as reliever, that is.
right. You'd probably give him like a D-ish then or something after that. Maybe a C.
No, but I think it's exactly the point you made, which is
But it
you're
doesn't
the fourth
exist.
best low bronze reliever, but low bronze doesn't exist, and you have to play full bronze. Then it just is an F because there's no tournament he plays in.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I'm saying even if low bronze existed, you're not getting more than like a C or D.
No, then then I'd have him as a C or D.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
But and I think this actually is just kind of a good thing to be aware of, like from a design point of view, is as long as we're going to have these high and low, be a thing. So actually, that's the other thing I would say. As much as like the tiers are fun, I think actually if you want to make the meta a little more varied and feature more cards, just making the ceilings and floors arbitrary and changing them a bit is another way to deal with it. So that
Yes.
there isn't a big gap between being a 59 and a 60, and then you can just kind of continuously make cards what you want to put them.
Yeah. 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 Agree with that.
Dave Parker. And I guess we also don't need to discuss whether these cards should have been a high or low bronze anymore because for the same. Can I scroll
Yeah.
down? Let's see. I was about to get excited, but then I scrolled down, and then I get a lot less excited. VL and VR, there's not a lot there, and he's a DH.
Yep.
And
It's
they're big
bad.
bats. So that's a nope.
Yep.
Jose Barrios.
But we finally get not an F.
Oh, ooh, I do like him VR quite a bit. As a starter, he does have to face lefties, but there's a lot of stats here, actually. Wait, how far is this off the Russo that just came out? Russo's got more P BABIP, but this has. This might be a little better than Russo, actually. All right, this is definitely not an F. I'm pretty sure I want this in a bronze rotation. I think it might even be right at the top of a bronze rotation.
Yep. That's what I got. New best bronze starter.
You got him as the best bronze starter.
Yep. And 65 and lots of stamina. So just a tremendous card.
Oh yeah, stamina is great as well. So the one thing I do want to check, and I would have to run the model to check it, is he is a righty in a meta with a lot of splitty lefties. And so I wonder how much that's going to hurt him. But I'm pretty sure he's still going to be toward the top of the rotation even with that.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I'm
mean, he's
guessing,
even,
yeah, I'm guessing it's like an A or a B, but all right, I'll run the model at the end. Where do you have him?
yeah. I think there are actually a lot of formats where he's used because there's a lot of these low silver stuff where I have him actually like not so far behind the sort of third tier low silvers. So he's playing him in a lot of caps there. So I think I'd give this like an A, maybe even like an A plus. I don't think it's quite an S, but
Oh, you know what? Actually, there were some high bronze floor tournaments too.
yeah, there are a few of them.
And actually, that probably bumps him up a fair bit if he's in. All right. I'm going to actually run the model on him because we got to discuss this one. Okay, yeah, I do have him ahead of Russo. Okay, yeah, so he's even a little better than he looked by eye to me. I was worried about the split, and it looks like even with the split, this says he should be okay.
Yeah, I think it's just really good.
So then he's at least an A plus. But actually, given all the bronze floor stuff, is this even like an S minus?
Maybe I don't know. It feels like I'm not playing him up at all. It's just like the caps and the stamina, but maybe it's enough. The 4 points in caps
But it
plus the stamina
fits. It's
plus.
sort of in the same way that like we're downgrading the low bronzes because there isn't a low
No, I
bronze.
guess that's true. There're just a lot of formats for him. So
Yeah,
yeah, maybe it's okay.
and
Yeah,
he
maybe
also
S
plays it,
minus.
and because isn't there
There's the welcome mat he plays in.
yeah, and actually the other thing he's gonna play in is that weird like bronze floor OTP
Yeah, the ball
hurricane.
go far thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He's good there.
All right, I think there's an S minus. Is that
Yeah,
good?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, I guess.
All right. Moises. Try that one more time. Alu. Uh, I'm gonna have to scroll down on this one. It's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I like gap power, but isn't this an outfielder that doesn't really have a bronze bat? Or am I missing
Uh,
something?
nope, I don't think you're missing anything. It's not very good.
Did you get a minus or no? What do you think?
No, I play as an iron.
Oh, right, because if the flip side of there being no low bronze is that you don't have to ask, would you play it in low bronze, although you wouldn't. Uh,
No, probably not.
Ryan Terrio, is this the first one we've had of those as a historical?
First one this cycle. We've had him in other cycles.
Mhm.
Um,
Wow, okay, I'm gonna guess I cannot scroll down or else this wouldn't be a bronze.
it's not the worst, I don't think, but
Wait a sec.
probably.
Hold on. That looks like some I versus lefties. It looks like some I versus lefties. Don't I just want to start him at shortstop VL?
Well, there's Bogarts. I think I'm at second VL, but yeah.
Okay. Well, you like Bogart shape more than I do, I guess. But yeah, yeah. I think I want to be starting him VL.
Yeah, no, I've got this is fairly similar to Barbary as a two-way because the VL is so strong. And actually, our lefties and bronze
Yeah,
now, right, with
except
Russo.
that they're lefties in bronze, right? You know, I mean, actually now they're a bunch, right? I
Yeah,
think
there
you
are
could
some.
see Russo Willis and Cliff Lee, or Russo Willis and John Means.
Yeah. Um,
So this is actually a really, yeah. I think this is probably like an A then.
yeah, something like that. I think it's a very good card.
Can you throw a review flag on that base running? Ontario, you mean?
I don't know
GSG?
anything about Ryan Theriot.
I
I
don't
have
know
no
anything
idea
about
if
him as
that
a
is.
base runner, but I'm not a Cubs fan. Is
Let's
there
see.
a?
Look, Ryan Theriot was the season 2006.
Yeah.
Um, nope. Fangraphs says his base running was really good. I mean, not probably 113 good, but like pretty decent.
Yeah. All right, let's give him an A.
Yeah,
That seems fair, right?
yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Maglio Ordonez. All right. Well, this is my first absolute shock of the set. He's not a Tiger.
True. We already have the Tiger.
That wouldn't have stopped us from getting another one.
No, that's true.
Well, this is another of these sort of cards where he should be a DH. He's balanced, but you actually don't want a balanced DH because, well, even as a balanced DH, he's behind Estelea, Abreu, Hegan, etc., right?
Yeah, yeah,
Um, yeah.
yeah. No, I don't. This has
Actually,
ever
he's
been
probably
this.
behind that Ferguson we just looked at.
No, he's had it for Ferguson's VL is actually really bad at the flack about, I
Yeah,
think.
but look at it's like a 40-point difference in I.
Yeah, no, I've got him like fifth or something as a two ADH, but that's not good enough, basically.
All right. Well, in any event, all right, he doesn't play.
Yeah, we agree on the grade.
Mike Voltinowitz. Uh, them some splits. Them is
They sure are.
definitely some splits. And actually, I think even VR there might not be enough, but with those splits, that's an F. That's an F for me for Folty. What about you?
I like this guy. I've got him like the second tier with Russo and the Joey
Really,
J. And as like
you're okay with the splits then?
yeah,
All
it's
right,
fine. I
hold
mean,
on
is
one
it
sec. You're gonna make give me a sec. I gotta actually
it
run the
is
model now and
sort of a little strange to me that this was released at the same time as Barrios, except he's a worse pitcher and has less stamina, but 3 more points of overall. I don't quite understand how that happened, but um, Still got to play the card.
Let me actually run him. Okay. My model says this is the best bronze starter VR. Actually, it's the best bronze pitcher VR.
Okay.
But I have him about 15th overall as a starter.
All right.
Basically, that the splits end
The
up
Blitz
being
just
too
kill him.
much of a problem. But it actually makes sense why the model's doing that, because there's so many of these lefties that are really splitty, and he's just going to run into all of them, right? Like in
Well,
bronze.
you can't fit all of them is the problem. I mean, you're gonna have to pick between like Hegan, Bray, or Ether J. So you can't run all four really. I mean, you can, but your defense is
Well,
going to be so miserable.
Sledge. Sledge makes up for the defense.
I mean, you're gonna have to play. You're gonna have to play Jace with catch if you want to do that. Like that's.
Can you play a Brayu? Well, I'm just gonna play Hegan or Abreu. I guess Hegan probably in right is what I'll
Right,
do.
you'll play Hegan and right, you'll play Bray with DH, Ether and left, and then Jace. I guess you can play Jace with first or
You
something.
play
Yeah, I mean
You play Estelea as well.
it's gonna be ugly. You're gonna have to make sacrifices to run all of these guys. Like,
No, they're bad bunters.
but I mean Estelea is right-handed. Like, I'm not so upset with people having Estelea in against this. So I don't know. I mean, it's the kind of card where like I'm always gonna like it more than you because I don't punch the splits as much. So
I've got him as an F. You've got him where?
yeah, probably like a B.
All right. Should we split the difference and call it? What's the difference? Like C minus?
It's C minus, sure. Yeah.
Sounds fair. All right. Brian McCann. You said I was going to like this one.
Well, I've heard you like Brian McCann.
Well, he's good at blocking the plate.
Yeah.
And then, well, I like him VR if I can scroll down. Can I
Yeah,
scroll down?
yes. VR you can scroll down.
Yeah, that's better than Ferguson. That's close to Ferguson's bat with real catcher ability.
Yeah. I know I have this playing like in low silver.
Oh,
Pretty
actually, I
comfortably.
mean, so this is now kind of an interesting microing problem. Because I think what I'd like to do is platoon this with Benji.
Yes.
But if someone's microing against me, what they should do is if you have a rotation that's 3 of one and 2 of the other, let's say, you should stack them in order, right?
Right. Yes. I actually, so in the welcome mat cap on, was it Wednesday?
Yeah.
I actually, because that cap is pretty loose, I tried to run them both.
Yeah, I think you can run them both. But
Well, the thing is,
what people
I'm
should
spending
do
almost
is
2
they
full
should run
slots to do
like
it.
three. They should say run. Let's say I have a rotation with 3 righties and 2 lefties. What I should do is I should run 3 righties in a row, so
Right.
that the third righty actually
Well, of
gets
course, I mean,
Benji. No, it's
if
better
the
than that. So
opponent is,
see, that way the third righty gets Benji, right? Then Benji
yeah.
plays the first lefty, and now Benji's tired for the second lefty. So my 5th starter, who's a lefty, actually gets McCann again.
I mean, the thing is though that if your opponent's paying attention, they'll just start their slightly tired guy in game 3, and it won't do anything.
If they're microing, but if they're not,
Yeah.
But if they're not microing, it's actually really important that you order the starters correctly.
You could also just tick your catcher fatigue down 1 point. It's not gonna be great, but it will stop that.
Right.
If you think it's a big problem.
I mean, the other funny thing is this is one of the 2 reasons that you actually should consider running a 6-man rotation at times in Perfect Team.
I thought about it in one format this year, but for a very different reason.
Well, I actually almost ran it in the if I had decided to like take the PTWS seriously, I was going to break out a 6-man rotation.
Mm.
Is that completely nuts?
Nah, probably for that format, I wouldn't do it. But
I think that would have been the format to do it in, which is the one you were thinking about.
the thing I was thinking about was a PTCS. I forget if PTCS 9 or 10, where it was all 2023. So it was a bunch of starters with relatively low stamina that were way better than the relievers because the relievers were all like bad irons,
You wanted to run
like live irons. And I was going to just run 6 starters and have them throw 170 pitches.
Yeah.
Um, but I thought it was the cap was if the cap was a little bit like 1 or 2 slots looser, I would have done it. But it
Yeah,
was
so
I felt
my
it was a little
thinking
bit too tight.
was something similar. That the idea, yeah, to answer Mark's question, the idea is that two-way players build up fatigue. So like if you're, so if I were going to run like Spalding, Buzz, Elmer Smith, you know, if I were going to do that, then the problem is that they're actually tired if I try to run them every fifth day because because they have to actually play in the field.
Yes.
So the idea would
Yeah.
have been that there were just enough of them that you actually just run six of them, and that fixes the fatigue problem.
No, the problem was that I thought they were all bad. Like I wasn't even one of the fatigue. I didn't think they were. I just didn't think they were good.
Yeah, if the I agree. I think if the cap had been a little bit bigger top to bottom, but it was close.
Yeah.
Um, anyway, so yeah, McCann, good card.
Very good card.
Um,
Yes. Very splitty card, but
yeah. So, oh, we got about 15 minutes to get through the rest of these ratings, it looks like. So we
yeah, we can
can.
do it. We'll speed up. It is not that much left.
What do you want to give him? Like, I think you could argue anywhere from like a B or C up to almost an S because of the splits. So I'm thinking somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, I think I'd probably go like A or something.
That sounds good. A. Larry Gardner. Not that Larry Gardner. This Larry Gardner. That well. Oh, I gotta
No, you
scroll down.
scroll. Definitely scroll.
Oh,
Scroll is good.
whoa. Hold on. That's a bat. Uh, wow. Well, I guess the really critical question is, can he play second? Because that's not quite a big enough bat to play third, but it is a big bat, right?
Yeah, that's sort of
Like
where
it's
I.
not as big a
Yeah.
bat as Suarez. It's not as big a bat as like probably even Barbary, maybe even Lowry. So
Yeah.
you'd
No,
have
that's yeah.
to want the third base defense. So you're gonna say he just doesn't play because you don't need the third base defense, I guess.
Yeah, basically, second base isn't good enough. Defense, third base isn't good enough. Bad, just kind of stuck in the middle.
I think that's
If there
yeah.
was like a third and a half base, maybe I'd play him. But second and a half base, but
I think we call it shortstop.
right? Yes.
There is, and we call it shortstop.
Why would we do that? That was a silly decision. Should have called it second and a half base. No one would have ever been confused by that name.
Yeah. But he doesn't play that one.
No, he does not play that one.
So I guess the card to compare it with for me is Lowry. Is you're really comparing it with Lowry's bat. Oh, this bat is just a little bit better, isn't it?
I mean, I like
VR, I mean, yeah.
yeah, I like Gardner. I like Lowry's bat better VR. I like Gardner's bat a little better as a two-way, but Lowry also has better defense anyway. So um,
Okay, so I think it
yeah,
just doesn't quite. I think it's a good card that just doesn't quite play.
yeah, it's pretty much. This would be a card if Terrio hadn't released at the same time. Maybe I would have found a world for it with Barbary at second, and I want a less splitty guy. But
Yeah. All right.
with
So
Terrio, I
so
don't
it's
think
an
it
F, but
delivered.
it's an interesting. It's an
Yeah, it's a good
interesting card.
F. Yeah, if there was like a dead ball bronze, this would be a super good card. But of course there isn't. So
Corey, not this Corey, different Corey K. We have a bunch of Corey Ks in here.
yeah,
Um, well, if this one had some control, you'd get interested. He don't, do we?
I'm still interested actually.
Um, all right. In that case, I bet I'll check. I would have guessed he was just a little bit outside, but now I'm gonna have to actually run. Since you're asking, I'll run my low silver model on him.
I've got him kind of fringy.
I'm guessing the control kills him. Because the problem that, was when you walk people, they have a really high on base percentage.
Yeah, it is a problem. That's unfortunate.
Uh, okay, I've got him eighth reliever in low silver.
Okay, yeah, I've got him a little higher
So
than I get.
really
Yeah, there's
fringy.
something.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably give it like a C or something. I don't know. Maybe a D.
I think
One of
I'm
those.
never gonna play him, but we can give him a D if you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah, I think a D. It's playable. I mean, it's not going to kill you.
Well, with that control, it might.
At least not Edwin Diaz.
Right. Now we've got the card Sporer was asking for earlier in chat. Is this Semyon, right?
Yes, he wants
Can
to play
I
this one. I've
scroll
heard.
down? Probably not.
You're not gonna. You're not gonna. No,
Oh,
it's not the worst.
ooh, hold on. So he has 90 range, and he has a little bit of a real bat, and he hits lefties, which is really good because there are some lefties right now.
Yes.
Isn't this just your best low silver shortstop then? Like by a fair margin?
Yes. Yes.
This is like basically Bill Hall range with the kind of bat Bill Hall had early in the cycle.
Well,
This is actually
it's sort of
clobbering
funny
everybody. And he's
because
got the gap power for free. So does he play up?
so
Yeah,
I have sort of
actually,
this.
I think if he had a second position, he would definitely play up. But I think he might play up even.
No, Swanson.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I just because I haven't really constructed a silver roster.
Yeah. No, I mean this. It's sort of funny. So for a while, I had Ozzy as my best low silver shortstop, but not playing in bronze, which is sort of weird. And I still actually prefer Ozzy to Semyon. Like if we start getting up, some like playing against like diamonds or something, I'd
Right.
rather
Again, the
Ozzy.
bat doesn't matter, but low silver now probably this beats Ozzy.
Yeah, low silver, I prefer Semyon. But
Yeah,
even
I
like
agree.
gold, it gets pretty close.
So this is probably like
Um,
an A or something at least then, right?
yeah, that's something like that.
All right, we can give him an A.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Paul Lindblad. Lindblad.
It's very, very, very good Danish.
Yes, exactly. Uh, well, that's a lot of ratings other than the stuff.
If we could take Knable's stuff and give it to Lindblad, we'd be in good shape.
Um, by eye, this looks to me like I don't quite want to play it in modern, but even like as early as the 80s, I'm probably playing it in almost everything.
Maybe I don't have a
I'll
playing. I
run
don't
my
have a
model.
playing in
Where do you
modern.
have it?
I don't have a playing in modern. I don't really have it particularly close to playing in modern, actually. Um, yeah, I guess maybe the thing is that you have cards like means that are also going to get really, really good in that kind of situation.
Yeah, but you're still playing more than one, and you're still running relievers.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe there's enough. I don't know. I'm not convinced I'm going to play it anywhere. Um,
I think it's like a D for dead ball, except it's not quite dead ball because, as you say, there are a couple cards that then jump ahead of
yeah,
everything. So there's
so
kind of
like
an intermediate
hacker and
era.
yeah, it's like an F for doesn't play in anything. I couldn't think of anything with F.
D minus because it's dead ball
Sure,
except minus dead ball.
we can give it a D minus if you want.
Chris Bassett. Um, that's a really splitty starter. So my model is gonna love it against righties, hate it against lefties, and probably not play it. And you're gonna tell me, don't worry, everyone plays righties. Just pretend he doesn't face lefties and he's fine.
Nope, I'm going to tell you he's worse than Jose Barrios, and we shouldn't play him.
All right. My model says, well, not as bad as I thought. My model has him like seventh among low silver starters, but still not playing.
Yeah, it's Ty Madden, except like some of his ratings went away.
All right. Can we just give Harrison the Yankee F minus and move on?
This is a Cardinal.
Oh, it is. It is a Cardinal. All right. And he plays defense. Well, you know we like our defense.
Does play
104
defense.
range.
It's a lot.
That's more I than it could have been.
Yeah,
That's a good
yeah.
sign. Um, Yeah, you're gonna tell me you like him, and I'm just gonna play Billy Hamilton. That's how it's gonna work, right?
Yeah, I think he's mediocre. Like if I'm gonna have to play a two-way center fielder, I'd rather play Chris Taylor or Lance Johnson. Have him, kind of similar to like that Chris Young,
We got a
VL though.
splitty. Like I want to play. I want to just platoon Hamilton Young.
Yeah, I don't think I was never playing Young. I don't think I'm ever playing Bader. I was just basically playing Chris Taylor, VR in left field, and sticking him in center VL to save roster space.
Here's
Um,
the here's the Young that we were talking
yeah.
about. Yeah.
So I wasn't finding use for any for Young. I don't think I'm going to find use for Bader either.
And any chance I can
But
have to just put up, the best center fielder again, I can.
so that was Larry Rosenthal.
No, Hamilton's better than Rosenthal VR.
Well, I agree with that.
uh,
I like Wes Parker also. If you want to just go kind of all bats in low silver,
so
I think
Bader
that's
ends
another
up
decent way to
what?
go.
Bader does he actually end up in F? I mean, with that defense, I feel like he's actually still going to be really useful for roster construction if you play
No,
enough low silver because you have a good three position defender where, you can credibly use him to fill out a roster.
yeah, I don't know if you're ever playing him in either corner if you can help it, but yeah, it's probably like a D. I think it's okay.
I guess the problem is you want to platoon everything you can. And like outfield is where you're using your platoons in silver,
Usually,
in
yeah.
low silver. And so therefore it just doesn't fit, is what you're going to say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it
F
seems
for
like it's
forget about
okay.
using him is what Mr. Audit
No,
says.
no, I mean, I think I'd give it a D. Like, I don't think this is an F. It's
All
it's
right.
okay, but
That
it's
sounds fair.
yeah.
Matt Clement. We got memories of this guy as a Sox fan. um,
This is
that's
a
a weird
Cub.
set of
It's a
splits.
weird set of ratings. Yeah.
That is a weird set of splits. I feel like that's not the rating you can be missing right now in Silver and Survive, though.
Mm, not so much.
So I think that's this one. Unfortunately, is going to perform a lot like the Sox, Matt Clement, isn't it?
Yeah, this one I don't think I would play in low silver. In bronze, I would probably play it, but it's close.
It might be an F minus. Yeah. All right. Actually, it might. Yeah, it might be with those
It's
splits.
not
All
very
right.
good.
Grant Balfour. Um, Grant Balfour. Um,
It is not a great name for a pitcher. You gotta.
no,
That's
no, it
really not
isn't.
ideal.
Well, we were just talking about this isn't really a rating you can be missing in silver right now. There is a ton of P BABIP though, and there's a lot of homer prevention versus lefties, doesn't he? All right, you know what? I'm playing Cliff Lee, so I'm playing this card. You're gonna tell me I can't play it and it's an F minus, but
No, I think this card's great.
you do.
I've got this as like this and Sip as the two best relievers in silver.
What has happened to you, and when have you started taking over my model?
This card's amazing. I mean, if it had more control, it'd be more amazing. But it's got everything else. So
I still think it's like more like a B as a bullpen card.
yeah. It's not like it's not required. Like I have the silver
Like
relievers
I
all fairly
think
close.
Claudio, Sip, Smith, maybe even Axford are probably going to be close enough that this isn't.
Yeah, I've got Burns as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're all pretty close. I agree.
Maybe
So
like
yeah,
a
I think a
B.
B's fine. B seems fine.
All right.
Hopefully not a second one.
What?
So hopefully not a second one.
Yeah. Yes. Well, would be a thematic though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
All right. Four more cards, and then we can do our all-star reveal, right?
Okay. Yeah, 2 minutes for 4 cards. We can do that.
No problem.
No problem.
Well, because Lap was going to raid into us, so we're sort of trying to time it. This does not look like a hard card to. Well, okay. The one question is how does this compare to like Solometo? It's not playing in low gold.
No, definitely not.
How does this compare to like Solometo? You still take Solometo with, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. No, I've
Okay.
got Bieber as the fourth best 80.
Okay, so then it's
It,
enough.
yeah,
All right. I'm doing okay for not having, the
yeah,
model until after. All
yeah.
right. Bobby Thompson. Uh,
So I
ooh,
have to
I
make
scroll
a
down.
comment about this card first. Before it was mentioned on when this was shown on the stream on Tuesday that this was not a third baseman. You couldn't. This is a third baseman. I mean, it doesn't hit enough, but um, I don't know what we're talking about here. There's no third base situation. This seems great. I mean, his defense is great.
Well, is his defense better or worse than Ryan Braun?
Equal.
The bat's not enough to play third though.
No, the best not reflected. No, it's still an F, but it is a perfectly acceptable defender at third base.
You know what? Okay, well, if you really have him as like 100% acceptable defender at third, I think you might. The problem is that at third you just want the platoon with like Geloff and Turner, and you just never want to
Yeah,
do anything else because that's
yeah.
always
I
going to
want
be a
Geloff or
platoon.
Turner or someone. Even Tyler Black. I think I preferred this as a hitter.
Yeah, and then in left, now there's no reason. Actually, I guess we're about to mention it. That Ibanez that we drafted earlier is probably better.
Um, Maybe they both seem quite bad to me in all honesty.
If it is probably an F, then let's look at Ibanez. Um, he's got power.
It's got a lot of power. And where'd the other numbers go? Someone
Well,
stole
I
them.
mean, the big problem is that like Chu is a. I mean, there's too many of these outfielders to.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you want a two-way, you think about this, they're true, but even then, I think I'd rather Chew. And there's also cards like Tommy Davis and
Yeah. All right.
some of the high silvers. And, yeah,
Sashi Iwakuma. Iwakuma. Wait, actually, there's a lot of ratings. Isn't this like Steve Klein, except he took Steve Klein's missing stuff? Because that's a
well, he lost Steve Klein's 50 points of home run, so that's a bit of a problem.
little bit of a problem, but yeah, I guess actually, huh. But the splits are funny because it's this big reverse split. All right, I think if I were to play any more gold, I would try to run this card because I think AI managers are going to have no clue what to do against this, and I'm going to get a ton of good matchups. I think I would try to run this card.
And
Let me see what my model says.
so my model says it doesn't matter what matchups you get, he's bad on both sides, and you just shouldn't play him
My
ever.
model says that I'm an idiot and I should not come anywhere close to thinking about running this card.
All right. Well,
But
at least the models agree
but
with
what
each
is my
other.
model though?
At least our models agree with each other. It's not your eyeballing.
My model says I did not eyeball this card very well, but
No, I will say, in honesty, I did not eyeball this card either. I thought this card looked kind of like decent, like sort of a Tyler Wellsy, but no, it's just bad.
eyeball this card looks good. Uh, okay, do you want to play this in an early era? Maybe.
Is it better than Hacker? Is it better than Klein? Is it?
Maybe Klein's just better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is just too many home runs. I agree. I eyeballed him as sort of like not like a super like okay. My gold, I've got Pinero actually pretty decently ahead now, and then like Walker Cueto, and then like a whole bunch of guys after that: Merrill Kelly, Wells, Ryu. Those kind of starters. Um, and yeah, it seems like the comment that you have to stop home runs in Golden now, unless you're Tyler Wells and you have just like 100 of everything else. Then it's okay. But other than that, it's not enough.
Yep.
Um,
Okay. Well, Good to know. And look, that's part of the fun of trying to eyeball these live on stream. Is I figured I'd get some of them
Yeah,
wrong. This one definitely passed the eye test for me. Fails the Warbot test.
yeah. No, like I said, I mean, this same thing. I mean, I didn't think it was. I still probably was not going to play it, but it seemed like it was kind of going to be all right, and then Mom just says it's terrible. So, I was playing Wells in full gold until like a week or two ago, and I have now stopped. But I think he's okay. Yeah, I prefer him to this for sure.
I was never really playing him toward the end of the cycle in full gold. But actually, I loved a lot of the low gold options. I think if I were playing full gold now, what something like Walker, Pinheiro. I'd be tempted to try to find five lefties actually, between like Walker, Ryu, Rogers.
Yeah, that's probably if you have to skip Pinero and Cueto, then it really does not seem ideal to me.
Yeah, I guess there's no good way to do it.
Yeah, that's one of
Yeah,
the things I
okay,
really
you have
liked
to
about
put
the.
Pinheiro. All right, that's probably those three, Pinheiro and Cueto, and it's just a mixed rotation.
Yeah, that's one of the things I liked about Gold in the second half of the cycle in particular is that there's a lot of times with like I can find four righties or four lefties, but not I can't find the fifth one easily. And it's like you have to make a real choice then, do I just run a mixed rotation with the five best guys, or do I try to go for all five one way and sort of sacrifice a little bit? And it's not always clear what the answer is.
Okay,
Um,
I think we made it. So Lap is gonna raid into us soon. I don't know if someone's in his stream and knows if they're about to wrap up. I know he was planning on wrapping up now-ish. So maybe this is a good time to first off, again, one last reminder of the form that's pinned for the All-Star sheet.
I thought you said All
Last
Star
chance
Sheep for
to
a second
vote.
there.
What?
Let's see, I thought you said All Star Sheep. I was like, do you have more stories about drunken animals or?
Yeah. Um, should we try to bring our guest on and then? So let's say that we are going to close. Is there anyone in chat right now who is filling out the ballot before we close it? And
um,
also, does anyone happen to know if Lap is about to wrap up? Because we'd sort of wanted to let him do the raid. For the
not
reveal, and
sure.
we were trying to time it if we could, but if
Or
if
we
it's
can
going to
just
be a while, we can
we
just.
we're usually pretty decent at finding random nonsense to talk about, so we can always do that.
Well, the main thing is we had a guest we were going to bring on for when we did the
Oh yes,
All-Star reveal. So
that
I'm
is
just trying
true.
to time it well for the guest as well.
That is a good point.
If anyone wants to come on and tell us, we have some Devlin stories, maybe.
Yeah, I I uh, I want to see one now. I want to see a Jim Devlin.
Uh, does anyone know if Lap is about to wrap up, or because I don't know exactly what his plan was. I just know he had said this would be around the time.
I do not know.
Because like if we have a
Um,
little more time, we could also do an imperfect draft, or we could bring our guest on and do an imperfect draft.
oh, that could be fun.
All right, let's. Is our guest around?
We
Why don't we
should
bring our
move to
guest
the.
on? We'll do an imperfect draft, and then we'll do the voting reveal, and we'll say that basically by the end of next, we'll close the ballot in. All right, okay, how about this? Is there anyone in chat that is actually currently filling it out?
Oh, hold on. We
Um,
need to switch. We need to switch calls, Charles.
yeah. All
So
right, should we switch calls now? Let's see if we can bring our
yeah, let's do
guest
that.
on.
Hello, hello.
Did we get that to
Are we?
work?
Is it working? Is it working? Can
I
people hear us?
think so. I
Can
heard
I
an
be heard?
echo.
Okay.
Hello.
Is everyone the right volume? Because that is gonna probably gonna get messed up again. That's usually what happens.
Volume test.
I can hear you.
I can
I
hear
can hear you
everyone.
guys.
Okay.
I think it's
Well,
working.
that's
All right.
a miracle.
So,
We got it on one try.
all right. So let us welcome Sporer to the stream.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So Lap was going to raid into us in a couple minutes, so we can either sort of start going through this now, or we can do an imperfect draft while we wait and then do it. What do you prefer? I don't know what your schedule is. I know this is a busy week for a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
So
I've got some time here. So if we want to do a draft, I got a window here
all right,
that we can definitely do
why
that.
don't we do an imperfect draft then while we wait for Lap, and then either way we'll get going after that. Is that good?
Sounds great.
All right.
Do it.
Let me just pull out of one of these others so that I've got a slot, and then we're good.
All right. Now the question is, what is our restriction for this thing? What are we gonna do?
All right.
Okay,
well,
we
it's
have
the
a
end of the cycle.
rocking chair with 0 out of 16 and a single elimination of 0 out of 16. Is there anything with rocking chair that would be good?
All right. I've got a really maybe this one's too tough.
Let's hear
Would
it.
it be too tough to say that all 26-year players have to have last names started with different letters of the alphabet?
You know,
Oh,
I was
boy.
thinking about that the other day because Lap did the M through Z or M through Z as his Canadian butt says, and I got most of the letters M through Z, but I don't know. It'd be so hard to get all 26.
the only
I
X
don't
is
think you'd have
Hikis.
any shot at hitting 26 out of 26.
No, you have to get Hikis. Hikis is the only X, right? That there's no other X. I don't think so.
Yeah. If you don't get him, now what about if you just had to have it in the name, not start with?
That's too hard to monitor though.
That could be doable. There's still how many X's even are there? I'm curious.
You got
How many
Nuxall?
You got any? There's any Alex? Any Alex? Or you're
No,
thinking
that's
last
true.
name.
Alex. Yeah.
Or what if we restricted it to last name?
The problem is figuring out which letters you've used is a pain.
Yeah, that'd be hard.
That's
I
true.
mean, we could do a cross off, but it'd be a lot of work. But probably
Maybe
more than it's worth.
first. We could do first or last name.
But even so, the cross-off's a pain to.
I guess.
Because then, are you maneuvering and saying, okay, we're moving this to our J because now this opened up?
Yeah. I think
that would be
the
the tough part.
True.
Okay, how about? Let me put up the other version again so people can see the spreadsheet. How about? Okay, well we could do you have to draft everyone from a different team.
Okay. I like individual team.
It's a good one.
All right.
Especially
if we do half the pool if we can only take one tiger.
For franchises where they've changed.
Exactly.
How do you want that?
I will say we did manage to find a couple tigers to list on the cards that we'd like to see in 24, 25.
We found a couple tigers that we're missing.
That is impressive there. How do you want to do for teams that became other teams? Is that what you asked, Charles?
Yeah. What do you think is fair?
I think, we can easily figure it out on BREF real quick, which we've done in the past when we've had these drafts, or we can just say team on the card is the only thing that you can't repeat.
Yeah, I think that seems fair.
Okay.
That makes it easier.
Both first and last. So, can I have a Brooklyn Dodger and an LA Dodger or not?
Yes, that's fine. I think that should be fine.
Yeah, I would say that if we're trying to keep it a little bit more open, then sure, you can have a Brooklyn Dodger. You could have, a Washington Senator and a Washington National.
We probably should do rocking chair with that then, right? Because they make the live rounds really tough.
Yes.
Since we look at the same teams over and over again.
Oh, I like that. All right.
Yeah, that's a great wrinkle. Agreed.
All right, let's do it. We'll do a rocking chair. So rocking chair.
By the way, I don't know.
What?
I don't know if I'm talking out of school here, but I'll give a little tidbit
Go for it.
that I noticed today when I did a draft in the 25 beta. It is going to have that you have drafted, that you've seen X of X in there.
Oh, nice. That's really.
So you will know of how many you're going to see.
That's an excellent,
the
excellent
other one
improvement.
that would be useful. Do you know if they're going to try to do something where if you have to reload a draft partway through, it'll actually
That's a good question. If it'll catch up on it, I will ask, because yes, I've had that burn before where I didn't know that it reset, and I thought I had 5 catchers coming, and I absolutely did not.
Yes, that's
like Mr. Joe Hobo's question. Can you have a Los Angeles Angel and a Los Angeles Angel?
And an Anaheim Angel and a California Angel.
Right.
You know what? If they're distinctly different on the card, we're allowed.
Okay, you know what? Let's do the following. How about you're just not allowed to draft two players that have the same team name. City name can change. So like you can only draft one athletics, whatever it is.
So then it would be only one Dodger,
One
not
Dodgers,
Brooklyn and LA.
But
Okay.
you can draft like a bridegrooms and a Dodgers.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Fair
Good
enough.
by me.
Yep. All right, let's go. Let's do it.
And if you happen, and if you run into the problem that like two franchises use the same name, you're just stuck with that. All right.
Yeah, the 2 White Sox
All
or
right.
whatever.
All right. We're doing it. We got 3 of us in the draft booth. This is going to be tough, but we'll try. Can someone post that so I can pin the
Which one? The ID?
It is
the ID and the rule? There's ID
gonna be-
190.
yeah. ID 190.
And I'm going to
I
now
got you.
unpin the form, right? Because should I close off the All-Star form?
Oh, there we go. I pinned it. I don't
Actually,
like
did you post it in Lab Stream
it.
form? I'd say we
you
can
wanna
maybe
I
throw it
think
in
we
there
did.
one
You
more
want
time.
to do one last post in there saying we're closing in 5 minutes?
Yeah, let me do that.
Great. Do you need the link
Thank
again,
you.
or do you have it?
No, I've got it pulled up. I
All
got
right.
it.
Thanks a lot.
No problem.
So basically, by the time we finish our draft, we'll be able to.
Close it. Yep.
Yep.
All right. It sounds like a plan. All right. So we got it pinned. Only one card per team name. Let's do it. Rocking chair. This is 1959 Milwaukee County Stadium. So
Hey, that's a pretty splitty park. Yeah, it's a lefty park.
well,
Lefty
it's-
park with big
lefty's
power.
better for home runs. Both BABIP are suppressed a bit.
Okay, so mostly want lefty power. All right.
Yeah, but it's not. It's actually not plus lefty power. It's more that it's minus righty power.
Right. All right.
True. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right. We'll see if we get better luck with you on stream than as much as
Some
you wanted the lefty power, we got to take Willie Mays, right?
Oh, wait, do we ever take Nap because it's the different name?
Oh, because which team is Nap on
Ooh.
here? Nap is
I think
on. Is this the Cleveland Naps year or which?
I think it's the Cleveland Naps in 06, I think.
Let's
I'm not
take a
100%
look.
sure.
Because
I know the game
Card, it does not say the
doesn't-
team name on the card.
Yeah.
You don't put any Indians on any of the cards anymore. It just says Cleveland. So
Yeah.
Right,
1906.
but if it were the Cleveland
It was the
Naps,
Naps.
if it were the Naps,
was the
then
Naps.
it would be called the Naps. is the
Okay,
point.
so it is the so we could take him and we could take a Guardian later.
Correct.
And yeah.
and
And I guess
feasibly,
you could
know,
take a Cleveland blank,
Yes.
presumably.
Yep. Didn't mean to say it if you guys don't say it. I was just
No.
referencing.
No, I'm saying I think you could take a Cleveland blank because it's. No, I mean like because
Yeah,
listed as blank is what
Yes.
I meant.
You could even take a Cleveland Bronco.
Right, yeah, we have so many
All
Cleveland
right, all
potentials
right.
here.
You know what? Actually, looking at this, I got to get someone to tell me the story here. I just happened to have pulled up his historical stats. And according to this, Knapp played exactly one game for the Athletics in 1902.
Yeah, because he this was the weird. This is the one where he was banned from playing baseball in Pennsylvania because he
Yes.
he changed leagues without breaking his contract or something.
I see.
Or Snailman when we really need him.
Yeah, there's some weird story like that. I think Elmer Flick had the same thing happen to him.
So he played, but he got to play one game.
Yes, maybe they tried to play him, and then I think maybe the A's got sued or something.
In the peace agreement brokered between the two leagues following the 1902 season, Rogers dropped his claim on Lajoie. Yes, so it was that during 1902, and then it got remedied for 3 and on.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So my thinking is we probably just still take Willie Mays. Like, yes, it means we can't take other Giants, but it's just the best card here. What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, interesting strategy to consider Lajoie there, but Mays is just so incredible
I mean,
and fills a great
2016
position.
is probably enough.
Yes,
Yeah.
agreed.
All
Agreed.
So this is a little trickier because Goldschmidt probably is the best bat.
Feels like a waste of our Cardinal, in all honesty, to do that.
I would agree with that. So then, I mean, do we? It's interesting that we got 2 Mariners, 2 Cards.
Right.
I don't think we want to play. I don't think we want to take a Dodger either. Is there any Blue Jays?
I
guys
was going to say I would often have taken Evan Phillips because sort of using the live cards in your bullpen is a good way to use them in a rocking chair.
Agreed.
In
but
this
it's
format,
not
if
worth
it,
the
if it
Dodger.
cuts off all the Dodgers, there are a lot of good Dodgers out there in the future.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe like it's Munoz or Kirby. The Mariners feel like they have the least stuff to get later on.
The only one I could think would be Harry Ford, and he's not like a must that we have to have. And
That's
there's
true.
obviously there's no
Although
guarantee
in
that
this
we even get
format, you
him.
would definitely want him. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But he was the
All
one. Is there any Jays y'all can think of in the gold and silver?
Oh, maybe that's true. And Jays. I mean, there's I guess maybe the Jays.
There are a couple good Batistas.
Yep.
They're just some
The
plain old
Hanky.
big bat. They're just some plain old big bats.
Somebody at Hanky would be nice. That's true.
I'm open to the Mariner or Bichette.
And I guess
and
up
then
to
if it is,
two, maybe it's Munoz. Well, no, Munoz is just not that good.
and Kirby's got that insane control that could at least be worth
All
something.
right, so you think Kirby Goldschmidt? Oh, hold on, it's draft one.
No, just one.
Yeah, we only have to take one, thankfully.
No, we're not
Then
taking Goldschmidt.
I think it's Goldschmidt because they're actually. It's funny.
But then
there
don't we
aren't a
cut off
ton
our
of great
cards?
Cardinals, right? I just can't think of a
guess.
bunch of like really big meta cards that are Cardinals.
That's a fair point. I was thinking like isidafo was that
Yeah,
there's such a
it
rich
assumes we're a
history
lot.
that I would have assumed. But now as I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, we just passed the Pujols round.
Yeah.
Musial. He's gone as well.
Right,
So
and there was a gold Musial early in the cycle, but you're probably not taking it now.
yeah, I mean,
All right,
honestly,
let's go Goldschmidt.
I think Goldie is the guy.
All right.
I'm good with it. I
mean, we can't get Slaughter, I guess.
Well, you knew we'd be offered a Tiger.
At some point, we had to be.
This is
It
is
is my
actually
favorite
not
player
a
ever.
bad Tiger to be offered.
No. And the
You will
Tigers,
not
as
get
we all
any objection from me. He is literally
we
my
all know,
favorite player ever.
the Tigers have so many good lives that we're going to be just desperate to take later on.
I can't believe we're gonna miss out on those great lives, man. You sure we don't want to save the spot for Will Vest later on?
Yeah. Man, Bit McPhee is also a decent card. That's another.
That would use
Not a
We
terrible
take our
card.
red.
And Ted Strong is kind of a freebie in terms of teams.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, Ted Strong is a
Yes.
free.
Negro leaguers do help in these sorts of setups.
My
Yeah.
instinct is still that if Granderson's the best card, you take it till you can't. What do you
Yeah,
think?
probably. I think
Yep.
I agree with that.
You will
fair.
not get any objection on that from me.
What
All right.
do you mean? I
No,
didn't know
the
you liked
objection
that
we're going to
card.
get from you. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Where are we playing him? Does he? I guess we're putting him in a corner because we.
No,
have
he
Mays.
plays both
He
corners.
Yeah, he could play left.
All right.
He plays both
We're going
corners.
Granderson.
It's fine. No problem.
I was thinking of the other Granderson who because Granderson only plays center, right?
Yeah, it was the gold.
The gold heavy platoon.
Yeah, he got a lot of
Pretty
players at the
good
start of the
early
cycle.
Yep.
Yeah. Especially with the triples. He has the hidden triples rating, which
Was
was
it
really
last
helpful.
year
for him.
that? No, this Taylor Ward also plays catcher. I was saying last year Taylor Ward was
Yes.
an emergency catcher.
He's a nice sneak catcher.
I mean, we're not going to get a ton of like big historical. Well, no, actually, hold on. There are a few Bronze Angels that. play.
Are there any Marlins that were really?
Yeah, as I say, Alcantara
I think
seems
we're
like a
taking the
good choice.
Marlin. Probably
Ian
is
Happ
still
is
Ward, right?
nice because he plays a ton of positions.
Yeah. What about Rays later? Any Rays we can think of that we'd want to hold off? Not that Lau is great, but just from a team context.
Dude, Rays and Devil Rays kind of same team or different teams?
I think with what we're saying here, that
I guess
Devil
they're
Rays would be
different.
its
Yeah,
own
I guess
thing.
they're different if they change names.
Oh, then I guess it's
So that would keep us
a
open
very
to some of
small
those.
slice then, yeah.
Yes.
The question is, do we ever want like Taylor Ward as an emergency catcher?
No, I think we'll find catchers. I'm not too worried.
Oh, is this Mondesi card a Royal or?
He's a Red Sox.
Okay.
Get the Royals hat with the sock logo.
Yeah.
It does mean we can't get the good Mondesi, unfortunately, but
No.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
So you could go Dever. I mean,
Yeah, if we were going to go Red Sox, I think we'd go Devers, right?
Red Sox, I think, have actual cards, and the Rays definitely don't. I don't think taking a mediocre Red Sox live makes
all
much
right.
sense.
We'll just
I think we do double Florida.
All right. We'll go Florida.
Yeah. Oh, well, we dodged a bullet on the Mariners. We can we can take Pinero now because we didn't take the Mariner.
Oh, thank God, yes.
Oh, that's true. We didn't take the Mariner. Good call. All right.
Credit Charles for that, for putting us back
Yeah,
in
good.
Goldie.
That was a good
All right,
call.
definitely taking Pinero. So
What team did Wilmot actually play for?
Yeah,
that's what I was
Cub.
trying to check. It just says Chicago.
What
What
year is
years?
it?
Yeah,
Let me see.
1890.
Real life stats.
1890 is a
1890
Colt, so that's a freebie.
Colt.
Ah, great.
That looks
Great.
pretty good to me then, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Um,
perfect.
Outfield coming together
unless
nicely.
I mean, we could take this Tris. Well, no, Speaker only plays
No,
7.
no, speakers. Yeah,
Yeah, okay. So
and he
Wilmot
might
in
also be
left,
an
Would have been another
Anderson and right.
Cleveland.
Oh,
This is still Cleveland no name, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think
So
so.
it does not stop us from taking a live Guardian.
yeah, but we're not taking him. He's much worse than Wilmot. Yeah.
All right, let's go. All right, I think that's good.
Cool.
Well, Jack Sawinski's great. Now the question is, I don't think there are other modern pirates we want, but there are some historical
Definitely not.
pirates.
Merrill
Yeah.
Kelly, we want, right? Because that's
I
a
think
decent
it's
live, and there's no
Sawinski
other.
Kelly unless there's
I
something
can't think
to
of a
say
better
there, right?
combo.
Yeah, it looks right to me. I mean, we already have three
I mean, actually,
outfielders,
this
so
Stroman is not a horrible card, but it's more likely we'll find a Cub we want, right?
yeah.
True.
We could take Freddie Fermin. There aren't probably a lot of Royals, and he's a catcher, but he's a really bad catcher.
Yeah, we still have 6.
I think we're okay for now, right?
Yeah, probably
Yeah,
fine.
I
Probably
think we're good. Maybe lay off outfield for a little bit unless somebody just super jumps out at us now that we got 4, but I like our 4 quite a bit.
Well, this is a rough round.
Ooh.
We're gonna have to have the Jeff Franco extension, aren't we?
We can't take him.
Yeah.
We've got too many
Yeah,
outfielders already.
Yeah, because I mean,
Well, we could. I mean, we could be our 5th outfielder. We're gonna end up with 5, but yeah.
He's also burning our Brave.
I will say I now regret taking Goldschmidt because Carpenter would have solved some problems.
true.
Yeah.
And we can't take our wait. We can't.
Oh, we
take
wouldn't have
Orlando
Pinero
Hudson
then.
either.
So keep that in mind.
What?
We wouldn't have Pinero then. Keep that in
That's
mind if
true.
we had taken
All right,
because
that's
we were
true.
going to take
Take
a Mariner.
And we can't
Yeah, we
take
could take a
Todd. And we
Bichette.
can't take Todd Zeal, who also would have
Do we
solved.
take
a lot of problems.
Pomeranz?
We can. I
Could take
feel like
Pomeranz.
it's really bad to just sort of take relievers with your historicals in this format if you can help it, though, right?
Yeah,
We can't take Bugs Raymond, right? Because that's another Cardinal.
Maybe we
He's another
take Dula
Cardinal.
as a free spot then.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could take.
It is a reliever, which we
Is
just
Dennis
said not
La-
to
is
do,
Dennis
but from a
Lamp-
team context.
He's
Yeah.
not good, but Dennis
But
Lamp
Dennis
is
Lamp
better
is
than he's
terrible.
better than the lives you're getting.
He's borderline. We'd take Pomeranz and start him if anything, if over this.
What team is Sheriff Blake here?
I'm looking
is
that
he a
up
Cub
as we
or is
speak.
he?
What year is it?
He's age 28.
Oh,
so
this is straight up Cubs.
This is Cubs by now. Okay. I don't know actually. What year did it change? I don't know.
That's a good question.
We still might actually. Is it Blake anyway? Maybe it's Blake anyway.
Oh yeah, this is late enough. I mean, it's the only
they
starter
went-
we can actually pick. Yeah.
Yeah, 1904 is when they became the Cubs. They were the Chicago Nothings for 2 years, Chicago Orphans for 4 years. So yeah, Blake.
What team is? What logo is this for Dick Lyons?
The Senators.
That's the
Okay.
Senators.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're so. But
That's
no,
a
there's no
freebie
if
too.
you're taking a reliever, you would take Pomeranz.
Yeah, except it is an A instead of a.
My instinct is it's Blake and Frank Kerr, but I'm not thrilled.
I don't like Frank Coeur. I mean, I like the card. I don't like him here.
Yeah,
Well,
he would start for.
Well, is he
Against
good enough to
lefties.
platoon with Granderson?
That's what I was thinking.
I think
Probably, but
yeah, but I mean, it's the marginal at best.
yeah, is that the right fit for us?
I'd rather take Dula than do that and just commit a decent reliever with no team.
Yep.
I think.
That's where I'm at. I like Pomeranz is better, but
All
from a
right.
team standpoint, I think it fits
All
Go
right.
Dula.
I think it's
Dula can theoretically bail us out if we have problems
so
at
we're going
shortstop.
Blake Dula.
Yeah,
Yes.
because we've used our Cub. That's okay. We don't really have an option.
There are a lot of good live Orioles actually, so that's worth.
Yes, there are,
keeping
and tons of them in
mind.
bronze.
Okay, I feel like now we should take a catcher because we just got 2 and they have decent teams for us.
All right.
Yes.
Do you have a preference?
I honestly don't know what
Caratini's
I
switch
barely a
hitter.
catcher, right?
What was that, Charles? I'm sorry.
Caratini's sort of barely a catcher.
Yes. He switch hits is about the only attribute
They're
that
both
he has.
sort of barely catchers, I guess.
Does maybe have a little pop? Am I remembering him properly?
Who?
Uh,
Oh no,
they both,
not really.
they both have very
No,
little.
well, you remember
Yeah.
because apparently his nickname is Lukey Barrels. So,
I must remember some of his barrels.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
Caratini, I guess.
Are the Reds or Brewers a more useful team? Probably the Reds are more useful to have available.
Exactly. I was thinking just historically
do you ever just
have
take both?
and just lock it.
Yeah.
Well, have we taken our? Oh no, I don't want to take another
I
outfielder.
mean, you could take Evaldi.
What about the Rocky?
There aren't a ton of Rangers to worry about,
Oh,
right?
so the Rocket's a good idea.
What about Brendan Rodgers?
Oh, Brendan Rodgers is actually okay. I like Brendan Rodgers. That's a decent backup infielder, and we're not really missing anything.
I wonder if it's Rodgers Carantini.
You like Caratini better than.
Only to keep Reds open because I think they might have a richer historical. Although, if you're thinking like Gorman Thomas or something, although
I
outfield's
kind of
hot.
like Evaldi.
No, we could hit Bronze Luis Castillo though, which I think is important to
all
leave
right, we go
because that's actually a
Rodgers.
good out.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to go too far, down the road of like go for one. Oh, we got 6 minutes, so we got to. We cannot take Carson Smith because we took Pinheiro.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We could take Betances. Oh, Hod Listenby. We should take Hod Listenby. That's an easy one, yeah?
Yeah, because we don't have.
Absolutely.
Definitely take Hod.
Hod, and then
Do we have a White Sox?
No.
we don't. But I don't think that
not
Manny's good
good.
enough.
That
Right?
guy's terrible, yeah.
I mean,
this is not the
Yankees.
info.
They got guys, but Betances is kind of hot. I know historical reliever, but he is kind of bananas.
I can't
No,
believe
Mr.
I can't believe I'm advocating for Gary Ward here, but
we can't take Aussie and Hod. We can't take them both senators.
They're both Sens. And even though they might be different, one might be a twin, one might be a Ranger. We said the team name
Actually,
is.
of the two, I think Aussie's more important. Well,
No. We have no starters. We have no starters. We have to take Hod.
Yeah. Hod and Ward or Hod and Betances. If we want to leave the Yankees open, I totally get it.
Open, right?
I'm not. What Yankees are we trying for?
Is Gagney worth?
What are we doing with Ward? Like, what is Ward doing for us? He's just a bad outfielder. He's worse than our guys both ways.
What about Gagney?
How about Gagne? Yeah,
he can at least pick it.
Okay, that one.
All right. Actually, that's good. Wait, do we have we used a pirate?
No,
we did Sawinski.
Oh, we did Sawinski,
okay.
right?
So go Hod and. All right.
Yeah. No, no starters. We have like one historical starter, but
yeah, we have guys who have SP, but we meant good ones.
Who otherwise sort of fits.
We gotta take one of the Padres, right?
We missed the live Tigers.
We do. We missed the live Tigers. Is it Morahone or Dixon?
I feel like
probably Morahone.
We need pitching, I think.
Yeah, Garcia isn't Garcia kind of decent?
Oh yeah, Garcia's okay. Yeah, he's probably better than Morahone.
Okay, yeah, he's probably better. I was thinking we needed a starter, but I guess we don't. We can't.
No, we.
Okay, actually, we can't take a lot of these, right? So.
Yeah, actually, we're kind of blocked off, unfortunately.
We can take John Gray.
John Gray. Yeah.
Because we didn't take the other.
Or Rowdy. Because we didn't take Carantini.
We did.
We did Carantini.
We did.
Carantini, so we're allowed to take Buck Farmer. Actually, Buck Farmer has a lot of P. Babbitt.
Yeah, but losing Castillo feels real. Like if we get Castillo, we actually sort of save our draft.
Agreed.
We only have one round to hit Castillo, though, right?
True, but I don't know that Farmer's good enough.
All right,
more than Gray.
All right.
To not leave it open.
We got 3 minutes, so let's do it.
We'll get there.
We took a Padre now, right? So no.
We did.
Okay. No matter what, we're not taking Hutchison.
We can't take Sal Magli.
We can take Vidro. He's not very good, but we can take Vidro.
We can't take Milan or Judge. We can't take Mazzara. We can't take Zane Smith. No, we can't. We have a pirate.
No. We can only take like Vidro and Desmond,
but he's also
Cornejo.
We can take Cornejo. We can take Vidro. We can take Desmond, and we can take Hutchison. It's not great.
Vidro, Cornejo.
No, we could take Sanchez.
Oh yeah, we still haven't taken our Yankee.
Take a second bad catcher.
Yeah, do we just go?
All right, Sanchez, Cornejo.
I guess, yeah.
All right,
Vidro blows.
Let's do it. 2 minutes. We should be able to get there.
Yeah, we're golden.
John Means is actually a pretty good fit here.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't
That's
taken
actually-
Mario
he's
yet.
actually our starter.
Oh, we could have taken Herman. We should have. Oh well.
Dang it.
That's unfortunate. Wait, actually,
But
hold on.
Vito's really bad.
Wait. We have one more catcher. Do we take Herman and just drop Sanchez?
No, with Taiwan Walker, it's not that bad. I think we take Taiwan Walker. We don't have a Philly.
Yeah,
I don't.
Oh, we don't
think.
have
I
Philly?
like where you're thinking, but yeah, we probably just don't cut the extra player and we go Walker.
Walker's okay.
Mr. Ott saying four center
do we have-
fielders, a classic robot. Exactly. Four center fielders.
Do we have a Royal? Is Hernandez better than Walker?
We don't have a
I
Royal.
don't have no idea what Hernandez looks like, to be honest.
I think Hernandez is pretty bad. If I
Is
remember
Dubon
correctly.
worth anything?
Hernandez
He's a
is a little
utility
combative,
guy.
actually.
Oh yeah, Hernandez is better than I thought. Remembered. Okay.
All right, well, here's the question. Historical iron. No, you know what, though? If you're really playing for, like, saving the draft, you really want to hit Mondesi in the 5
We
irons.
can't.
We already
We saw
saw the
live
other
on
one
to
to see, and they won't both come out.
Darn it. All right. So do this. All right,
Yeah.
58 seconds. Just give me 5 players we can take.
Yeah, but basically we might not even have 5 options,
We can take
TBH.
Upshaw. We can take Harrelson.
Okay,
can
Harrelson
take
definitely we're
Salazar.
taking.
Not bad, all things considered.
We
there.
actually
can
needed-
take Salazar.
Red Shannon we can take,
What team
right?
is Phil Geyer?
I don't know, but we can take Red Shannon. I think we don't have an A, do we?
Philly 18. Can you tell me what team? Philly 1897.
1897 is
Phil
the Philadelphia Phillies, so we can.
Okay, we cannot take him. We can take Red Shannon, which is
He's
fine,
in athletics. Oh, we never took an A. Yeah.
right?
And is it?
We can
did we ever take a red?
We never took a Dodge.
We
We,
never
we can
did
take
take a
Ostuna.
Red. Yeah.
Did we ever take a red?
No, we have 15 seconds.
no.
So just take some cards. We can.
Then
We
is
can
it
There's a
draft.
little
Osuna-
extra
it's just
time
Osuna
on
or
the back
Benzinger.
Hornung is available. He's on some
All right.
defunct franchises.
1
I don't know
second
if we
left.
want
I'm
him.
clicking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do your thing.
I think we got a 26-man roster.
Wait, what Met do we have? GSG.
Do we already have a match?
Oh, we have a Met. We have Cornejo. Oh, that's a good
shit.
All right.
Well, I
Okay.
think we'd rather have Harrelson than Cornejo, right?
No, well, we took Shannon. I think we got rid of Harrelson.
Well, actually, we
Oh,
ended up with 13 pitchers.
Hmm.
So then I think we dropped Cornejo.
Cornejo's one of our better relievers, though. Sad as that is.
That's the unfortunate part, is that he's actually kind of D's, and we might not need. Like, Harrelson can pick it for sure, but let's just look at our setup and see. Well, let's make the decision as we go through.
Well, here's
Okay,
what
so
the
Gagne's
lineups would
starting-
look like, right?
Yeah, but Red Shannon just goes in the short. It's not that much worse than Harrelson, is it?
Gagne's our starting shortstop, or Gagne. I know he went by Gagne, but it's
The
Gagne.
big problem is we're trying to run a 12-man.
Oh, that's true. 12 is
Lineup.
really tough. All right. Yeah, probably we have to get rid of Cornejo then.
But
Why is
you're right.
Caratini
Actually,
really
it doesn't help any. Oh no. Okay. The reason it
helps a little bit?
is because Lau can move to be a fifth outfield. Lau's the fifth outfielder.
Yeah.
We slide Shannon to second. So
Is
probably
Caratini really our
Harrelson-
backup third baseman? That is terrible.
That's brutal.
Wait, that cannot be right.
No way.
Yeah.
That defense is bad even for me.
That is.
Oh no, even isidafo doesn't want to play him there. That's bad.
Let me see what his third base defense looks like.
It's really bad.
That's hilarious.
He's got 61 arm.
Okay, yeah, actually, it's more
All
than I
right.
thought. That's acceptable.
Come on,
All
a
right, we'll be
catcher
fine
should
then.
be able to play third base. He's got an arm.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, a lot of catcher. Bench moved over there a little bit. That's a natural fit.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
All
well,
right, I think so. I guess
we made this
Cornejo's the
work.
one we dropped. Then is the point.
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got 25 cards. That's not so bad.
Not too bad. Yeah, we all kind of forgot we
And
took
we got it with
Cornejo.
1 second to spare. So how bad could it be?
Yeah, 3 guys trying to talk through a team. That's not too bad to get it in just under the wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we did okay.
I think we put something together there. How'd it go
Um,
for those of you that participated? Mortal, you said you were in no catcher.
Oh, did it unpin? Oh, it only pins for 20 minutes. I think the way you did it.
Oh.
Let's pin it. Can you pin it again just for?
Yeah.
Audit, you had to dump 2 players.
Ooh, that's not great.
I
What is
think
that?
we
One ice,
actually
two
would
is
have hit
He's on
26
one,
out. If
yeah.
we were a little faster, we would have hit 26 out of 26.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we
We
wouldn't
would have
have
remembered.
So
snap
it's
picked
what?
Harrelson.
It's
We'd have taken
probably
like Horner or something.
Pinheiro, Hod,
Kelly
Blake.
or
Pinero,
Alcantara.
I think Means maybe is the fifth starter.
I think so
Car-
too, especially because we don't have
Kelly
any
is
lefties. Oh, that's our
Kelly is
only lefty.
decent.
Kelly's decent. Sandy's decent. But
Montero
here, so
Don
like
had to
here's
jump on and
Sandy
only has
against
one
Means. Let's
catcher.
look. Okay, it is Sandy. Yeah, it is Sandy. All right.
Yeah,
That's probably we got.
barely.
All right.
All
I
right.
think we'll call it fine. I think we
Yeah, we did all right, all things
we did
considered.
okay.
That was a nice, like, difficult but fun setup too.
Yeah.
Oh, and most importantly, do we want to put a real thing in, or do you want to pick a manager?
I'm fine. I'm really am fine either way. But since our team might have some struggles, I would vote to put in something real. But I'm
All
not
right.
going to
I'll just put in I'll just put
do
in some
something.
kind of
Yeah,
standard
no.
app thing. That's fine. All
I
right.
think if there's any manager who managed for like
Actually,
a
you know
ton of
what?
different teams,
The default batting
it's winning.
fatigue should be like 98 here because we're running short on.
Yeah, that's probably true.
All right. I think we did all right.
I agree.
So good luck to anyone else trying this. I think Lap. I don't know where Lap's at, but I think maybe should we just start to go through them and he'll rate
Yeah,
us
he
at some
doesn't have
point?
anything pulled up. You want me to ask him real quick?
You can ask him real quick if you want, but it's no problem. You know, like if his stream
Yeah,
runs late, believe me, I'm the last person that is going to try to tell somebody that their stream is running too long.
Really? We've
Same
never had
here.
a long
Same
stream
here.
here. Never.
Let's see what he says.
No backup third baseman, no backup shortstop, no back. Oh, geez, that's better hope he gets some off days.
Yep. Exactly.
Like that, someone just posted in the Discord asking like what is going on with Hurdle's type of Brian McCann. The screenshot, and he played 162 games in 5 consecutive seasons. So that might have something to do with why he's not playing so well.
Yeah, that would cause an issue in this game. That would cause an issue in real life.
Yeah.
You're a catcher playing that much.
That is true.
All right, he's finishing up a giveaway, and then he's coming in here.
Okay. Yeah, so let's get going, I guess then.
All right. Then I am gonna I'm gonna close off the voting. The ballot is now not yet closed, but it will be closed as soon as. Very nice. In the end, actually, I'll let you guess how many responses you think we got. We did pretty well.
39.
Where is the thing to shut off responses?
You want me to do it?
There, I got it. We got 69 responses.
Dang it, I was gonna guess that. I couldn't tell if you were trying to hint at that. And I was like, if he doesn't say it, then I'm just being,
Yeah, we got
doing
69
it for the meme.
responses.
Perfect.
We did good. We did good.
We got one majority, and everything else is plurality.
Yes.
Oh wow.
So we're thinking is we can just reveal like sort of 10 to 1, and let you. But we'll get your take too, because it's
Oh yeah, we have to ask for your choices for these.
We do. All right. Let's start with our. Hold on. Let's move back to this and let us start with catchers, I guess. Right. Always the best place to start. Maybe the easiest vote for me so far, but I don't know if you agreed. So.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously have no problem with the Mathis votes. It makes total sense. I did end up playing favorites there, and I think I love Grandal just as much as you do, and so that's who I ended up voting for. You'll see on my sheet there. It is Mathis. I think some of these has a quote unquote right answer, even though we told people vote how you want, whether it's your favorites or not. He is the quote unquote right answer, but I played favorites and voted for Grandal.
All right, let me see if I can get that to.
Yeah, I mean, Grandal I think would have been probably my choice at like any other position, but.
I became a big Gold
I'm a
fan.
huge Grandal guy for sure.
Yeah.
But, even I couldn't quite convince myself that
I totally get it. Yeah, like it was Mathis was so bananas. He's so
He's a good
good.
card.
If he comes out again next year, or this year now, as it were, he will be, high silver, low gold for sure. Definitely learned on that, that the bat wasn't bad enough. Like the glove was so good that you got to rank him higher there.
Yeah. His bat
Well,
was even
I
at the
think
time he
also
released that was
it
not so
depends on
bad.
the rest of the card pool.
Yeah.
And
That's also true.
Yeah.
like you may find that with the, every year with the changes to the game engine and stuff, things move around a bit. So
yeah, not everything's created equally every single year. So that's a good point too.
Yeah, and I mean, also, I mean, I think one of the relatively few things that was mentioned on one of these release streams so far was that there's going to be a sort of wider scope of ratings, which I'm sure will make it easier to sort of distinguish some players like Mathis or.
And some of the things, yes, some of the things that y'all have highlighted in recent streams about, the Sotos, the Ted Williamses of the world. As Matt pointed out when he was bringing that up, Joe Sewell and his insane lack of strikeouts.
Yeah.
It's really hard to showcase their excellence there if they're, just at the top of the queue with, 5, 6, 7, 10 other guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
so let's see how our community voted. I guess should I go up from 10 or should we go that far down? We can do that.
Do we even have 10 people getting votes at this position? I guess we do.
We do have at least 10 getting votes. In 10th, we had the bronze Roberto Perez.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I played him a fair bit of the cycle.
Yeah.
He was a huge part. Sorry to interrupt you, Isidafo. He was a huge part of my first bronze win of the year, and so I held a special spot for him. He had double-digit homers, and just went him and Luke Easter. When I didn't really have any good first baseman, I was running that Luke Easter, and they both hit double-digit homers for me. So held a warm spot for Perez all year.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, this was like the first post Mathis catcher.
Yes,
that actually surpassed him. So that was a pretty big step forward.
I was still playing both of them at the same time. All right, number 9, we have so not the only player by this name that got votes, but the only one that made the top 10 was the Gold Bresnahan.
Such a PD god as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Got a lot of use out of him.
So Mr. We include the write-in votes, but I don't think there were quite enough write-in votes to make the top few on these.
There's the raid from Laptop.
Oh, hey, thanks for the raid. So we're just going through our community all-stars with home. I should add that you were on the stream as well.
And I believe he and D-Block are going to do something similar. I believe it's going to be focused on the lower tiers here as well.
Oh, cool.
So stay tuned for that coming up. Best of Iron and Bronze all-stars coming up this Tuesday on Laptop stream.
Nice.
Yeah, that's be fun.
And yeah, I'm so sorry for some of the write-in votes. I think, Isidafo and I kind of did the best we could coming up with them, but there were definitely a few write-in votes that were just our misses,
Yeah, but y'all hit the winners very well across the entire scope. Like just a couple guys that maybe you can say, oh, you could have included them, but you guys did a great job pulling the guys across the many tiers. So it was a really good ballot.
I can try to mention. I can quickly scroll down. Or Isidafo, if you want to scroll down, you can see if you found any. The thing we got the most write-ins for, which I think was really cool, was for the player that didn't end up in the game that people would like to see, which makes sense. That everyone kind of has their favorite.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple that we added sort of midstream. The 73 Chris Taylor was a miss. The 86 Lindor, a couple people voted for. 73 Joe Kelly was a really good suggestion by
I should have included that one.
Utility.
Sure.
We should have included.
All right.
So a few of those.
Yeah. Let's see what else. 8th, we have
I like this sheet a lot, by the way. This is a really nice looking.
Yeah, this is like the best production quality we've ever had. I mean,
it's fantastic. I love it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. So I got some help from DB on this last year, but then we've been trying to clean it up a little bit and make it, they look a little nicer.
The work is recognized. It's very well done. Yeah, Petway was awesome. Negro Leagues 1 held his own for quite some time. Still very much a 5L draftable card. Very much like Petway.
Yep.
I'm gonna feel bad for saying this, but the last couple times I've had Petway in the 5L, I've somehow ended up putting him in right field, which feels awful. But the fact that the card
I've
can
put him
play
in the
there is
outfield
actually
too.
useful.
Yeah, it is
I
useful.
put
It
it,
is.
yeah. I had like two badass catchers. I put him in left, and I was like, this feels wrong, but it's the right move based on my construction.
Yeah, especially with the no DH, you really got to do that kind of stuff.
Somehow it just
Hmm.
somehow is, right?
Yeah,
I
but yeah, he
guess
was a really good card. Played for a long time. So
I'm just trying to organize a little bit. Problem is I set this up in a way that needs two monitors and forgot to.
I can read them off to you if you'd rather just like do the
Oh, no, it's just
spreadsheet.
it's the whole like magic of make it appear in the right place is that takes more. All right, here we go. Number 7, we have our first LE in here. We got the freehand.
Nice. He ran gold for a minute. He's a little overpowered. I mean, more than a little, but like he was pretty overpowered when he came out. Definitely wouldn't put something out quite that strong like that. It wasn't just because he was a tiger either, but gold I think was lacking some catching at that point, but he became too much the obvious guy for quite some time.
I,
He was a
I
one
remember
card.
the
Yeah.
one that sort of frustrated me a little bit about that was we had actually just, I want to say it was a couple weeks before, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't more than that. We had had another gold LE catcher in Fisk who moved the meta. And then if you invested in that and then freehand came out immediately, suddenly Fisk kind of went
You were
away.
undercut by it. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
understandable. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we did
Um,
get the Frank Duncan, I think, like 2 weeks afterwards, and then there was at least another choice that you had.
Hmm.
Because Frank Duncan was also, he's worse than freehand, but still kind of okay, I guess.
A
yeah.
gettable option for those of
Yeah.
you that didn't have
Yeah.
the free hand.
All right. Number 6 actually might be the catcher that ended up on more rosters for me than anybody else this cycle, now that I think about it. So in that sense, he certainly had an impact. We got Molina. No, not that
Benji?
Molina,
Yeah.
but Molina.
I'm thinking Benji.
Jose.
Oh
We
no,
got
Jose
Jose.
because he's a cap
Yeah.
cap
Yeah,
guy.
that is a 40 overall. He just ended up on sort of every roster.
Hmm.
Yep. Yeah.
And he's
Even, I mean,
actually, it's funny because it's a splittier card than you sort of think.
Now was he
I can pull him up.
at 109 ability? Is that too good to be a 40 then
no,
with the bat, or was the
I don't.
bat sucky enough
But
to
that
counter
was
it?
so bad. I think it was fine. I mean, it was a
Okay.
good card, but
It was a complete.
Yeah,
It's more that you're looking for 40s, and he was like very clearly the best 40. And I think
absolutely.
even after like Canizaro, he just sort of always ended up playing.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Josh Tolley was probably the second
Totally
best one at some
was in
point,
the
but
third episode of T4 that kind of he was purposely put out to be like, okay, well, if you're tired of using Molina or you just want to try, you don't want to use him anymore, here's another option with Totally.
But the
yeah,
other fun thing with Molina is, like I said, the bat's splittier than it looks, and so it was kind of a weird sort of cap card to use. Like you actually had to
Hmm.
think of, didn't just drop him in because in a very left-handed format, like when gold was lefty dominant, it wasn't actually clear that you wanted to play him.
yeah, you
Although
might have
it's
actually
yeah.
spent like 4 points for the 44 freehand or something.
He might have been worth telling him not to go up to the plate with a bat against lefties. Just
I
stand there until they walk
Yeah.
you.
hopefully you will. I still who is it? I'm trying to remember. It was a video I saw recently of was it Vargas? Someone during
Miguel
spring
Vargas,
training. Yeah,
yes.
where
Miguel Vargas had a busted hand and he couldn't swing, and Greinke toyed with him
Why did they send him to the plate in the first place?
to track pitches.
yeah.
We could have done it in the live VP or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I
I mean, I
understand
think
why
they
he's
just
in the
wanted
game.
they wanted pitchers trying against. It's spring.
Yeah, I
They
guess.
just
Who
Yeah.
cares?
who
But it's
cares?
just like if
Yeah.
you literally know the guy's not allowed to swing a bat.
Yeah.
How does
If
a
you
righty
walk
end up
him,
this bad against lefties? Those that yeah.
yeah, that's the curious part is that he was a reverse platoon and just devastatingly bad against lefties.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
think it did its job as a 40. And the other thing is for a cap card on some level, there's a point at which, you could add 10 points to all his ratings versus left. And if you're playing him in an open cap, it almost is irrelevant. because he's sort of
Hmm.
so far behind the competition.
Exactly. That makes sense. It was only 54 plate appearances, but it was a 469 OPS with a 229
Oh my
BABIP
god,
against lefties. Just literally
that's
nothing
that's a
up
pretty.
there.
It's like pitcher level. I mean, it really is pitcher
Yes,
level.
absolutely picturesque.
Uh,
Who's
all right.
fifth?
Top five. This was one I actually did hear come up a bunch. It was Pudge.
Nice. Yeah.
Hold on, I've got
Big
to.
league guy for quite some time when he came out. I'm sure some people are even still running him, depending on your appetite for league and where you're at with everything. Definitely not the meta anymore, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
was great when he came out.
if only he had eye.
If only. He was never much for walking. He's up there to
No,
hack.
yeah,
No. And speaking of one where when he first came out, I was expecting the card to last longer, I think, than it did. Um,
Hmm.
Number four, we have this Josh Gibson, and actually the card did last longer than it should have. Maybe is a better way to say it.
but it lasted a while at DH is the thing, which is sort
Yeah,
of
he started
interesting.
moving around.
Yeah.
Like I mean, when I was looking, because I looked when we were doing this, I looked back through like I have all the perfect league data in one spot, so it's easy. So I looked back through all of it, and Gibson was like fifth or sixth, I think, in total plate appearances throughout the cycle, just because he got played at so many places. But in terms of innings at catcher, he was like pretty far down the list.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Um, and I guess last year we got two, right? We got like an or no, we just got the late cycle.
I just got the late cycle one, which was
Yeah.
really good. It was the best catcher in the game by a lot.
Um, all right. In third place, we got another Molina. And this
NG.
this could have, I mean, it's funny because he was the wrong side of the platoon split, and yet he was just so good you were playing him the whole cycle. Like, it
Exactly.
didn't
Couldn't
matter.
get away from him in Silver, despite being a lefty guy. And Silver for quite some time, in fact, and really until down the stretch here, lacked lefties. You know, Carlton was the king of the castle with nobody else in the castle for quite some time. Finally started
Yeah.
to get some lefty balance there. And yet Molina was a great worthy option that most of us were consistently playing.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
generally still worth it.
yeah, because even if I mean, you knew you'd get one at least one Carlton game per series, so it was like, okay,
Yep.
you sacrifice the one righty game to get the Carlton game.
And then some lefty relievers perhaps that
Yeah.
he can come in against as well. And his defense was
Yeah.
just so good.
Yep.
Number two, and I think so the voting is going to pick the starters, and we're going to get to pick the reserves. But I'm guessing a player we're going to put on the reserves in the end, probably. Number two is your guy, and to be fair, my guy as well is Grandal.
Grandal, what a stud.
He's even a switch hitter. You know, he just
That's that, and I love switch hitters. You know, this was a guy around my birthday. He came out my birthday week, and that was so. Then there was another option too. You know, with the if you don't have free hand, and if you weren't running Duncan, Fisk, those guys, another big option to finally really shake up things for gold. And then he ran the show for quite some time for a lot of folks.
yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, he's still playable now, even if you're not going to do the teal card
Absolutely.
thing, which I
Yeah.
think is the best. But if you don't want the
Especially
splitting guys,
that Carter's become a logjam, like uber expensive card. I pulled one the other day, didn't even realize I just pulled basically a super perfect in terms of
Yeah.
price.
it's an expensive one.
Because not only does it block that mission, but he's also good. Like if you're playing
Right.
gold still, then you should be using him, which I
Yeah.
am.
Do you have Teal as actually being good as a player? By the way, I'm just curious where you're at on him.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited. Him and Anthony. If I'm a Red Sox fan, which I know you are, of course,
Yeah.
I'd be excited about both of them coming up. I don't know where I'm at with the front office. They said they were gonna, be doing moves this year, and they didn't really go crazy with it. But they've got some prospects coming. I think both those two. Rafaela's an amazing fielder. If he can hit it all, like those are three guys that can really change the team.
Well,
I mean, that's a
we
30-year
had
lineup right
that
there.
in Bradley Jr. for a while, so I guess we're used to the. So Bradley
And that has value.
Jackie Bradley Jr. would like have these just random like 1 month streaks where he was the best hitter in baseball.
Where he's untouchable. He looked exactly like he did at South Carolina. I loved JBJ, so I'm always in the bag for him.
Yeah. And then anyway, right. So that's right. So and number one, I'm gonna guess chat can probably guess this one.
Yeah,
Um,
we all know this one. What, do you have a vote count?
yes,
Does it
I
give you a
do.
vote count?
I'm gonna give you that at just over half the vote with 51% of the vote. Uh,
Bang.
we got the 50 overall Jeff Mathis. As much as we're talking about Grandal as a gold that was getting perfectly, playing time.
Yeah, this was a iron that won a perfectly gold glove for Mark in Mississippi, which is just something else.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing for me about this card is that he also had enough eye that you could sort of put up with the glove at that level.
Hmm.
Like it
Yeah,
wasn't
he wasn't.
just the glove, it was, so like if you would put this card out with the same glove, but you just take the eye away, then I think it still would have been a really interesting card for tournaments and especially for caps. Like you were always going to play it in a high iron floor or something, but you would never play it in league. But the fact that he also got on base, at a decent clip, that just made everything work.
Right. Yeah, I mean, league nowadays it would still just get crushed, even if with more defense and everything. But
Yeah.
league back then, especially, I mean, cards with 70i were being played like as hitters.
And carried 69 BABIP against lefties too. So
Yeah.
might get you a couple of sprinkling of hits against lefties as well. So yeah, really fun card. This was to honor Foolish Baseball. Came on the stream, talked with us. Again, mentioned earlier in the stream, little overpowered, a little too overpowered to be a 50. If we run it back this year, you're going to be looking at something like 77 to 80 rating.
That was a strong set too. That set also had the 69 Giolito. That was a really good card for a while. It had that the 94 Chris Davis got a lot of play.
Thematic upon arrival. He didn't hold super long, but he played pretty well for me for some time.
Yeah, he was. I'm still playing him in that mishmash thing, but that's just because there's no other options.
And then it wasn't like part of the set, but it was on the day because Foolish had just done a video on him. But that silver LE Connie Marrero played for quite some time for me.
Oh yeah, that was a decent card too. Yeah.
So it was a nice week of cards.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go on to first base. I'm realizing, as always happens with our stream, I'm realizing this may be going slower than we were going to intend, but we'll do the best. We'll do the best we can.
We'll speed up. We'll speed up.
We always say that.
Maybe we don't do a ton of stories on everyone. That's
probably fair. Yeah.
First base, I'll ask you. I actually no. We got a guess here. I'm gonna guess that at first base, you're either gonna pick Miggy or Miggy.
I didn't though, because if there's like one non-Tiger who ranks very high among my favorite players, it is Joey Votto. And so that's who I voted for there. I was trying to separate the heart from the head, and who did I get more run out of? Well, that Votto came out much sooner, played a lot of gold this year, so I ended up voting for him. Do love the Miggy. The only reason Miggy got 2 100s, y'all, was because I was trying to do a bit of a mea culpa on the fact that I should have put first base on his immortal seasons. I was trying to adhere too much to like where they played in the given year. Then we had that discussion about like, hey, would you guys rather see playability or letter of the law? And overwhelmingly everyone said playability, so I can't go back and put first base on that card when it's already out and everyone has it or whatever. But that's why I ran back another Miggy. I probably won't do 2 100 Miggies that close together. In fact, I can guarantee I won't do it close together. If he gets 2, it would be like one early cycle and then one in December or something.
That means you're going to do 3, right?
Yeah.
Correct. You got to split them up. One early, one mid, one late.
And all Tigers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He was a Marlin, says who?
I did see there were a couple write-ins here. We had one for the PT Elite Olsen. We had one for Charlie Hickman, actually. It was interesting.
Not a card that you would like.
No, there was
if I recall correctly.
there was a Hickman that I really liked last cycle. There was an LE.
That's right.
That was a hilarious LE.
Did that one have eye?
No, but it had like a ridiculous amount of range, and it was trainable at middle infield if you took a ton of time to do it.
It had, I think it was 107 range, like 20 error, like 80 arm, and 20 turn double play. It was the weirdest looking card.
Right, but basically it was like Keith Hernandez, except you're allowed to train him at middle infield.
Yeah, I remember
Okay,
actually
that's
towards the
amazing.
end of the cycle, I wanted to try to run it in league, and I went out. I bought like 10 of them because I was trying to find one that was already trained at second because that was when like the training still carried over.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
But
my
I didn't manage
favorite
to find
was
one.
RDT played Hickman Bingo. So
Yes.
you make like a 10 by 10 board, and your goal is to get 3 in a row based on the numbers of the LEs.
That's
Because you don't know
hilarious.
which number LE you're buying when you get one, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's really
Um,
funny. I like that.
all right, so
Those are
we'll
solid
see what our
write-ins, but
community
who came
went.
in 10th?
So, all right, our community in 10th. Actually, this was one of my favorite cards of the cycle. I'm surprised it didn't get more votes. Was the Silver Ortiz.
Mm-hmm.
We
He
just
ran
crushed
he
it
ran the
early in the
show in
cycle.
silver.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
He's good.
first base or DH for quite some time. And if I recall correctly, wasn't super splitty.
No, it was just
No.
an excellent card, and I think that's one where people just maybe forgot how long they played him. Uh,
Exactly.
Yeah, he played a long time.
All right, number 9 is also. This is just one of my favorite cards of the cycle in terms of shape. I didn't play it as much as I thought I was going to in the end, but you know,
Carlos Santana.
no, yeah. How can you not put up the Big Mac there?
Oh yeah, that Mac. You did love that upon arrival. And yeah, I draft him. I like that low iron tournament. I'm still rocking that tournament. He's my player there. Yeah, that Big Mac is fun. I like, kind of the unique, weird shape cards, and he definitely fits that.
Oh yeah,
One
I played
second,
that card a lot in the low iron thing.
I just
Sure.
slightly broke that.
Yes, something went wrong.
Yeah, I just misclicked something that
Okay, we're back.
it's the whole cap. Yeah, I misclicked the capture window. Sorry about that.
No worries.
This is just the problem of needing extra monitors, the way I set it up and doing an idiot. All right, next. Okay, I'm actually a little surprised. I'm going to have to call the community out on some of these votes. Some of these cards are really in the wrong place. Number 8, we got the
Cubby?
Diamond Lou Gehrig.
Oh wow! Might that be another situation where out of sight, out of mind type of thing? People aren't remembering just how unbelievable both both the diamond and the perfect were.
Yeah, but I thought the Diamond was actually the most overpowered Lou Gehrig, for sure. Like I thought that
Yes,
was a
relative to
Yeah,
the tier.
I
yeah.
think the diamond was the strongest on release, but the perfect lasts a little bit longer.
Correct.
I guess that's
So
right.
I could see
Yeah.
either way. Yeah.
Um. All right. And number 7, a recent card, and maybe that's so more recent, but not as long in the meta because it was more recent. Was the William McCovey from the BREF set, right?
Yeah,
Was it BREF?
great card.
Was that actually
That was
4? Was it the first
BREF
part of 4
four,
or?
4x4 from the 4 set and the 4th iteration of that, which by the way was too long. Shouldn't have done 4 sets of that, but we were kind of getting the PT Elite figured out and everything with the art, so it was a little bit of a stall tactic to do that 4th one there to
Fair
let
enough.
y'all
I
behind
lost.
the curtain.
To say I lost track of which one was which at some point. They were all just a big
Understandable.
Well,
cluster.
I
Yeah,
mean, you're still working on the Tony Suck art, right? Because you can't get the pictures
exactly.
from the.
Yes,
Right.
he's too good looking. We don't know which
Yeah, yeah,
picture
exactly.
to
Right.
pick.
Yeah, as a
Uh,
licensing, you got to get all the.
Number 6 is actually the card that I think might have won if the cycle had gone an extra couple of months. Uh,
Santana.
is
Yeah,
Santana, yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Um, that was what? That was basically a low silver. Well, it was a gold masquerading as a low silver, essentially.
Correct. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to think back to that card because yeah, he should be rated higher. Like there's just no two ways around it. I fully agree with that. I mean, I love the card. I play him all the time. But I'm trying to remember exactly what it was there. Because obviously, you know, there's things I can do and be like, okay, well, the computer says this.
Yeah.
Computer, you're not playing the game. I can move this up a little bit, and I don't know why that one came out so low. Even for late cycle with creep, that needs to at least be high silver, if not
Yeah, I think
low to mid
I
gold.
think
assume the
high silver's probably right
thinking. I
about
assume the
that. Yeah.
thinking was just that it's a one position first baseman. Like it is tricky because
Well, he's
you
not
have
totally
him.
one position. He actually has catcher ability. You just can't put him there.
I put that on there
Okay.
Yeah.
under the idea that like the computer might play him there in situations, in a PD where you don't,
Okay.
to have it without being able to play there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
because the thing
can't
is
learn the
that
position. Yeah.
for a card like that, it's tough because when you have a single position card, if you don't release it at the top of the meta, it's just never ever playable. If you do, even if it's much better than the other, player's position, in principle, one card completely kills it.
Yeah,
And
because
we,
there's
and we
nowhere to
see a few of
go.
those this
Right.
cycle, right? Like we saw some of that with the diamond center fielders late in the cycle,
Mm-hmm.
where, you know, this one's better, but like, okay, now this one's better, you know?
Even Mays kind of fell victim to that. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, a
you
little
know,
bit.
and obviously with those high end cards, not everyone has all of them. But for the top, 1% people that have all of them, it's like, wow, well, now Mays is kind of usurped a little bit because there's another elite, Speaker or whomever.
Right.
yeah.
No, I mean, I think I probably like. I'd probably have printed him as like a high silver. I think low gold, like he still would have played, but it would have been a lot. Like he would have lasted very, very short time.
I think it's because the power also at first base, but like that eye is just so good with quality BABIP, nice gap.
Yeah.
It's just a great card. Again, I
Yeah.
think 78, it's right where it needs to be. 73 just kind of made him an OP low silver, but not to the point where it's like, oh
Well,
my
the
God, this
other,
is the
but
stupidest
then the
thing
other
ever.
Oh, well,
thing
we got
is
Tyler
that,
Black
for
also. Tyler
example,
Black is a pretty similar
yeah, but I mean, the
card.
other
Yeah.
thing is that, for example, if you release that card and Durazo at the same time, it might be that one of them never sees rosters.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true.
You know.
Yep.
All right. Next, we got a tiger.
Oh,
Hey,
a
look at that.
tiger.
A tiger. There
What
were
do you know?
tigers in this set.
And I didn't even write that one. Is it York or Miggy?
It is Norm
Neither.
Or
Cash,
Cash.
actually.
Or Cash. Yeah, I
The
forgot there's three
immortal
tigers
season
here.
Norm Cash.
Now this one, obviously just a bananas season, especially if you're familiar at all with Norm Cash's career. Like he was a fine player, don't get me wrong, but this is so far and away his best season.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. Like career 139 OPS plus, and then he drops a 201 here in
Yeah, no, it was
1961.
absurd. No, PT
Well, I
20,
think he hit something
1961 Norm
like
Cash was
70
like the
points
meta.
better that season than he did his second best season in batting average.
Yeah,
or something.
no, it's just
Yep.
This was actually this
Well,
was a card I was really surprised lasted as long as it did. Like I thought, okay,
Me
it's
too.
nice, it'll get beaten quickly, and it just never did. It still plays.
Yeah, like I agree. You still find reasons to kind of utilize him in certain things if you want. Like even now, he's not necessarily fully dead.
Yeah.
Definitely. What do we got at number 4? And again, I am gonna take issue with Chad on this one. I disagree, but at number 4 we've actually got the other Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, 4 and 8 for the two Gehrigs is a little light.
But I would have put the other order in there too. I think the Diamond Lou for me was actually the better card.
Yeah. Again, relative to their tier, especially. Curious how this would have worked if we had like ranked choice voting too.
That's true.
Yeah,
All
I don't know. I don't know if Google can implement that. That's gonna
No.
be
Yeah, it'd be a little bit much to ask for. I think it would change some of the dynamics.
Top 3, and these are all ones that got double-digit votes. It was actually pretty close at the top.
Okay.
Yeah. So you all voted for Votto. Is that who you think won? I should ask who you think ended up.
Okay, I could stop looking then.
Oh, you should stop looking. All right.
I don't think he won it. I think it's going to be Miggy, Bruthers, and Votto, and I think the order is going to be Miggy, Votto, Bruthers.
All right. Well, third is in fact Bruthers. It was funny because for me this card was like only a more marginal upgrade at the time, so I never got as excited about it as I think a lot of the people that were league focused did.
Yeah, because he got a ton of love when he came out. People were ready to go get him and just lock him into their first base.
Yeah. I mean, he played for a long time.
I mean, I was surprised because I felt like, it's a little bit of an upgrade at first. There are a lot of first basemen that are going to come out later. Like, this isn't the one to drop a ton of points on.
Well, I mean, I think it was also like, I think Lou was pretty clearly, Hunter Lou was pretty clearly a better league card when he was released than Bruthers. But Bruthers actually ended up getting more plate appearances than Lou because just everyone had Bruthers. Right? It was
Big
a much
ability. Yep.
card. Yeah.
Yep.
That's true.
As Mr. Audit points out, he still doesn't even have perfect blue, and he's one of the best players in the game.
You're missing
Mr.
the
Audit,
mission.
not Gary.
We're missing the mission for the one perfect pack.
You know what I should do? Actually, maybe the top two, I should just put them both up at the same time, right? Because we can sort of guess once you see number two.
Is it Miggy and Votto?
So our top, they are, yeah. Our
Definitely
top
Miggy and
two.
Votto.
Our top two
You only
are.
did 5. Oh, I thought you know 6. I was Clemente did all 6.
Here
Yeah.
you go. Here are top two, and we did go for Miggy, so we got a Tiger up there. All three of us, I guess, would have gone the other way, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
And part of it seems also, we're all heavy tourney players, and it seems like we all enjoy the gold tier as well. So that's another thing where we're just spamming so much Votto action that he is just, really top of mind for us. I love that Miggy. He's playing for me in perfectly right now, but that Votto was just so clutch for so much this year. I got so much value out of that card across tournaments.
Yeah. No, Miggy's actually a card that I've considered taking off my roster for League recently. Just sort of interesting, but
well, I guess also
putting
because
in?
you can't get quite the same, because you can't play in Naven anymore, right?
Well, it's not only Naven. It's because I like if I was playing a different park, I might actually not play him at all and play Honus and Brett.
Mm-hmm. I don't have Honus.
Try to build a better outfield by putting Acuna in DH, but I think it's probably splitting hairs on park. Anyway, not super relevant.
All right.
I think we'll have a good remedy for the park stuff next year with the information that's come out with regards to PT Plus and whatnot.
Yeah.
Second base. So second base is the one isidafo and I came up with a different answer on. I'm gonna guess you were not a Ryan Schimpf guy. Who
I do like him. He was not my vote. My vote there. I might end up being made a liar if you look at my sheet because I'm trying to. Oh no, I just voted for Mission Jackie again for the longevity and excellence that he delivered.
I don't know if I can tell whose is whose. I think we did these anonymously. So.
Oh, okay. So then, you said you weren't collecting people's data, but yeah, that's who I ended up voting for. But it was a tough vote because that Volpe, and we've talked about this before, but the Future Legends, that first one really jumped the meta too much. In fact, I concur with that. But he was such a huge part of that. The Rendon PTCS, I know isidafo was a big advocate
I love that card,
and I appreciated that because I thought he got a little bit of short shrift there. Now, listen, he might not care about baseball, but we care about his baseball card, and that card was really good for me.
I just wish he had a left-handed hitting version. That would be really cool. But
stay tuned.
Yeah,
we're a month away. You never know.
For next cycle, yeah.
And who do you think ended up? This is actually a close vote, but who do you think the community went with?
Probably Mission Jackie.
Probably, but I wonder if the Schimpf might be there because he's been around forever.
I
think maybe even Child because everyone had it. Yep. Not everyone had a Jackie.
That's who I almost voted for under that same notion of like, man, but then I can make a case for the Volpe too. So I'm really not sure. If I have to pick, I'm going to say Mission Jackie, but it's going to be an interesting vote here.
Yeah, this was also a close one. I can tell you. Actually, I can put up now. I can tell you, it took only 20% of the vote to win this one.
Oh, yes, this was really split up.
It was really close. Number 10 is actually a card that I think when it first came out, isidafo and I both didn't think was going to have legs.
Ready?
Played almost the whole cycle. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just finding it played almost the whole cycle. Is this Jerry Pretty?
Yeah, I guess probably has to be the best PT Plus card of the cycle, right? That's
definitely
the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of juice, absolutely. There ended up a few that kind of stood out. I know everyone really loved that Sandy Alomar Jr. I can't even say it with a straight face.
That was a distinctive card for sure.
No, the Yelich was decent. The first
one. That was that first one.
Yelich was good. It was just that it got surpassed in the meta quickly enough that I don't think it quite was a long-term thing.
Mr. People use Yelich.
People definitely use Yelich. Yeah, Yelich got play.
But then Pretty held on.
Definitely got used for about a month.
Yeah, Pretty lasted a long time.
The really weird thing about Pretty is I actually at one point like Pretty was still good enough that I was running Nico VR and not VL at second base.
Oh wow, yeah. I can
Yeah.
see it because Pretty was so good. He was really hard to get out. It really wasn't until T4 came around that he even got competition there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, all right. And in ninth place, again with, actually speaking of him, is another Tiger.
Woo, Nico.
Nico.
Um, yeah, I mean, he almost could have gone under utility, but I think he was probably being used at second, maybe more than anywhere else when he came out,
The
right?
computer always wants to put him at first when I draft him.
Yeah, I
Like
don't know
whenever I
why
do
it
my
does
Yeah,
that.
5L, it's because that's his best position by
I
the
guess.
overall number. But I'm
yeah, but
like,
it
get
doesn't understand
real.
positional scarcity, right?
I know. It makes me laugh. I'm like, stop it, AI. You're drunk.
Yeah, put him at
Um,
second.
all right. All right. In eighth, this is the one I'm going to most take issue with where the voting put him. Sorry.
Gallego?
What?
Is this Gallego?
No, if you can believe it, it's Volpe. Eighth.
Oh
Wow.
wow! Again,
Wow.
I think we're getting a lot of these guys that came out earlier that people are just forgetting how much they loved and how much utilization they got.
Yeah,
Then
maybe.
because
And
that's
Volpe
crazy
was
to me.
such a good
I
card.
agree. Yeah, that one was really moved the meta and played a long time. Look, maybe
Yeah.
just everyone's like me and they won't vote for a Yankee. I totally approve of that.
I can co-sign that. I'm a Yankee hater
Yeah.
myself.
But there were a few of these. Seventh is also one that I think could have gotten a little more. Is this Spencer Steer, who I've been playing in full diamond most of the time since he came out?
Yeah, he doesn't. He didn't get the love he deserved. Sometimes losing out to his teammate Matt McClain in terms of interest, but I think both are awesome. It's a why not both question for me with those two.
Yeah, I've been playing Steer and a lot of stuff. I'm not playing full diamond, but any low diamond thing, certainly I'm playing him.
I think I finally started playing Kinsler instead right at the end, but I was playing him in full diamond for a while.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Um, let's see, sixth. Sixth is where Gallego ended up. So, and again, I like the
Okay.
card, but I don't think that card's as strong as like the Volpe or Steer.
I don't really, I mean, it's a
Yeah.
really good card, but
But Volpe should definitely be ahead of him, and I would co-sign Steer being ahead of him as well. But nice card there, silver floor automatic, but anything silver related. I started up the low silver on my secondary account, where that was literally the only tournament I was playing. He was an instrumental part of that team, so I like that Gallego quite a bit.
Yeah, me too. It was kind of like the Alfonso, but just a little bit better. Actually, I think I still maybe got more out of Alfonso for the cycle.
Alfonso came out in the one batch earlier, so he definitely got more
Yeah.
run.
Um,
Both really strong.
Yeah,
so fifth, Isidafo actually debated what position to list this guy at, but is the PT Elite Geloff.
I was just about to say that. I had that one.
Um,
So where
and
did you want to put him?
we ended
Did
up listing him at
Isdalfa put him at third?
second. I think that's exactly right.
yeah. I definitely played him more at third than second, but the card was phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because it was
Really
so
like this card.
splitty, and yet you just still sort of needed it.
Yeah,
And an interesting split too, because it's righty.
Yeah.
and even in like gold floor stuff, he was getting a lot of play because you could do kind of the platoon without spending too much with even the Turner or something.
I'm really curious to see what he does in real life this year after that 14-14 and 300 plate appearances, because that was a hot run that I'm just not sure he's that guy.
Yeah.
And fourth is a card that I thought I was the only person that liked this much, and I couldn't even vote this high.
Bellhorn?
Lance Blankenship. No.
I was surprised not to see him.
If you would let me put Blankenship on the ballot, you would have won.
Yeah, that's true. You suggested Blankenship, but I shot you down.
You
didn't get crazy write-ins.
You absolutely shot me down.
Charles, we have 94 of your emails voting for Blankenship.
It's a write-in campaign. Would you believe in fourth we put Piggy?
Piggy, wow.
Oh, wow.
First off, amazing name. When I saw him when I was making Team 4 cards, I was like, yes. And then he turned out to actually be good. I was like, this is excellent. People are going to love this card. I'm surprised he's this high, though.
I liked the card, but it's like a Warbot shaped card, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Right up your alley there with the 102 eye.
He's got the eye, and he's got some defense. He plays a few positions. He's missing power and avoid K.
Yeah, he'll strike out for you when you want him to, but when he does make some contact, he's gonna get some BABIP too with the 84 BABIP.
Yeah.
Then there was a big gap, and then the top three were all really close.
Okay.
So in third is the card that I'm surprised Isidafo didn't vote for. Is Mondesi.
Mondesi?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot we put him at second. We remember we were trying to decide if he was going to go at second or short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I ended up moving him off short pretty quickly. Sorry to interrupt you, but I ended up moving him off short pretty quickly, but he still obviously stays at second. He's locked in there on my iron teams.
Yeah, I think I just kind of felt like he didn't come out late. He came out too late in the cycle to sort of top the Jackie played for so long. But if another one the cycle had gone on longer, I think he would have been a runaway winner probably.
So this was a tough one, right? Like, okay, so he's got the amazing defense, the amazing speed, the BABIP in the gap, but then horrendous power and eye, which drives so much of this game. So, I think the computer spit him out at a bronze and I downshifted him because I thought that with the power and the eye being so crappy that he wouldn't be as loved as he was. Where would y'all have put his overall?
Well,
silver?
No, not silver. I think
just left it at bronze.
Yeah, I think bronze was okay.
I thought it was fine in iron, but
I didn't think it was a problem in iron
as much as Isidafo because the shape, right? It's exactly
the
kind of shape that I don't like.
It was a really strong iron, but I don't think it was like a breaking iron because there were Halter was better VL, for example. Like it wasn't like this was just dominating everything.
Okay, I misunderstood some of the chatter about it. Then I thought some people were saying that maybe it was too overpowered to be iron. No. I thought maybe I had erred there by moving him down.
I think it's one of these things where with a shape like that, different models are going to give you different answers. So there are models that are going to really love this card. Mine doesn't. I was playing him in iron at the start. I guess I'm probably still playing him in iron, but I didn't have it as an overwhelming thing to do. I also never really wanted to play Hairston. I kind of barely wanted to play Halter. So just this shape isn't one that fits my model. And the people where it does fit the model, for the people where it fits their model, this is overpowered in the same way that Ryan Schimpf was overpowered in my model.
Right? Got you. Right. Okay. So just depending on what the model's going to favor, but it wasn't something that should have been a gold or something.
It's probably another one where you could print this as a low bronze and it would have played in low bronze, but low bronze didn't exist. So it was very hard.
Exactly.
Full bronze would have had no life. It would have maybe played at the start and then it would have died immediately.
And that's what I was thinking too, was he's going to get smothered in bronze, but if he's in iron, then he's going to really appeal to people with all this blue on the card, which he ended up doing.
Yeah, and I think it was, given the fact there was no low bronze, I think the high 50s was the right place for him. It was low bronze, I think maybe 62, 63, something like that. But
and I think that's where he was originally spit out, and I tried to give him some love there by making him iron.
And just saying you only voted for lower tier stuff, I think it's fine. You vote for whatever card you got the most.
Absolutely.
Out of, right?
Yeah, that was the beauty of this. I love that you guys included cards across all the ranges and not just the top tier stuff.
Yeah, and actually with Mondesi, I think one thing that would be kind of fun. It's a lot of stuff to play with fatigue, right? Because Mondesi's problem in real life is that he gets injured every other game.
Oh yeah, figure out a way to kind of make that a thing.
Yeah, he fatigues really fast, but he's super strong. Then it's a tough card to figure out what to do with then.
I have actually brought that up, and I can tell you it's not something that's coming in this year, but it was met positively as something to explore. So
yeah, I think as long as there's ability to get information out of the game about it, and there's a rating for it,
not a hidden thing.
Yeah,
we would need to know, and then you might see a card that is wow, why is he a bronze? He's so good, but he can only play 3 out of every 7 games. Then you understand why. Buxton maybe could be a guy like that who would rate lower than you might expect because he's only playing half a week.
Yeah.
All right, and at the top, this was a very close
Cupid.
one. But the chat actually went with Cupid. So the community did not go with Jackie.
Oh, okay.
They went with Cupid.
Well,
that's recency bias,
I guess. Well, more people own Cupid also. And so.
True.
Yeah, I guess you have to remember that for the mission cards, eventually, they're kind of targets.
Jackie was mission 2, though.
Yeah,
that's true. Jackie was a mission too.
Well, the thing is that the Cupid mission was the easier half. The hitter's mission was much easier than the pitcher's mission. So Cupid people got more quickly than DeGrom.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So just having him and seeing him every day in your lineup, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
Cupid didn't need Duke. No, he didn't. How much did he win by? Asks Intilati. I don't think very much, but Charles can give you the full answer there.
Just a couple votes. It was really close. Like I said, you can see 20% was what it took to win. So.
Yeah, second base was spread out. And like we said, some of the guys that aren't even on this top 10, like your Schimpf, love him. Edgardo Alfonso was a lot of fun. The Rendon, Isidafo, and I love. Yeah, so really, really fun second baseman this year.
Yeah, Volpe was the one. I would have definitely had Volpe.
Oh, yeah, and Volpe would be.
Yeah.
I think
honestly,
he could have been higher, yeah.
He could have been third for me, and I wouldn't have batted an eye.
Oh, no, yeah, that Volpe was really strong.
Speaking of third.
Yes.
Well, I think there were two that got a lot of discussion when we did it. Who would you have gone with at third?
So I think I kept it pretty simple, and I just went for Brett, considering that he's still on my perfect league team.
Pretty good argument there.
I'm guessing these going to be 1 and 2. These two guys.
Yeah, Kingman was absolutely the other
Brett
one.
and Kingman that mostly were splitting the vote here. Yeah. But we'll go down to 10.
And Kingman, by the way, for those that don't know, like that's not my hand. That's a launch deck card that is unedited, just straight out the algorithm, and played that long as a stud.
Yeah. So just he had the right shape for the way the meta worked this year. Just the way that he played the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like we were saying in chat earlier, you could still be playing him in Iron, and while we might not all agree, we might have moved on to Jake Lambs and other folks. You wouldn't be out of pocket to still be playing him.
No, especially in low iron. I think he's probably the best choice.
He's still on my team in low iron.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, couple that got votes but did not quite make the top 10 that I'll just mention. The 94 Jimmy Fox, Carlos Guillen. I really like that card. But this was sort of spread out.
And you mentioned that silver is your favorite tier.
I think so. Yeah,
Charles. Yeah, I love silver
this time around.
This was a really fun card. Switch hitter, doesn't play anything particularly well defensively, but can move around spots. And in tournaments, we're just not going to value the defense as high to get a bat like that in.
And speaking of which, this is how you know that we decided that as a third baseman, our number 10 option is actually this Ryan Braun.
Yes.
I made that card with Isidafo in mind. 100%.
I love that card. I played that card for so long.
I think that card should be DH, but
I played that card at third base for such a long time.
There was literally no doubt in my mind that would be Isidafo's third baseman. I could not wait for this card to be released when it came out.
I was like, if there were no Kingman, no Brett, I would have thought about voting for that card. I played that card for such a long time.
He was just such a monster at the dish, but oh my God, I cannot imagine how many errors he must have had.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Another one I'll give you that also probably was not great defensively, but a big bat. Early cycle
Mitchell?
was this Eddie Matthews.
Oh yeah, that Matthews is nice.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at these defense ratings and it's like, are we really picking third baseman here, or have we just decided that we're picking people?
It's a second DH spot.
Go stand there. Yeah. DH.
Yeah, they just stand there.
Yeah, because Mitchell's going to come up here. I imagine he made the top 10. Maybe not, but I really like that card too.
Who else?
Yeah.
The Kevin Mitchell.
Kevin Mitchell.
He also can't play a lick of defense, but who cares?
But he plays more defense than these guys.
He catch barehanded.
That's true.
That's true. Only playing left. He can only catch barehanded playing left, unfortunately.
That's right. Over his shoulder like a football catch.
Yeah.
At number 8, and the fact that it's down at 8, I think this just tells you how much the top 2 dominated here. There's a 300,000 point bronze, who also doesn't really play defense.
Yeah, the Eugenio Suarez. Go ahead, Istafo.
No, if Bogarts hadn't been released, I might have played this card at shortstop at some point. but
I mean, you got to get the bat in. So if you had somebody
Yeah.
else at third, I would totally understand it because I'm not sitting this card if I have. I ended up never getting him. And yeah, obviously just too overpowered. Definitely a learning experience there on that card. I kind of thought maybe everything else was crappy enough, and the fact that he was dominant against lefties, the game favors versus righty numbers because you're going to face more, and obviously we see that in a lot of the different meta as well. But yeah, just too good to be a 64, especially as an LE. Was he a 50 or he was a 50, right?
50, yeah.
I think
And that was a big problem too. If he'd been 100, I think it wouldn't have been as big of an issue, but a big learning experience on that one. I think I can avoid potholes like that in 25.
Yeah. No, as a 100, I think the 100th Suarez probably sells for like 100-ish. Okay, I'm guessing.
There's another thing that I keep in mind about LEs though for this next cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so we've had long discussions about spotlight packs.
No,
absolutely.
Most of which are unprintable. But the point I was going to make is one of the effects of spotlight packs is that a lot fewer total packs get ripped. And so there's one thing which is how many copies of the LE there are, but there's also the rate at which they come out, because part of what made like a Buzz Arlet so expensive was that there were only 15 to 20 pulled per week, so that even if there are 100 copies eventually, it may take a month forever before the 100th copy comes out.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are still Buzz Arlets out there to pull.
There might be. I can ping Rich, see if he's around.
Yeah.
So
I
believe that's going to be addressed in
hidden effect of
25
spotlights
too.
is that if you want to get if you want to like get 100 copies out,
Yeah, so Dukeson, they do that. They do allow people who don't play the game like super heavily to get top cards. The problem is they allow people who do play the game super heavily to get every top card. So you actually end up further behind than you would be if that was the case. Maybe you just want to have the big card and you don't care about that.
If there weren't spotlights, you would still be able to get top cards, but you would be picking and choosing which ones to go after, basically.
I think there could be better dynamics, and we had some good chatter about it. I know you guys aren't in the main Discord, but there's some good chatter there. You guys have had excellent chatter about it here on the stream.
Main Discord?
Yeah, and I think it's just running it differently. I think would be the answer, and that's whenever I hear that feedback, I take it back to the team. It's not something I have a direct hand in, but I'm always given the feedback on that.
Yeah, like I think we don't have to have a discussion again.
I think spotlights are a good tool.
But just to mention that kind of one of the other effects is that it's not just about the count on an LE. It's actually also, like, I'm thinking about some of these perfect LE.
Well, the bronzes will go fast no matter what. I mean, the bronzes will
eventually come out.
The bronzes will, but I'm thinking about like if you made, let's say you had taken the Koufax and instead of being an LE 10, let's say it were an LE 100, which sounds nicer.
Mm-hmm.
The pull rate on those might have actually been. Like, there's actually not that much of a difference between an LE 100 and just a historical 100 in terms of the effect on the meta.
Well, on Koufax, because Koufax lasted for such a long time.
Because I was going to say, where's the cutoff where it encourages opening standards at that point? I think Koufax would have then pushed people to pop a bunch more standards to really chase that one.
I know people ripped an absurd amount of packs looking for Griffey.
Yeah.
But
I think that's
also pre-spotlights. The spotlights didn't exist at that point, so it's hard to say.
I think spotlights would have actually still stopped that from happening, because the general rule of thumb for the people who do a lot of these is basically you don't rip packs for one specific card sort of ever. But also Duke's
a good way to get disappointed.
Right. You absolutely would have gotten a Beltray and so forth without spotlights. It's supply and demand. So
you could have gotten a Beltray, you would have had to sacrifice getting other stuff. But the problem is that, like, I can tell you, I own every useful card in the game except for the limited ones, all of them, right? Like, I don't want to own all of them. I don't enjoy owning all of them, but I have nothing else to do. So,
absolutely, yeah, you got a surplus. I'm sure you're sitting on a pile of points along
Yeah.
with every card.
Yeah.
Um,
But I don't
so
think
it,
that, no, the
yeah.
free packs from like streams and logging in, that's a tiny fraction. So Dukes, I think what you're missing, I mean, to give you an idea, I just went back and counted. I was not one of the big pack rippers last cycle. There were people that, really were ripping packs. I ripped a little bit occasionally. Um, I probably still ripped, 40,000 packs last cycle. Something like that.
Well, I mean, you can look. Twitch actually tells
That's
you how many. Twitch tells you how many you got from drops. I
Oh,
mean,
I know how many I got from drops. From drops, I got of order 1,000.
how many?
Of order 1,000 total for the
yeah,
Oh
cycle,
wow.
that's about what I got to. Yeah.
right? Because it was roughly 5 a day, times however long.
Times X number of days. Yeah.
Yeah. If I were in a U.S. time zone, it would have been like maybe 1.5 times that because a lot of the officials, because you can get 5 from the affiliates and 5 from the official streams, but I'm often
Mm-hmm.
asleep by the time the official streams come up,
Yeah.
so I'm mostly getting the 5 from the affiliates.
Right.
We both lost in Twipped, by the way.
Oh well.
Well, we
Not
knew we
the
were
first
going to lose
round.
in TWIP for
Yeah.
sure.
I know you guys weren't terribly happy about your. Mine was somewhat on a par with yours. Not as bad, but yeah, it was pretty bad.
We
We
had some
both got
rough
rocked out.
rounds.
I lost a 2-1 game. You guys lost to Sour D. There's worse opponents to
Yeah.
lose to for sure.
No. So Jimmy,
Well,
I
I mean,
think the thing is that
we barely would have beat Jim Unknowns with that draft.
barely.
Uh,
So I think the thing with every card is that in this version of the game, I agree with you. It's not fun if you don't have every card because someone else will have, or a lot of other people will have them all. But in previous cycles, like 20, 21, 22, when not everyone has every card, it actually, I think it's a lot of fun to have every card because you're trying to figure out which ones the other people you're playing are going to have.
Mm-hmm.
Then it makes the meta much different because now you're building parks not only for what you have, what your opponents might not have.
well, it actually reminds
Yeah,
me of
Jim,
another thing that I'd like to see done is like thinking about. I mean, we talked about the PTMS and those the changes and making it more of a
Mhm.
series. But
Which I
I
agree
feel
with.
like it was a little bit like with the PTCS. The way the qualification stream worked this time around, it just encouraged you to be like number 120 in 8 different things and kind of spread out.
Yeah.
What I would rather have done would have had a system where if you qualify for PTCS, you qualify for everything. But your qualification is based on whichever of the 8 streams you do best in.
Oh.
So that you actually get encouraged to, like, you decide which metas you want to learn.
So it depends how you measure
Yeah.
best because there's going to be a problem. Like wildcard open, the points are much less spread out. So
Yeah.
the wildcard open people are always going to be at the top.
Well, so do something like, let's say you're going to have 128 that makes it and you have 8 streams, right? So what you would do is you would do something like if you're in the top 16 from any stream, you make it. Anyone who's a duplicate, okay, we go to number 17s, etc. So if you're in the top
Okay,
16 in any of the 8 streams, you're guaranteed you're in the top 28.
I mean,
There will be a
my
few
solution would just be
duplicates,
would just be to hugely cut the number of teams down. Like 128, I think is too many. Probably. I personally, my
Yeah,
suggestion.
I think 64 would be. I think 64 would have been
No,
plenty.
actually,
Yeah.
56 was what I wanted.
If you
The
could
idea
divide,
to give,
yeah.
to give the few teams that like super focus a particular.
Oh yeah, that would be
tier,
great. So
bye.
56. So something like if you win any of the 8 streams, you get a bye. If you're in the top 7, you're automatically in, and you start going down to like number 8s or number 9s if there are any duplicates. Something like that. But basically make it so that, because it kind of meant that, right now a lot of the extra little metagame that came up was how do I use my slots to like spread out over different formats. And if you just kind of said, try to qualify really at the top of any one stream and become an expert in that, then you could, sort of decide how to do it. And you could always try a few and decide partway through the cycle what to go for. But it also really spreads it out because now you're not, because like one of the effects, and I'm trying to figure out a way to say this without it sounding awful, but I'll just, but like just describing the effect. Um, if you were to look at like win rates in iron in dailies, I think isidafo, you have that chart somewhere, right?
I don't have it right away, but I know what you're talking about.
But basically, 1 week a month, irons would get much tougher because the teams that don't usually play iron would jump in and then would suddenly have significantly higher win rates than the teams that were playing iron most of that cycle.
Well, some of the teams. I mean, so the thing is,
Not
the
all,
way that
yeah.
iron and bronze usually work is there's very big tier jumps, right? There's the teams
Yeah.
that focus a lot on iron and bronze that do well, and then there's the
And then
people
there's
who
the
just
people
kind of
that
play more
just
casually.
qualify.
Yeah, they do fine. They're winning like half their games. Fine. And then occasionally the people who play all kinds of stuff and have success in them come in to qualify, and those
Yeah.
teams do as well as the sort of really strong focus on iron and bronze teams. And things get much harder when those teams happen to be there. It's very,
Yeah.
random which ones you get into to some degree.
Right. But
so-
I would actually rather have just sort of said, instead of kind of forcing that to happen, let the people focusing on iron qualify via iron, let the people focusing on gold qualify via gold, play the thing that you're having a lot of fun with, and then make the PTCS and PTMS actually series where if you qualify, you now have to do well at everything in order to really win that series. Something like that.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely think
there's
there's some
way
avenues
too
for improvement and changes, which I know Nico is definitely working on. So
Yeah,
but there'll be some exciting stuff.
PTCS I think is fine because like the randomness does get spread out over all the tournaments.
Mm-hmm. And the series aspect is spread out amongst the 10.
Right.
But I do agree with PTMS.
PTMS
just
is
being
so
a-
random. Yeah.
Yeah, and being a one type of deal, I think it'd be cool to see like 3 or 5 drafts that you have to do.
Yeah.
And so it's an actual series. Yeah. But again, you guys had some great chatter on that. We don't need to rehash
I
that.
know.
Yeah,
let's go on to number
We're way
7.
off into crazy lands.
Number 7. See what happens as soon as you come on stream, we start going off on tangents.
We got things. For the first time, this stream has gotten
I
off
know
track.
it slows
We've
everything
never
down.
gone on a tangent ever. Not
all
once.
right, number 7 among third basemen is actually a card I think I played more at shortstop than third base this cycle.
Ooh,
Because the
is that
defense was
gonna
too good.
be-
Is this
that
Fred
gonna be-
Loss?
Boss, yeah.
Mm.
Um,
I'm actually surprised he's high.
yeah,
Another
Yeah.
another thing where a bunch of people had him. So
yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But probably also
in the mind.
there's squirreliness after like Kingman and Brett because I'm sure those two guys
Yeah,
got such
because
a
it gets
huge
pretty,
percentage
it's
of the
pretty
vote.
compressed after that.
Yeah.
Number 6 is another player who's really not a third baseman. He's a DH, darn it. But
Yes.
but an excellent
I
card.
don't know who it is, but I like it already.
It is an
Also, I
excellent
think
card.
they're not showing up at the moment. The players.
Are they not? They're showing up on
Is it
my
Tipper?
version of
I
the
can
stream.
see him.
Am I paused? Or
You
behind?
might be. Hit the refresh.
Oh, I was delayed. Okay. Yep. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, so number 6 is Chipper, and this was one of the more long-lasting build-a-lineup cards, I guess. This and Mantle, maybe.
Yeah.
And on 78 Roberts.
Yes, and 78 Roberts. Definitely. All right. Top 5, and again, still compressed, but, so you didn't need a ton of votes to get in here. Top 5, I was a little surprised, but the more I thought about it, I can sort of see it working. And again, not the best defender in the world
Estalea?
is Dick Allen.
Oh yeah, Dick Allen.
Yeah,
So
Dick Allen.
this was my second place because I loved this card, and he was instrumental for me in any judges chamber success that I had this year, which wasn't a ton. Had a handful of places and 1 win, and Dick Allen was very prominent there. And I love those alumni cards this year with the pictures. So I was very close to voting for this one, and I went with the Brett at the last second.
All right. No,
Yeah, I really like Dick
it's
Allen.
funny that this is again one. I think one of the things we're seeing in doing this, which I was a little surprised to notice, is that some of these cards that were splitty and only really VL actually really had legs this cycle. they just sort of seem to last a lot longer.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The Molina catcher, as we talked
yeah.
about.
Yeah.
Number 4. This is more my style of card, of course. Is the John
McGraw.
McGraw with his 125 I.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. This was a great card.
I wasn't sure if he was going to get the heat he deserved. Once you didn't have him in the bottom 5, I was worried he was going to get passed over. But yeah, what a fun card there with the 125i, the 122 BABIP. Now he does have a lot of avoid K, but he puts the ball in play and gets hit, so it probably didn't bother you as much there with the avoid K.
As crazy as it sounds, I actually played this guy at second a lot. But
I can see that. I don't hate it.
His
I was
defense
putting
is
wherever
too
I
good to put
could.
at third, right?
exactly, even so good to play third. I gotta find someone worse to play at third. So
So actually, I don't mind the avoid K here. So here's the thing. The reason I normally don't like avoid K is because with the game engine, like when you're rating cards, you're kind of starting from batting average.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not like you're getting the avoid K for free. It's that you get more avoid K and then the BABIP goes down in return to kind of get to the same batting average.
Exactly. And so if they're going to have bad BABIP, they're going to GIDP all day.
But in this case, the BABIP is actually so close to the BABIP cap that at that point the avoid K is just helping you because you couldn't have made the BABIP higher anyway.
No, I loved this card. This is I shouldn't even say it in the past tense. I still utilize this card in several different avenues.
Definitely still play this.
Dead ball card. Yeah, all right. Number 3, the last, non-top 2 spot. Even though it's a recent card, I think even though it's a recent card, I think this one deserved some credit.
Is that Estalea?
It is, yeah. It is Bobby, and I mean it's funny because when I first had someone tell me like you should look at this Estalea card, I was thinking of the like more recent Bobby Estalea, and I'm like,
same when I.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was gonna say I had no idea that this guy existed. I only think of the Giants catcher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you were probably thinking that you're like, how the hell did they make a good version of that guy?
Actually, I did play that Iron Estalea for a little bit at launch, the 51.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Very.
I think
very
I might
briefly.
have just because.
Oh, he has a good eye.
Just because you sort of get stuck trying to. Yeah.
He's a little bit of a TTO guy, so I could see him getting some burn. But yeah, Bobby, his grandfather, not much for defense, but you don't care. He's a 5L god.
Yep.
He's very much in bronze. You're playing him. I mean, honestly, any of the 3 positions besides, I'll play either corner or third, but not center. That's the only place I can't make that
limit
risk.
I think the glove is good enough to play outfield. I'm not as much of a fan of playing him at third, but you can see based on the lack of third base defense that we've been picking here that I'm just outvoted on this one. So
yeah,
I'm just glad we got Ryan Braun on the board.
What? How's who?
I'm glad we got Braun on the board. I'm happy with that.
I'm glad he made it up there for you. That's really nice. Again, that card was made with you in mind.
Yes.
And our top
Thank you very much.
This was also a very close vote, but the community has decided, and we're going with Brett.
Oh,
so
wow.
Kingman wins it. Wow, that's awesome.
So it was close, but we did go with Brett. So far.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying Brett was number 2.
Brett.
Okay.
So in the end, it was close. But in the end, so far for our starters, we've actually got 3 perfects out of the 4.
3 perfects and a 50. I love that.
And a 50. Yes. half perfect.
Half perfect.
And it's his defensive half. It's there you go.
Yeah, exactly.
But how could you not?
Right, before we start,
Kingman with his 17 avoid. The card played the whole cycle. I know Brett was good, but Kingman played the whole cycle.
Yeah, Kingman just utterly fantastic. Push came to shove. I went for Brett myself, but I wouldn't have been mad if people voted Kingman to the top there. Before we do shortstop, can I run to the restroom real quick?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right back.
I'm gonna see what we got for shortstop. We got to speed up a little bit, probably. We always end up in this
we
situation.
do.
Shortstop was also, by the way, a very close vote. I was surprised. I did not think shortstop was going to be a close vote, and it absolutely was. So
I know my choice.
It was only a little under 22% of the vote was enough to win at shortstop.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty tight.
So there were several really, really close ones in there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't remember what other cards we nominated besides
Besides, yeah,
besides the 300 KLE.
yeah. Who else could win? I agree, but what can I say? A couple ones that got some votes, but we didn't get a chance in here. Bill Hall, I think, could
Yeah,
deserve some love.
got
I
some run at
won't
the start
mention
of
all
the
the ones that
cycle.
didn't get votes. We'll leave it as a surprise. We could do that at the end.
Okay, we did discuss Lit Pike very briefly when we were sort of figuring out what cards to nominate,
Yeah.
and decided he didn't quite fit into utility as a result of the whole left-handedness.
Yes.
But yeah, it was a fun card. I was really glad that card was printed. It was a fun card.
Absolutely.
I did actually play it in the outfield in a couple things, so it wasn't totally useless.
Well, I think if they didn't have the extra left-handed bonus on top of the other, like, because it seemed like it was in there twice. There was a
Yes.
big problem, it was weaker on the card because it was lefty, but then there was also like another malice on top of that, basically.
No, I mean when it was released, like my model obviously, doesn't really have this whole extra left-handed penalty built into it,
Yeah.
and it said he was like the best second baseman.
Yeah. Me
Just
too.
yeah, he's great.
We'll wait for Sporer to come back to ask him who he'd vote for. Maybe we'll start to reveal a few because we are going slower
Yeah.
than we intended. Let's see. Number 10 actually was my second choice. I played this card much longer than anybody else did, I think. Because I like my shortstop gloves.
Derek Jeter.
I think Derek Jeter got votes. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
But no, is Bancroft.
Oh yeah, Brent. What do you mean we don't already stream all day? I mean, I don't know what you're talking about here. We stream all day already.
Yeah.
Not really an if.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, Bancroft was.
We'll let Spore catch up when he gets back, maybe, just since we're behind and all that.
No, Bancroft was a really really great card.
Yeah.
I mean, it was sort of interesting because he was really at the top of what the shortstop defense was for like any other cycle, and then this year we pushed that even further than it had been.
Definitely, yeah.
So
Well, I'm hoping the gloves here are a little bit better than the gloves at third base.
I would hope so, except for Jeter, because
yeah.
But no, I mean, I think Bancroft was. I remember when we sort of talked about him, it was the kind of card we said like, if you're just sort of trying to take in diamond, this is a useless card basically. But if you're trying to win perfectly, this is like probably the most important card at the time it was in the game.
Yeah.
What
if you were trying to win perfectly but stuck in diamond?
Well, then it was useless.
Not that I know anybody in that situation.
Yeah. But yeah, really interesting card that definitely had a good run.
Yeah. Number 9 was actually another card that I probably used longer than anybody else. I guess that's the theme here. It was Jelly.
Oh, well, so it's got actually a lot of votes for shortstop.
Yeah. I think that makes sense, right? Again, a bunch of positions. Probably shortstop's the primary. And, I mean, who really knocked him out of short at, an iron, now that I think about it? I mean, it took a while.
Yeah, I mean, there were some guys that played sort of very briefly that Bud Housen that we drafted and couldn't use. Or did actually use back. I played for a little bit. A few guys.
Iron and a perfect to start off here.
Oh, yeah, no, we started. We should ask you who you voted for. We realized we're a
My
bit
pick.
behind on timing, so we sort of slowed.
Yeah, no problem at all. I meant to say you guys can start without me. My pick was a little bit off the board, but again, silver being my favorite tier, and this guy being very instrumental for some of my success, I went with Corey Seager.
Corey Seager, nice. I thought you were going
He
to say
just
Bill
really
Hall, who was actually like a huge card at the beginning of the cycle, trying to get
great
things going.
early cycle guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but Seager did get a lot of play. We really took Abrams basically to knock him out, pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So,
definitely.
Big Seager fan too, and obviously had the huge year in real life. I love that B-Ref card too. It's just the art on that is so slick. So
yep.
Yeah.
Another card that had a lot of good run. Actually.
I like these first two choices here, though.
Yep.
Continue. Feel
The
free.
next one, it may be that this card's too low and that it's our fault, because this is someone that we actually left off the ballot initially, and when we saw write-ins, we realized we better add him. But was this Gold Lindor?
Oh yeah, the Golden Door got lots of love from the community.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, for me, the Diamond Lindor may be the best card of like the cycle at shortstop. It's just it came out
And
so late, it didn't have
aggressively
the same
underrated.
impact.
Yeah, if this cycle had lasted another 6 months, Diamond Lindor would have been at the top for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that card is so strong.
I do love that card. He's one of those like where it shows that difference between 99 and 100 late cycle, because if he's 100, I don't think he makes
then
the
he's out to
grade.
play, yeah.
No.
But as a 99, he's really hot. So I don't think too hot. I mean, you guys might differ, but like I think also underrated. I know Isidafo has lamented the fact that he's like 350,000 when he should be way more.
I have no idea how anyone sold that card for that price. I don't
took
get
advantage of that. I ended up getting it for like 360, and I didn't look back. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I mean, for me the issue was just these PTMS cards from the second one. They kind of came out after the point I was looking to collect stuff for the cycle.
Yeah, understand.
And so I think that's why the price comes down, is that it's all supply and demand, and there's a market of a certain size, basically.
Right. No, but I mean, I think
might just want to sell and get something else, I guess, and they'll take what they can get.
No, I think that Lindor is worth pretty easily twice as L10, if not more.
Well, someone's listening, because the current order up is trying to get about that much for it.
Yeah, that card is really strong.
Number 7, again, you could play at a couple positions, but I think short is maybe where you play in the most, is this CJ Abrams from the PT Elite.
Yes, great card here.
Yeah.
I still want to play him at second, I think. But
yeah, well, now with Swanson, he's definitely at second. But until then, I was playing him short a lot. Especially the Shields was such a nice two-way card.
Yeah, I don't.
Dukes, then the only tough part. Go ahead, Charles. Sorry about that.
I didn't like the card as much because I feel like shortstop is one of the positions where, I don't want to have to platoon. I really just want to be able to run a primary shortstop and not have to devote 2 people to the position.
That's totally fair. At least he has the extra position at second base to like give him some flexibility there. But I'm with you too. I generally like to be up the middle if I can avoid platooning on second, short, center. At least 2 of those 3 positions. That's ideally what I'm going for.
Yeah. Yeah, I was platooning with Gallego for a while, and that also helps a lot because then you have flexibility with both guys.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's a bananas platoon.
Yeah. Let's see. Number 6. All right, I'm actually gonna say I think this was actually the worst community vote so far.
Jeter.
But I would rather have had Jeter than this card. We went with Monty Ward.
Oh.
And
you think the two-way action helped him?
Yeah, but I just think this was a misevaluation because I think he wasn't good enough either way to really be a good two-way card, and was pretty surpassed. But
this card when it was released was sort of funny because I mean he was a really good two-way card, and I ended up using him more just league like shortstop second baseman.
That's how I used him.
Didn't even care that much he was a two-way.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it, but I don't think the bat was enough to. Anyway, I'm at least going to disagree with this one. Sounds like you two think it was a more reasonable
Well,
vote.
I would definitely I'd pick all 4 of the other guys so far ahead of him.
Exactly. So I do agree
but-
with you there that I am surprised that he ranked up to 6. I think your issues with him are valid.
Yeah.
Number 5, I guess we have to show. Oh wait, no, this is the
Jeter.
non-Yankee. No, this is the non-Yankee version. Is A-Rod.
Oh, okay.
The non-Yankee
yeah,
A-Rod, right?
the future legend A-Rod.
Yeah, the future legend A-Rod.
Yeah, that was
This is
another
a fun one.
Yeah, I think he sort of got forgotten because of the newer A-Rod. But this A-Rod was really good card for a long time, both at short and third.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What'd you guys think of putting the third base on the Yankees A-Rod kind of as like a meme, but also
The Rangers one, you mean? The B-Ref.
Yes.
I was fine with it.
Definitely made him more playable. It's not historical, but it
No, but
made him
the
more
problem is
playable.
the card gets killed by Boudreaux in a week if you don't do that. So it's
exactly. And
Yeah,
I knew
there's
that
a-
Boudreaux was coming.
If you had put third base on Jeter, Isidafo would have played him all cycle, right?
well, that is true.
I did think about doing that, but I didn't need a million Yankee fans chasing.
Like a throwback to in PT20, there was the Hall of Fame Jeter, which was like tremendous card, but then you could train everyone everywhere. So people were playing him at first, at second, at third, anywhere but shortstop. He was going to play.
Exactly.
Let's see. Number 4. This was kind of funny because this is a card that initially slipped under the radar and then became essential, I think, because he wasn't released as part of the set he went with. Nasim Nunez.
Yeah.
What y'all think about that All-Star Weekend?
He was kind of an extra future legend because of the prospects game, right?
Yeah, it was fun. It was him, the Elias Diaz, which was an okay card, and the Vlad Guerrero, which was also a pretty decent card.
And Skeens.
Yeah. Oh, and Skeens. I forgot about Skeens was there too. Yeah, Skeens was also a fun card.
But this one actually lasted quite a while.
Now, Nunez was definitely the best of those 4, but pretty clearly. But
yeah,
no, that was a fun little mini set.
Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that. I just kind of ran it by the team. They were like, "Yeah, why not? Let's do it." And was hoping that because I was able to do the Skeens that maybe I could do the Yamamoto, but that one got shut down.
Yeah,
I think the difficult part is that he's a pro elsewhere, whereas Skeens was going from amateur to pro.
Well, and not just elsewhere, but also elsewhere that has specific licensing rules and
correct. That might be within Com2Us's profile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard they're not so friendly to that kind of thing always.
So we just didn't want to take any chances.
No. It's very reasonable. I mean, I'm sure everyone would like to see the card, but yeah, very, very understandable.
All right, so number 3, and again, this is higher than I would have put him, but then he was your top choice. Actually, is this Seager?
Oh wow! I thought since he wasn't on yet that he wasn't going to be on. Hey, I applaud the community on that. Again, I played favorites here. It wasn't the best shortstop, but he gave me the most juice as a heavy silver player, and he was just so good. And like you guys said, it really wasn't until Abrams that he got completely bumped up, or that he got really pushed.
Yeah. My thing was, I do think he was the best shortstop in silver for a while, but I always thought the gap between him and like number 2 and number 3 was fairly small. So he kind of
especially if you favored the glove.
Yeah. So he sort of kept ending up on rosters, but I didn't. I
think also for a while the number 2 in silver was this other card we haven't put up yet, but will be either first or second.
Yeah, y'all's choice.
And not everyone had that. So
correct.
If you didn't have that, then the Seager was probably quite far ahead.
Yes. No, that's fair. All right. So
did he win?
Grab number 2 and number 1 again. Did I win what? Or is this a?
I'm saying, did Bronzy win, or did he lose out to Lubu?
It was close. Yeah. I would have been pretty upset if it hadn't played out this way. It's Bronzy.
It's Bronzy.
Had to be.
It was close, and the Boudreaux was also an excellent card, but it's Bronzy.
I bet some people that didn't even have Bronzy voted for him just because they know the excellence, and they probably saw him in different tournaments that a bronze was just sticking out on like a diamond roster and stuff. I know you guys had mentioned playing him in some, unique formats and whatnot.
I remember one of the PTCS was pretty funny. I think it was the air restricted one. My top shortstop in open was Yount. My second was Ozzy, then Yount, then Ozzy. My top 4 shortstops.
Well, I think also, I mean, you were sort of asking like what would have happened if Mathis were a high bronze. This card actually is a lot like Mathis. It's, it's sort of eye heavy. There's just enough of a bat, huge glove for the level.
So apart from being LE, which some people are just going to fundamentally disagree with, which I understand, I respect those opinions. Does he work as a 69?
Well, he was.
Or should he have been a silver?
I mean, he was playing in silver. It depends how long you want him to last, right?
Yeah,
the thing,
I think for the price, I wanted him to last a while.
I think the thing that's sort of funny about this card was that actually by this point, I'm more interested in playing him in silver than in bronze.
That's true.
So I don't know that it actually would have made a difference to its longevity if this is a silver.
No, that's probably fair, but I mean, I think the other point is, I mean, look, again, the LE is a different discussion. It's mainly just that it kind of raises the price of entry to bronze tournaments significantly.
Exactly, which isn't always the best thing. I totally understand
what I would
that.
keep in mind is, you can decide which the tournament should be that has a low cost to entry. But I think it's important that there are always some formats that do have a low cost to entry.
Yeah, I mean, iron and silver stayed relatively low for most of the cycle. There wasn't like any sort of oppressive LEs in either of those metas. I don't remember, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually kind of just. I think it would be a lot of fun if like Diamond had a low cost of entry for a while in a cycle. You have to figure out kind of how to do it. Maybe you make kind of all of the key diamonds sort of mission rewards or something like that for a while.
I think that could be done maybe early cycle with the live team mission rewards, being the guys, the go-to to build a nice core team with, maybe.
Yeah. But I think the main thing is I think it's important that there's always a couple of formats where there's a relatively low cost to entry and you can steer new people to it without sort of having to invest a bunch in the game to get going.
Was it bronze is like when people in previous cycles have asked me, where should I start playing tournaments? Bronze is usually what I point to, because iron functions a bit differently than every other tier because the cards are so extreme.
Yeah.
And so you're really picking shapes more than anything else in iron, and in bronze and silver you're less picking shapes.
No doubt.
So, I probably this year would I push people more towards silver as a place to start instead of bronze, because bronze was a little pricey to get into at many points with Eldred, with Ozzy.
I was doing the same thing. Like when Dr. Anastic was kind of getting going and like thinking maybe we should try some dailies, silver was kind of what I focused on for the same reason. So I think whichever way you do it, I don't think there's a problem specifically with bronze being LE heavy. I think there is a problem if there aren't maybe two different formats that you can get into relatively cheaply, whatever two formats that you pick.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then, with regards to the bronzy, I then did try to make sure that there were some defensive studs that got out there that were definitely clearly below him, like the Adam Everett can't hit.
Yeah, the Everett was a good. Yeah, I like printing that card.
But he was meant to be like, hey, you don't have Ozzy, at least you're not light years behind. You've got somebody who can really pick it. And he doesn't walk like Ozzy did, but he had a better BABIP and a little bit more of a better pure hitter type.
No, I think I meant the same kind of thing with like the Horner for Suarez.
Exactly.
That kind of stuff makes sense to me to do.
Yeah, I think so.
Before we move on to left field, I know we got to get going with the 100 Ozzy, because that art was probably the best art we had, and yet that card just wasn't that good. What do you think is the best way to approach a 100 Ozzy? Because he never really hit that well. Does it just have to be early cycle?
You got to jack the defense to the moon. It's the only way.
Either look, I think number one, he doesn't hit that well. So I think the way you want to do it, if you want to make it that good of a card, is the defense has to be significantly better than any other option. Right.
Okay.
Like I said,
so like 115 range when
you saw Mathis playing in Perfect League, right?
Yeah.
If you give a card enough defense, it'll work. Um, but you have to give the card, it's the same thing we're talking about with some of the other cards where there's something that made the player so distinctive that they were, you know, like Hall of Fame worthy. Uh,
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I can check
you
it now.
have you have to basically find a way to make that
Hold
rating
on.
distinctive.
Well, I can't perfectly, but I can see how much I'd have to jack Ozzy's range to make him play right now perfectly. I can
Yeah,
just try to
I
play
would
around
like
with
to
it.
know that because I got a little cautious with him. I knew he had to be great defensively, and I think he was the best at the time, but it
He
wasn't
was,
by a
yeah,
big enough margin to really make him like, holy hell, I need to go get this Ozzy because I
right. Because
love
like
that art.
Udro now is the same defense as Ozzy.
Exactly, and
Um,
the Dallin is up there.
Right.
There's just a
yeah,
bunch of guys that are like right there with him.
Yeah. So I think to make Ozzy play without the bat, the defense has to be significantly better than whatever the other competitors are going to be.
well, the other option is to go back to the PT-21 engine where that was the good bat shape, but um, that's
No,
probably
but
bad for some other reasons.
even if that were a good bat shape, you still can't make it good enough.
No, no, there were
Hmm.
Aussies in PT-21 that PT-20, PT-21 that hit. They actually hit because power just the engine was messed up basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you didn't have to have power really
Yeah,
to be a god.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but even if you think of him as a singles hitter, the problem is that there are other bats that are going to be just as good singles hitters and just as good at walking,
True.
or probably better at walking, plus the power for free, so that even if the power doesn't work, the bat's
I
better.
will say the fact that he does take walks at least does make him an easier card to build.
yes. If he had no walks, it would actually be basically impossible to make
Yeah, well,
100.
it's the same. It's the same as the Mathis, right? The Mathis,
Hmm.
it wasn't
Yeah.
that it was just a glove. It was that it was a glove and the bat wasn't disastrous. It was merely really bad.
Yep. He would get on base for you and, catch the right wave, and he's going to even be toting like a 360 OBP.
Yeah, that was the idea. Um,
All
besides,
right,
I
we can
mean,
move we can move to left field.
Ozzy, the card was misprinted, right? The picture was upside down.
Exactly. But it was an error card. And you know how valuable those can be.
Yeah,
Think about the
Right.
Billy
that's
Ripken.
true. Um,
Which, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed. It took me forever to notice. I'm sure people brought this up ages ago, but I just was randomly looking at the Billy Ripken the other day. It looks like it is in reference to his F
Yeah, I
face card.
think it is. I think it is.
Like it can't be coincidental. Which I totally missed that. But when I saw it the other day, I laughed pretty hard to myself.
yeah.
Do you remember, do you remember what was the meta shortstop when Ozzy was released? Was it Rizzuto? Was
That
that
would
like the
have been
big guy?
PTM Judo, yes, but he's
Yeah. Okay.
very rare. But
Was
yeah,
it
I think it
rare
would have been
Rizzuto and then well, I was still playing Bancroft because I'm an
Bancroft.
idiot, but people were
Yeah.
playing
Well, no, I'm not saying yeah to you being an
Glasscock
idiot. I'm
and
saying yeah to him being played.
Like Appling or
Um,
something? That kind of
yeah.
guy? Okay.
So all right, left field.
I picked Mantle.
You
I,
also
I
you
didn't
also
I
went
didn't
Mantle, and
yeah.
I can
I didn't
understand
get too
why.
creative on this one. I do like that James Wood though. My girlfriend, she played this year, very idle, kind of casual player, but she pulled that James Wood relatively early, and oh my God, he was unbelievable for her for
Yeah.
several seasons, just dominating.
So in 10th, we've got a card that I just don't think was actually ever good. But I know saw a lot of play early in the cycle because it took people a while to realize it wasn't good. Was this Musial.
Who's this gonna be? Oh yeah, yeah.
And it was just the
The-
wrong shape. But people played it a lot because it took a while to figure out that it was the right shape last year and the wrong shape this year.
Well, it was sort of funny because at release it was not great, and then once the engine got sort of adjusted to make BABIP a bit,
It was
make
like
things a bit
only
more
mildly
in
not
line.
so great, but it was still
No, then
not
he was pretty
great.
good. Then I think he was pretty good at that point. But yeah, I agree on it was very hyped on launch and was not as good. Like he was still pretty decent, but not as good as probably he looked.
Yeah. Um, like I think he was intended to be the best card in the TB1 batch for gold, but the answer was really Vita Blue.
Yeah.
yeah, that Vita Blue had legs.
Um, number 9. Wow. Okay. If this is, so I'm going to say these have got to be out of order because if this is really number 9, there are a lot of excellent cards here. Was this Evan Carter? I mean, that
Oh wow,
was one of the
Oh,
I
strongest
love it.
cards I thought of the cycle.
I agree.
Yeah,
Little
very fun card.
probably a little overpowered. I was bummed by how kind of weak his future legend was because truth be told, I just didn't know that much about him. Like he had a big year this year that
Yeah.
really elevated his status. So his future legends was kind of meh, and I was like, dang, I really want a better Evan Carter out there. So that this presented that opportunity with the PT
Yeah.
Elite, and that card was monstrous.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Definitely,
it's the kind of card that it pushed the meta, but then right after, like a couple weeks, it was like Klein, McCutcheon,
Yeah, I made sure he got
other
company
guys
pretty quickly.
that got
Yeah,
cards
so
that
I think he
challenged him.
eventually got surpassed, but when he came out, he was just the best player at all three positions by a fair margin.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
dominated
Justice
righties
was also there, but yeah,
and didn't have to necessarily sit against lefties if your build didn't allow it.
All right.
yeah.
Number 8. All right. You know what? It's community voting. So
Johnny Dickshot.
Johnny Dickshot.
Well, it's a good name.
Yeah, and there's just no way I'm not making that card a 69. I'll change whatever
No,
rating I have.
that card has to be 69. There's no other option.
And number
Nickname
7,
ugly.
again, what can I say? It's community voting.
Is this going to be?
I'm guessing the top 3 will be Wood, Mantle, and Aaron.
Schwarber? Oh, Rob Deere.
So Deere.
Rob Deere and headlights.
Yep.
Is Rob Deere here right now?
Well,
Yeah, Deere got a decent amount of play at the start, but
Yeah, he did.
probably higher than I would have gone on him.
Yeah. But I don't think he was the most impactful left fielder of the cycle for me.
No, and I'm not sure he would have made my top 10. Solid player, standard 3 true outcomes with a little bit of BABIP. 71 BABIP, not bad for a low bronze, but definitely not quite making top 10 for me.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
Number 6.
Good card, though.
Number 6, all right. I think this might be the list so far I've disagreed with the community the most. Number 6 actually is where my James Wood ended up.
Wow. He and Volpe, I think they're just prisoners of being long ago because those two cards were
so much.
and they
the Wood was.
They were god tier when they came out.
Oh yeah, no, they were both getting league play. They both, they lasted a long time. Just yeah.
And speaking of god tier when they came out, I still think this was my favorite card of the cycle.
Mac Wilson
is Jimmy Wynn.
Oh, Jimmy Wynn. Yeah, you were talking about him earlier tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're not as big on the Rob Deere because you'll just play the Jimmy Wynn instead.
Of course, you just play Jimmy Wynn. Who else are you gonna play?
Then there's no Tony Suckin yet, so you gotta.
What else are you gonna do?
Yeah. This is a launch deck card again, not just algorithm based. Strong card, crushing it left for you. You don't really want to put him in center, but he had a big enough arm that maybe early on, maybe even you could play him in center if you had to.
I mean, we're providing a good demonstration of the infinite monkey theorem, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I definitely put him in center. Come on, I was comparing him with he was my defensive replacement in center for Gorman Thomas.
I love it. Oh yeah, because that Gorman had to play center, right?
Yeah,
he was center only.
Yeah.
Number 4, if you can believe it, is where we put Mickey Mantle.
Wow, that fell down. That's amazing.
That surprises me. Because even though I said the thing about Volpe and Wood kind of getting overlooked because they're long ago, there are still some cards that are getting their love for lasting so long. And I thought Mantle Wood there. 4 is a little bit shocking, I will say.
I agree.
Yeah.
I was surprised by this one.
I mentioned earlier in the stream, my data, this was the card with the most perfectly played appearances of the cycle.
I believe it.
And not all that close, really.
So given this, who do you think the top 3 are?
I think Hank's number 1, Hank, Hack, and Schwarber.
I'm gonna say Bleferi.
I do love that card.
I think it'll be Hank, Bleferi, Schwarber.
Just as I had Isidafo in mind when I made Braun, I had Charles in mind when the Bleferi was coming. I was like, oh, he's gonna love this card. Maybe strikes out a little too little. He strikes out not enough against right-handers with an 84, but has at least some BABIP there, so shouldn't be grounding into too many double plays.
Number 3 is a card that absolutely fits what I'm looking for in a left fielder.
Schwarber.
Is Schwarber.
Yeah.
Got that
Could have listed
sneaky
him a
backup
catcher, but
catcher
It's a lefty
capability
who
as
can
well.
catch, yeah.
I mean that catcher came in really useful with the sort of whole Ford situation.
Absolute, like
Yeah.
super useful. There were gold builds I had where they were my two catchers.
Yeah, it was
The one
actually
that
a
enjoyed
very valuable thing
Tommy
to have.
Davis did get a vote, but not in the top 10.
Yeah, Tommy Davis should have been in the top 10. I would agree with that. Tommy Davis was
Yep.
a really impactful card.
Definitely.
Great card.
And Hack Wilson did not make the top 10 either, surprisingly. For
Oh,
me.
wow.
Yeah, I would have put
Because
Wilson in too.
number 2 is like number 2 in fact is Buferi.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Shouts to the community on that one. So then we
Yeah.
disagreed with some of their lower ones, but then they redeemed themselves here with the Bluffrey
They
love.
did, and
Yep.
is it Buferi or Buferi?
You might actually be correct. I wasn't trying to correct you there. I do not know.
I have
don't
no
know.
idea.
I don't know either. That's why I was asking. And number 1 is, as you probably guessed, you know, this one I can pronounce is Hank Aaron, and I think that was very much intended, right? That
Yes.
would be one of the
Yes.
big cards for the cycle.
Would have been bummed if he had come up short.
Yeah. Yeah, we ended up putting him in left field because, K-Line was taking most of the right field time at that point.
I think a lot of the tent poles, the big mission rewards worked. Like Caminiti obviously being the clear antithesis of that. But the Santana had legs and did well. The Mantle, the Aaron, the DeGrom, the Cupid Childs. So I will say I feel like we hit our goals on a lot of the major mission.
I'd say probably if anything, Bob Gibson was the weakest of those. Like I think Boudreaux was probably the strongest of that group of mission rewards. But I mean, Gibson still plays. It's not like it's a bad card.
Yeah.
Yeah. The A-Rod with the Future Legends. So I was definitely proud of how those turned out.
I
excluded.
agree. I think it was, the missions were pretty good for the most part in getting cards that people actually wanted.
Yeah, I think so. All right, center field. 29% of the vote here, so a little bit more of a clear winner for the community.
Oh, I think that's probably going to be Mays or Charleston. But I'm going to play favorites here, and I voted for Eric Davis. Played a lot of Diamond.
Nice.
Ended up playing a lot more Diamond
Davis here, right? Because there was also a pretty good Silver Davis.
I love that one too.
I think we listed him and left the Silver Davis, if I remember correctly.
You did.
We did.
And but yeah, his Immortal Seasons, obviously kind of like a Buxton of his era, where what could have been if he had played full time, but even better than Buxton, to be honest, because those 120, 130 game seasons that he was playing basically looked like full seasons. And he was just so unbelievably monstrous. 3750 in 129 games in 1987. I love that card.
It's kind of along the same lines as some of those other cards you mentioned, like the Molina, Dick Allen, where you have these big VL splits, and it just seems to. I mean, he's not as
just scary,
but he just lasts forever because nothing else comes around to beat him.
So I think this is the first position where we all had different votes.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
We'll see. So we'll see what the community did. Like I said, it was 29% of the vote was the winner. In 10th, I think this is our first PTCS reward here. Is this Ichiro?
Nice.
Which is a card that I was really down on.
A divisive card, yes.
When it was released, and it ended up being a key league card for longer than I think even you expected as isidafo, right? But definitely longer than I expected. I hated the card.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it a lot in release. I didn't think it would last quite as long as it did, but it did last a long time.
I would not have played it almost in any tournament ever, but in the league it was a really good fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the defense takes a big jump up in league. So for anybody, obviously, a lot of people that are here right now have probably been here before, but whenever we're talking about Isidafo's third base theory, I always underscore that is tournament specific.
It is a tournament, yeah.
You really care about defense in league if you want to be successful.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So number 9, that's where the community put your Eric Davis, and I think he could even have been higher. That was a really good card.
Higher, yeah.
I'm glad he made it though. But yeah, I adored this card. Cooked lefties, held his own against righties, quality defender, gave me everything I wanted there in left and in center.
Yeah. Yeah. And number 8, we got another card that absolutely cooked lefties. Uh, and low diamond was this Jackie Jensen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good on the
Thing.
community for giving him his love, because I didn't hear
Yeah.
him talked about as much, but then you'd play something, you'd play a diamond tournament and you'd see that he would get in a bunch of lineups like he deserved, because that was a really fun card. And having the triple eligibility really helped too, I think, with the left, center, and right.
Yeah.
Whereas at number 7, we got a card that everyone would have loved to get eligibility for, because he was really a DH with such a good bat. You just had to put him at center, I guess. Was the Silver Shin-Soo Choo.
Oh yeah.
And there was just so much in the bat that you put up with it somehow, I guess, right?
Yeah, I played him at center at the start of the game, and I was very sad about it, but I did it anyway.
I get it.
Yeah, this
the
was
bat
one
was so good. Yeah.
where we didn't get to take advantage of the new feature, where if he had had even just one piece of experience in left and right, he would have gotten full in tournaments. And so that was something that, we announced that as a feature, and then I saw all these cards that had all these qualified to learns. I'm like, well, we gotta do better with that. So I tried to make that a focus going forward, where I was giving guys either full experience or at least some to take advantage of that tournament feature.
Yeah, he would have been out of
his
center
bat
field
was just so
immediately
good.
if he was able to.
Yeah.
I
His
would
bat
have
was
never
good
played him
enough
there.
that, actually, you still played him in center.
Yeah, it was worth it. Just like Cincy did, right? Because they had no business playing him there in center in real life, but his bat was way too good. And I love that he and Votto were really good friends too.
Yeah.
All right, the next one, I'm actually going to ask where you played this card, because I think I played it several positions, but maybe more in a corner at the end. But I kept thinking center field is where I should have played him. Is Nootbaar.
I knew it was going to be Nootbaar. I played him on the corners, but I played him a bunch. I love that Nootbaar.
Who was number 11, by the way, that he stole his spot from?
I was just about to say literally what I was going to say.
I
Spot thief.
Still think I missed the story behind that.
So, I'll give you a quick synopsis. Basically, somebody tried to make a big deal about him, quote unquote, stealing a WBC spot from a deserving Japanese player, as if he wasn't absolutely beloved, and B, fully qualified based on the rules that the WBC has. So we turned it into a meme by kind of poking fun at that person, because he was like really upset with Nootbaar about stealing somebody's spot, a deserving Japanese player or something.
Yeah.
So that's where ridiculous. The Nootbaar stealing spots comes from, if anybody's ever wondered on
Fair
that.
enough.
Because he didn't steal anybody's spot. His mom is Japanese, and again, the team adored him.
Yeah,
it was like one of the better stories of the WBC.
It was one of the stranger things I've seen someone say about
weird soapbox. Yeah.
Let's see. All right, number 5. I really have to say, well done to the community on this one too. I didn't think anyone was going to vote for this card, and I was kind of thinking that maybe someone should. Is this Dyson?
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
The 46 Dyson.
Yeah.
Great iron card.
I'm still playing that thing in a few caps.
Makes sense.
It's
Cap God, low iron, just does what he does very well.
Yeah, he just sort of fit the whole cycle.
Quick question on this. He's got an 87 bunt for hit, which isn't outsized, but what do you guys do on bunt for hit slider? Do you turn it up on guys, and what's kind of your threshold to push it?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you might as well. He's not going to hit it anyway, so
yeah. I figure that's my best chance on stealing a few extra bases. There is to maybe get him some extra bunt hits to get on first.
Yeah, it depends on how good he is at the other stuff, right? If he's got 125 BABIP, I'm less inclined to let him bunt.
Yeah,
right. One of the things that's really tricky with bunt for hit is that the game doesn't show us the difference between a bunt single and a regular single.
Exactly.
So it's very hard to tell. Yeah. You have to do a lot of base game science really if you want to figure out what's happening. Even then, it's a bit sketchy.
All right, number 4. You know what? I'm actually going to ask you whether you think this was a good or bad decision. But number 4 is where we ended up putting Griffey.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I would thought maybe he would have been a little bit higher. I did see, I think London Enjoyer said he was mid, which I'm not sure I agree with, but I also didn't have him on my team. He was somebody I had to watch from afar. But I thought he was pretty good.
Well, I
Yeah,
think
I
the
think it's one
card
of those
was
maybe we're
excellent. I think the issue was that if you have, a relatively small number of copies, then he's excellent for the people that get a copy.
Yeah. And then everyone else is like, maybe resentful toward him.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
like I said, this is the card that I should have the biggest missed buy of the cycle for me.
Yeah,
I
I
should
chose
have
to
tried
go
to get one and I
for
didn't.
I chose to go for Grover Cleveland instead,
Hmm.
and
I
that was a
remember you had
mistake.
been, I thought you ended up liking the Grover more than you thought you would, though,
I did, but
but not relative to Junior.
from when Junior came out, it took I think over 10 weeks before anyone without Junior won a perfect league.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
It
really
was a
strong.
long run. And I don't think that's just correlation. I definitely think there's some causation there.
No, he
Yeah.
was really, really good. I
So
mean,
he ended up being a
Koufax.
more critical card than even the Koufax.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Koufax was also really strong. But Koufax was just. I mean, as an LE10, he was someone. I bought PT Plus, but I didn't spend money outside of that. I did not have the budget at that point in the cycle to even try to buy the Koufax. But Griffey was attainable in theory,
Hmm.
and I should have done it, and I didn't think he would last as long, and he just lasted forever.
Well, I
Um,
just misread the direction the game was going with Koufax because I had gone for Grover Cleveland, and then Koufax came out, and I said, okay, I think this is the plan this cycle. Is there's just going to keep being some big LE10 every couple of weeks. And once you think there's going to be one every couple of weeks, now you pick and choose. And then you decide that probably a starting pitcher isn't actually as important as waiting for the next big LE10, position player where you don't think they're going to be
Hmm.
top for a while.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, obviously a lot of discourse on the LE10s and,
definitely none about
you know,
Kluber though, right? No
no,
one
no,
talked about
no.
that card.
No, well, just under the radar. Wow. Good.
Yeah.
Can't believe nobody even talked about it.
Yes.
I know it's not related, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. London Enjoyer was not talking about Junior when he said the mid thing. He was talking about J.R. Richard when we were talking about tent poles. I was talking more at the top end of the missions, but I hear you, London Enjoyer. And he's a tough guy to make good
Richard's
because of
very
that
hard.
control. Basically, he either needs to be early cycle or I have to lie about his control.
Yeah.
Or not a perfect. I mean, that's the other way.
Or not
Yeah,
a perfect. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Well, I think
Which
one actually I think
I was
one
more
thing you
comfortable
should
with this year.
yeah, well
yeah.
actually I think one thing you should kind of take away from the Mathis stuff as well is as well as these things, you're looking at the cards that people sort of paid the most attention to. Some of them are like perfects that were league cards, some of them aren't.
Hmm.
And you can make a relatively difficult mission where the reward is a key tournament card instead of a key league card, and I think the community will understand that.
Absolutely. And
Um,
I try to get more comfortable with being like, okay, just because their name might be 100 worthy, their skills aren't. That's why I never put out 100 Jeter. The best
yeah,
chance for him was to be a low diamond, and he got a pretty
yeah.
decent bit of run with that low
Yep.
diamond.
It was like Nolan Ryan every year. I mean, there's been so many tries to print 100 Nolan Ryan and
Yep.
really never a successful one. So it's just very difficult.
I think you could
Um,
maybe do a launch level Nolan and get it to work or something.
yeah, launch you could do it, but
We'll see.
after that it gets tough.
Yeah. But yeah, London Enjoyer, I don't know what you're saying about the Discord. I hear nothing but positive things about Kluber. I read nothing but positive things about Kluber in the Discord. um,
He,
We can
he
move
does
on.
not get talked about anymore.
I will
Believe it
say
or not.
if anyone has a Kluber, I do kind of want to buy one. So, um,
Kluber
you know,
available.
let me know.
so number
Or
okay,
Kluber buyer, I should say.
let's see.
Go
Number
ahead.
three, we got Walt, who really was a key card early in the game. Kind of as you tried to build up. You know, like he would have been one of the MVPs the first couple months, probably, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially with the two positions was really, really
Yeah.
nice.
Um,
Yeah, that was a really fun card. Had tons of legs.
um,
And good on the community for
number
giving him
two,
his love.
what?
Yeah. No, yeah.
I just say good on the community giving Wilmot his love.
Yeah. And this was a closer vote than I thought, actually. Number two is, everybody's favorite diamond of the cycle, the silver Pearsall.
Yeah.
I will point
That
out
card was just, it was the same thing we were talking about before. These cards that were great VL just
Yep.
seemed to
and that
last
kept his
forever.
juice.
Yeah.
And
Honestly,
number one,
I think
is
he
also
only.
baseball. Yeah.
I think Pearsall only recently got like fully unseated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With like the Crispy Young, Bader, like a handful of guys that have recently come out to finally push you off of him. And even if you're still playing him against lefty, you're still not completely out of pocket for it.
No,
I
it's
agree.
still a reasonable thing to do. I mean, I'm actually not playing any of those three at the moment in low silver, but yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable even still.
Yeah, definitely.
Did Mays or Oscar win?
And number
Oscar.
one, yeah, one of them didn't even get in the top
I was
10.
just gonna say I can't believe one of them is completely off the board.
Yeah, it's surprising though.
Yeah, I agree. And our winner was Oscar.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mays just did get a vote, but was not in the top 10. Mays
And he
got a
did get
vote.
kind of run over early. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
He did get kind of run over early, so I think that's quickly because there are a lot more center fielders that came. Like he was still viable. I don't think he was pushed out completely, but like if you didn't have him, you didn't have to keep chasing.
Right.
Was the thing.
Well, we realized at some point, it was not quite as released because we hadn't figured out all this fun for hit stuff that he really probably wasn't ever as good as we thought he was.
Mm-hmm.
Which at the time we sort of didn't really, or I didn't understand that entirely at least. But now I think we sort of do. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, see, others got votes. Brenton Doyle got a vote. Dominguez got a vote. Paul Blair.
The 83, not the 91.
The 83,
one of those was
not the 91.
hand edited. The other one wasn't. I'll let you figure out which was which. Same with Pearsall.
Yeah, it's just shocking.
One of the Blairs and one of the Pearsalls got votes. So yeah, you can. All right, moving on to right field.
Okie dokie.
So I think you can see that the community liked a lot of the tournament. In the end, it does seem like the perfects kind of one. I don't know how much of that is the way we phrase the question as well, but they definitely noticed the others.
Well, I definitely noticed, at least when I was looking, like I didn't look at all the voting towards the end, but the start of the voting, we originally posted this in Kidney's Discord, which is going to be a lot more kind of like pretty, invested tournament players. Mm-hmm. That there were a lot more of the, kind of tournament cards. And then as it kind of spread to other parts of the community that are, less tournament intensive, then the 100 started getting a lot more votes.
Yeah.
Which I voted for two, by the way.
So right field, this is one where, Isidafo just went with Chu, which makes a lot of sense. I kind of went back and reached for this Montalvo from early in the cycle.
I like that. That's a really unique, fun choice. And you mentioned that he had that sneak pitching, which I'm always like, the Paul Skeens had like backup catcher value. I love when guys got like a little bit of a Swiss Army thing that you might not use, but 5%, but the 5% that you need it, you really appreciate it.
Yeah. So who do you have in right then?
Oh, I went Chu as well. I love that card. And he was super valuable to me. I think Mark in Mississippi helped me get one. He pulled one. I said, I'll pay early day prices. Just I want him. I got my money back.
I can see that for sure.
Yeah, he just played in everything.
And at number 10, we do have an LE, but not Chu.
Is that going to be the Hayward?
So that Hayward, I gotta say, that
is one of your bigger regrets.
I most regret. Yeah, well, because he just sort of kept lasting, and I kept figuring, well, he's not going to keep sticking up there, right? So
mm-hmm.
And he just did. But no, it's actually Candy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, Candy is a good card.
That was the Halloween drop.
Yeah, that's right.
Was his
Yeah,
name.
and a really good kind of platoon partner for a bunch of these splitty VR guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, same kind of
Um,
thing. These VL cards are just these cycle. They seem to have a lot of life.
yeah.
Plays both
Um,
corners capably. Doesn't kill you against righties if he has to get a few at bats there. Just a nice little card.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and speaking of another card not as splitty, but sort of filled the same role for a while. I think he's listed at second base actually, but is this Ryan Friel?
That can be Friel. That
Yeah.
he was very close to getting voted for me. Again, I play a lot of iron stuff. Love that Ryan Friel.
Yeah, I played him a lot to start the cycle as well. I think I probably played him less than some other people did, but yeah, still got a lot of play.
Um, Yep. And actually, at 8, we've got another iron. Also, one of these cards. It's funny because this is a card that I immediately looked at and said I'm going to play the whole rest of the cycle. And I didn't end up on as many builds for me as I thought. Was this Hugh Nickel?
Oh yeah, because he's so unique, of course. And same thing. Like I had some good runs with him early. Kind of that confirmation bias. Like, oh, this card rules. And then he was really volatile. He could have some pretty rotten runs for you. But he was a fun card. I like that we put him out, and I'm glad he at least gets a spot on the top 10 here.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
my problem was I kept thinking I'll always pay 3 points for him, and then I never quite did.
Mm-hmm.
See, number 7. This card. It's funny because he lasted a while, and I think it's the wrong corner outfielder from that set. Is Goose Curry.
Because you prefer Montalvo.
Well, I mean, I think, but from that time, I would have preferred Chaney White too. If I only had one of the two.
Well,
There's a lot
I'm-
of juice for all three.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still playing Curry actually in some stuff, and I'm not playing Cheney White anymore.
But he also pitches. He's another one with
does.
the
But that's
sneak,
true.
with the sneak pitching.
That's also true.
Yeah, it's really just because like I'm sometimes looking for non-splitty outfielders in gold, and there actually aren't a lot of them. Like most of the gold outfielders are very splitty.
Yeah.
So if you're maxed I, you have a lot of life because you just can't beat it.
Yeah, so I guess Chaney White didn't last quite as long in the end.
Good card though, the Chaney
Yeah.
White, in addition to the Curry.
Number 6, we've got a card that even Monty Burns knows has to be platooned.
Yeah, Daryl Strawberry here. Now, this is a guy that we talked about. This obviously was a silver, so not specifically this card, but to get him at high end and playable, he's got to come out early because he's just always that 3 true outcome type of guy. And you can't really do a late cycle high diamond or 100. Like, so if he's going to get 100, which I don't even think happens every year, but if you are, it has to be early.
Yeah.
No, he's got I think some like decent mid-cycle low diamonds in the past, but.
Yeah, but again, I think one of the things you can take away from this is that people do appreciate the cards that don't end up as hundreds, but do end up as being important parts of the game.
Yeah, playable, even if they aren't in league at the highest level. This is definitely showing that these
you
votes.
can make Tony suck a low diamond, and we'll still be happy.
There's no way.
Low diamond. I can't even fathom the fiction we'd have to come up with for that.
Maybe you'll go negative, and the ratings will just like roll over. Yeah.
Speaking of ones that you actually have to do a little fiction to come up with, at number 5, because I feel like this is one of the issues of these rainbow sets, so that is the Iron Clemente. And like it's got to be hard to figure out, how do you get an Iron Lou Gehrig, say, because there just isn't really an Iron season there historically.
Yes, him and Clemente and Gehrig specifically. Jackie, of course, plays all the different positions. He's a lot easier to do it. And I'll just, give this away as a little something for 25. We're not running that back with Gehrig and Clemente coming out with the rainbow. Like, there's just no need to drop a rainbow of them at that time. It's too difficult. They all end up looking the same. So we won't see that again this year.
I will say Iron Clemente was by far my favorite and most played. So really like the card, but yeah, I agree. It is hard to make an iron out of some guys like that.
I'm just going to say with that 30i, I don't think I ever played the card.
Yeah, I don't even know if we could get Charles to draft him.
Probably not. Probably not, because he's a one position iron.
Yeah.
That's the tough part too, is that he mostly only plays right field. I mean, he plays a good right field, don't get me wrong, but that bad eye and one position, it does kind of corner off some of his other cards
The
there.
bronze, I think, was the only bronze played left and center, and that was the all the other ones were right only. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's tough.
Um,
I guess you could give Garrick this one game at shortstop if you wanted to, but that might break things slightly.
Yeah,
yeah.
I believe me, toyed with it. Do we dare? And it's like push come to shove, one game I can't really push that.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Number 4, one of the best cards of like the early cycle in Silver, I think, was this David Justice. And I think if you had done this a couple months ago, he might have been even higher.
Love this card.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see him on here, but the 99 Justice was also tremendous card.
Definitely.
He was incredible, and I don't think maybe just because he was PTMS, so he was pretty rare. And I know you were beating the drum for isidafo on this stream consistently, but I don't even know if he got the credit he deserved for being a monster.
Yeah, and like I said, my biggest sort of missed buy of the cycle was Griffey. My best buy of the cycle was the 99 Justice. I think I bought him like $250K or something, and he paid for that 10 times over pretty comfortably. It was
Yeah.
But that Silver was great because he had the big power spike against lefties. So even though he had a big platoon on 94 versus righty, 67 versus lefty, he made up for it with that huge power spike and played a nice corner left or right for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I remember I split platooned him in various points, like to get different cards in versus right versus left, which was really convenient. Solar was really.
I was running that Justice. I mean, honestly, until about the calendar turned, I was still having him in some things, and I'll still draft him.
Yeah, absolutely. No. There were 16 Justices. There were more than Justices in the LE10s. Like
number 3 was kind of fun because. Go ahead. Yeah.
No. I was just going to reiterate that, but go ahead. Is this going to be the Reggie?
I really loved that Reggie.
I know you did. That's why I was
now partly because I missed on Hayward.
Well, yeah, because you made up for jumping on the Reggie early, and he was underrated. So I wasn't sure if that's who you meant. Yeah, but go ahead. Who's number 3?
Number 3 is actually a player that got write-in votes at positions other than right field as well, which was kind of fun.
Is it Bautista?
He even got a write-in vote at shortstop.
Oh, it can't be Bautista.
Oh boy,
is it Mookie?
Is Mookie?
Oh, Mookie. Oh wow. Good call.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because in tournaments, I think you could absolutely play middle infield. I would have been a little scared to do it in league.
He would back up a little bit for me at second here and there. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Now that I'm in perfect, I don't want to really risk it. One thing that bothers me is I don't know why the live algorithm doesn't give him any love. He's way better than a 43 and a 25 at second and short, respectively. I don't know why the live setup doesn't give him any love.
Yeah, well, that's I've heard there have been some questions about the live updates over the course of the cycle.
A few questions about what they're doing over there. Just ask AJ Smith Shawver and Ryan Kirkering.
Kirkering's,
he's going to get better than a 40 next year, probably.
Absolutely, because he's actually really freaking good.
Yeah. He ended up really toward the top of my small sample size.
I believe it
for the thing I was doing.
Yeah, he's got a nasty arm, so I'm not surprised that your model digs it.
I want to play around with this. Do you know if the tracking data is available from spring training? Because I mean, it's not going to be as good as regular season data, of course, because the pitchers aren't trying to do the same thing. I think
all of Arizona and some of Florida. So I don't. Yeah, you should be able to get some data. I think every spot in Arizona has it, but I don't know if everyone in Florida has it yet.
Well, I mean, I'll look if it's available on the Savant search thing. I see some.
Yeah, I think there's grab it. It would be interesting
maybe
to
not.
see if we could actually find players where the tracking data from spring says that they've made a leap or something like that.
Yeah, because I mean, some of that stuff stabilizes quickly. So they throw 100 pitches of something, and you can really start to see a shape and effectiveness that would really tell you something there. So I know a lot of people say spring training is useless. Like you don't want to take too much out of it, but there are bits of value that can be found, and I think pitch level data would definitely have big enough samples.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like at the moment the pitcher with the most pitches tracked is 90, which is not a lot, but maybe that's still enough to get something out of.
Well, it's enough to ask, is there a difference between this year and last year? That, you know.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah, that's true.
So top two then was reasonably close. But in the end, I guess we decided to put, you know, maybe the best hitter in the game over, you know, maybe the best tournament card in the game. And we did go with Acuna.
Yeah.
But Chu was close.
Over Chu. Yeah.
Yeah.
Two excellent cards in their respective roles. You know, obviously wanted to make the Acuna an absolute banger with the season that he just had, and I think mission accomplished on that one. And then the Chu, you know, and sometimes the heavy platoons are tough because, sure, I mean, you know, Chu's basically a diamond against righties, but you have to consider the fact that he is only one side, and so that's why he ends up being a gold. Maybe could have been a high gold. I kind of waffled between the two there, but ended up going low gold and gave him a lot of heat. Because he's also a 66 outfield range, so he's not that good of a fielder. He makes up for a little bit with his arm.
There are real drawbacks to the Chu, and it does make it hard. Like, you can't play, like, if you want to play Chu and Staub or Chu and Easler, you just can't do it really because one of them will have to be exposed.
Right.
Exactly.
So, all right, let's go on to DH. We're going slower than I was hoping, but I'm hoping we won't have to do a part 2 of the stream. So let's see if we can.
Right,
I got time if you guys do. But we can pick it up. In fact, you can run through the bottom 5 real quick, and we won't even, you know, we'll say like next to nothing on them if you want to do that.
Who would you have put at DH, by the way?
My DH vote was Cal Daniels. Adore that card.
That's a good
Speaking
call.
of splitty guys.
Just giant splits.
I did expose him to the outfield, though. I had to. Because I had Tarnable. Him and Tarnable were running.
Yeah, I've done it.
You heard when we were talking about this and asking, well, how many of the people on the ballot did you actually, you know?
Every single one except for Luzinski got at least some measure of defensive run for me.
No, I think if someone put Luzinski in the field, we got to become really concerned.
Maybe Mr. Audit's theme team that was meant to be bad defenders.
Maybe.
All right, so give us the bottom 5 kind of all at once there, and then we can make some passing comments about the group.
Kevin Mitchell at 10, the gold Mitchell, who was huge early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Jaso, who I'm not quite sure if he should be DH or utility. I mean, he was the best of all these fielding, at least, I would say, right?
Yeah, especially at first.
First, yeah. But I played him in the outfield, too.
Or left, yep. Would play in the outfield all day.
Number 8 was like a high bronze level bat one way when he came out. Is Rusty.
Rusty Kuntz.
Yeah.
Lefty killer. Now, problem at release, weren't a ton of lefties for him.
Right.
No, I mean, actually, at release, I was playing him.
He's almost better now.
I was playing him more in bronze than I was in iron.
Yeah. I mean, now I have the top 3 iron starters as lefties, so.
Yeah, Means, Hurst, and Bannister.
Yeah.
Yep. We had Albert Bell, who hilariously, by the way, the game nicknames Joey,
which is, I love it. He's going to beat up the AI for that.
Listen,
the game nickname.
This Bell got more votes than Trout did. I mean,
yeah,
it seems right.
He's better.
Yeah,
he's better. Just ask him.
Number 6, I think, is another of these cards that if he didn't come out recently would have been higher, but just didn't have as long in the meta before the end. Was this Tartable?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great card.
I love his nickname too.
Yes.
Oh, what do they have for him in the? I haven't seen that.
I put that one in. It says Costanza taught him everything he knew. A Seinfeld reference.
Yeah.
All right. That
card dominates.
Top 5 is a low bronze. Actually, is Andre Ethier.
Nice.
It's funny because I'm not completely sure he's a DH either. Like I think I was finding.
I played him plenty in left
field for him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I played both him and Jaso, usually Jaso was in the field and Ether was my DH. So I guess that does make some sense to vote Ether over Jaso. But I played him in the field as well.
I put him at first some of the time too.
Jaso, you mean, not Ether?
No, Ether.
No, you can't.
Either doesn't play first. I don't
Am I
think.
thinking of someone else? Sorry, I think
You might be thinking of JSO, but I
Oh,
did play
JSO.
JSO at first.
Sorry, yeah.
More
Definitely
than
JSO first.
more than on occasion.
Yeah.
Um, let's see. Number 4. That's my vote. Is Gorman Thomas.
Nice, that's your boy.
Yeah, it just this was my DH for the first few months, right? I mean, well,
Yeah, he ran the early show there, and
in center field for
go
a while because it was like you either go him or you go the like uber defensive like Fielder Jones
Fielder
or Fogarty
Jones.
type. Yeah.
Yeah, Gillenwater. Yep.
He's one of those ones again where we didn't take advantage of the new tourney feature because he didn't get any experience in left and right. He's just qualified to learn there. So that was a launch card that, that was a bummer. So I think, the goal, and I'm not going to commit to it only because I'm not the one in control of it, but I believe that we're not going to have any qualified to learn stuff in the launch deck. That if they can play it, then they're going to have some juice there so that they will be fully built in tournaments.
I don't know how that would work. I mean, like in this case, so for both him and the Silver Chew, I think if you were allowed to stick them in left, they would have been completely overpowered because the bats were
at that point, I think you got to boost them.
Willing to run them in center, right?
Yeah, I think at that point you would have to bump their overs.
Yeah, just bump them up. Yeah.
So
I definitely agree that being primary center fielder brought both those guys down 5-6 points of over probably.
Yeah, well, especially this Thomas Ryan situation where for a while I had those as the two best hitters in bronze, and I was like, oh, I got to put one of them in the field.
Yep. That Jimmy Ryan card is wild. Obviously, reliever that just can hit like crazy.
I'm not sure I ever even sent him as a two-way. Like his pitching is so terrible. I love the game.
30 inning game, maybe. I might let him pitch, but other than that, don't get anywhere near the mound.
Absolutely. So number 3, which just says how good the card was because it's recent again, is the Cal Daniels that you flagged.
I love it. So good. Another guy who's health undercut his career, but when he played, righties cowered in fear.
The London Joy is saying he ran Clark at DH, Santana. So he ran both Daniels and Tartable for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I wasn't tempted to try it.
I did it. I ran it for a week myself. The hitting results were great. The fielding results were less than ideal.
Yeah, I haven't done that one, but definitely.
And the tough part is,
I would have done it if my pitchers didn't just decide to murder me, but.
Well, and sometimes you might not even see the direct effect on that unless like you're watching some games because it won't necessarily manifest in errors. It'll manifest in the fact that they don't get to anything.
Right.
So everything drops in on those guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, early in the cycle, the numbers were kind of so extreme that actually I realized you don't have to play defense. You just play pitcher BABIP.
Yeah, that was before the change, right? It was just absolutely crazy.
And the top 2 was actually reasonably close. Both really solid options. We did in the end decide to go with Ryan over Ken Singleton, but I think both were really solid DH options for about half of the cycle each, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, first half, second half split basically. Just awesome cards. And London Enjoyer saying the Ryan being that good of a hitter was a mistake. Yeah, I think that's definitely not something that if we had noticed it that we would have let him be a 59 as that good. It was just one of those things where since he was listed as an RP, whatever checks and balances we had didn't flag him as an elite hitter for iron.
It was fun because I remember I discovered him, I think in the beta even, that card was there. And I was like, I wonder if people are going to notice this thing on launch day. And some people did, but not as many as should have. And then,
it took some time.
Over the next few days, everyone was playing them, but there was a little window there where you could really get a nice edge.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
And then that Singleton, again, can't say I never ran him in a corner just to get the bat in, but a really fun bat that gets on base multiple ways with the 106 BABIP and 116i.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no sack bunt.
Nah, he won't. He won't do. But you know what?
He
That
won't do
makes
it.
him a king on my team.
Yeah, you've had some bad experiences with sack punting when they shouldn't. So it's
Kills me.
All
definitely
right.
good.
We got util. We're getting there. We're getting there. Utility player. You got a favorite in here?
I went Dink.
Think
I could see that for sure.
Still an automatic 5L pick for me. It was hard to vote him over both Harry Ford and Tony Phillips, and I like your Sammy Strang pick too. So this was a very difficult category. I ended up going with the guy who just served me so well for so long.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see
yeah,
that.
Think had a long run.
Um, trying to find. We had a few write-ins. I was trying to figure out how to count who was 10th on this one because we had sort of this mess
It's
of
ties.
write-ins because we missed. This is one where there were a couple players we potentially missed in here. So, um,
Caged, he ended up getting on there, Caged, Chris Taylor. I think that was somebody that they ended up adding after the fact.
yeah.
Yeah,
All right, I
we
found it. I
missed them for
found one
sure.
here.
Um,
If you can send me the ID number for him, I'll put him up because at number 10 we had Halter, and I don't have his ID number on here to put him
yeah, give
up
me a
on the
sec.
board. Uh,
Those unaware, that card is in deference to the fact that he played all 9 positions in a game. So I thought it'd be fun to kind of give
Yeah.
him all the positions on the card.
Makes sense.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Yep.
That work? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, where was Dink? I was finding where I put everything here. That's where Dink went. Okay.
And again,
this-
Halter's somebody who's gotten better with time because there's been more lefties coming into the meta.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, I wasn't playing him, even though I liked the card a lot when he was first released, but now I definitely would.
Let's see, number 9, we had this Gold Frank Chance, who I thought was going to be a lot more useful than he was for me in the end, but I think some people got a lot out of him.
Yeah, and it was also my fault. He got steamrolled. He didn't get a chance to really shine, and I regretted that because I forget what the other card was, but there was another card that came out so quickly next to him that it kind of undercut him and didn't really allow him to be.
Yeah, it was like him plus
Was that
Molitor,
Ben
Torkelson.
Taylor or
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it was
Molitor and
Taylor,
Torque right away.
Molitor, Chance, Torkelson, I think was the order, but they were all really close to each other.
Yeah, and so that was a bummer there because I wanted that chance to be somebody. And like you said, people still used him. He ranked 9th here, which is great. But I kind of wanted him to be more of like Harry Ford type, where people really wanted to have him and kind of needed to have him. And I steamrolled him there by accident.
Yeah, especially in like there's that Dead Ball Rebirth Gold for a long time, which is a really great way to qualify for Gold PTCS, and he was a tremendous card in that format. Both at catcher and at first base.
Yeah. Let's see. At 8, we had this Kike who, when he came out, I couldn't quite figure out where I'd use him, and then ended up actually being on rosters for me for at least a month.
Yep.
Um,
Especially because then
I was a fan.
That was really in like the Carlton only era, so he was like very nice because he helped you with the Carlton, but didn't kill you VR, and you could play stuff and.
Yeah. It was one of these cards where it was so flat that like there wasn't any blue on it or something, but he still ended up having a lot. Put him up. Yes, there's no blue on the card, but there's just enough there.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like only his left field was the only blue piece.
Yeah, it was just a flat profile in a good meta for him.
Let's see, and then 7 is where Strang ended up. Again, for me, just so
Great
important
card.
because early in the cycle is where you're trying to like get things started. Yeah. And then 6, let's see. So 6, and this one I'm just going to say is a miss on my part because we got a couple write-ins, and then we added into the ballot is Chris Taylor.
E4 card, really excited to put him out. I've always been a Chris Taylor fan. Broke out with the Dodgers, and it's just stayed steady for years, plays everywhere, kind of in that Ben Zobrist mold of utility where he's a utility because he excels at a bunch of different spots, not because you're trying to hide his glove to get his bat in the lineup.
Yeah. I think I ended up playing him mostly in center in Perfect Team, but
Same.
I mean, certainly plays all over the place for the Dodgers, which is great.
And then 5 is everybody's favorite 40 overall Ellie.
Yeah.
There was one up for 1,000,000 points for a while, right? I assume it never sold.
Yeah.
But
I sure hope not.
But really good cap card.
Among the best, some would say.
Yes.
The art's awesome with that trident logo, by the way. I will say.
So we could say that he doesn't blow, or is that?
Yeah, you can say that. Still available for 44,000.
So number 4 is kind of funny because this was a card that I just never really wanted to play, and then just kept getting stuck on rosters because there weren't alternatives that played a bunch of positions. Was this Sewell?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you thought a lot about kind of the positional eligibility on that one.
Yeah, he was a big game changer in that setup there, where kind of talking it over with people in the community. I reached out to you guys individually about it, saying like, I think this is probably a better move. What do y'all think? And we decided, hey, it's going to give it more playability. We want things that play. It doesn't have to be letter of the law historically, and so that was kind of a pivot point after I had flubbed the Miggy.
Yeah, that was on shortstop only. He would have gotten swallowed. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the extra positions are the only reason that card got much play, but it got a ton of play because of it.
Exactly. Like I think Isidafo was saying, if it's shortstop only, it gets steamrolled pretty quickly.
Impact. Yount 2 days after would have swallowed it. I mean, it would have been But the second base gave it so much life. People are even still playing it because if you can't find Semien, who's hard to find
perfect
now.
for that exact reason. I cannot get a Semi in order to go through, which I understand. So I'm playing Sewell.
Right. I mean, the other option, you try to find a Hannes Wagner and do like some kind of, but that's tough. I mean, it's still hard to find the second base shortstop.
Let's see. We got 3. 3. We got this Tony Phillips. So another really strong PTCS reward, and one that there were a lot of copies of, right? Because it's the low gold reward. There are, what is it? There are 256 of them out there.
No, but at that point it should be 320, I believe.
Sorry, because right. They're 10, not 8. Because they're 10, not 8. Yes. Good point.
And fitting the mold that we've been talking about quite a bit, big lefty split, or crushes lefties, and it was able to give him legs with the positional flexibility and the fact that like his 109i meant that if you had to play him against righties on occasion, it wasn't going to kill you.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think we kind of knew that it was mostly 2 players that we were discussing on this one, right? As much as I wanted to point out the other one, actually both of them were like in the 30s, I think. So it really was mostly the 2 players. It was very close between the 2, but the community decided to go with Dink over Harry Ford.
That's fair. Maybe longevity, and just bronze is such a popular tournament cycle. You got to queue so long to get in those. So that makes sense to me. But boy, did I love that Harry Ford card. And, for those that aren't aware of his status as a prospect, like that wasn't just made up to give him all those positions. His profile says that if for whatever reason he can't hang at catcher, or if they want to play him elsewhere because Cal Raleigh is such a good catcher, he can play pretty much anywhere else on the diamond.
Yeah. And it'd be cool to see a team try to do that. Like, actually do that with a catcher, like this sort of weird extra third catcher where the one catcher plays everywhere and then backs him sometimes. It's like
that'd be dope. And I wonder if they might consider it, because again, Raleigh can be the everyday guy, and then you got Ford here who can just bounce around, because again, he can play good defense everywhere else too, not just stand there like Daniel Murphy type or something.
Right. Yeah, it'd be cool to see.
Yeah. You're supposed to say like Derek Jeter type.
True.
Charles, you put Dink as a starting pitcher by mistake there.
Utils below the pitchers.
Oh. Well, he does everything else.
Yeah, you never know. Have we given him a chance?
That's true. Dink doesn't have shortstop actually, so he is
That
short
is the
one
one.
position.
Yeah, there's like 4 guys who can play every position, and he's actually not one of them.
Yeah,
Why did this not?
Yeah, it's Ford, Carr, Eggleston, and Albert Melton, right?
I
believe.
Was it Poindexter?
What did I just break?
No, at Albert
no,
Melton.
Max, the one. Yeah.
Eggleston, Carr, Melton, then Ford. Yeah.
I knew there was a Negro Leaguer. I had the wrong one.
Oh, Halter, of course. Halter has 5 now. Good.
Oh yeah,
call.
duh.
What did I break? I just broke something here.
Did you try to copy and paste him?
I probably did.
Just control Z until you get back to where you need to be.
That.
Yeah, RDT card ratings will be in about 10 hours, something like that. So just stay tuned.
Yep.
Hopefully by the time that 25 launches, we'll have a couple cards done.
Yeah. Something like that. Hold on. It's gonna take me a moment to fix this because I gotta.
No. We did the cards. We did the cards already. If you want to see me, go back in the VOD.
Oh yeah, Cage. We were just kidding.
Yeah.
They already did the cards. They spent. Look, for all the jokes we make, the last like 3-4 weeks, the card ratings have been quick, precise, and still giving plenty of info.
Yeah, we've sped up a little bit. I mean,
well, because we have to get ready in time for doing 3,000 cards on release or whatever.
Right. No, I pitched for the launch that we should just have a round the clock thing, like everyone does an 8-hour shift.
That'd be kind of amazing.
And then we just go through all the. I mean, it'd take a long time, but
yeah,
that'd be kind of fire. Just tagging in.
Work. Yeah.
I mean, we got Charles and D Block overseas, so that helps with spreading out the time.
Yeah, we could do it. I bet we could do it.
So I think we could. We got EBC and Laptop who are retired. I work from home. I mean, I think we can get this done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, how long would it take if we had 3,000 cards and usually we do 20 cards in like 2 hours or something?
Yeah. We got this. This will be it'll be the rest of March, but it'll be great. Take us right up to opening day.
Yeah.
Exactly. I know the problem is if we do a U-log style, we have to have like this long zoom in before we say anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Who did they pick? Or just look at the tourney metas one by one. The thing is, we might not know what the meta is until we start playing.
Just relabel the side instead of moving thing. Oh, okay. Or you got it to work, I guess.
I think I got it working now.
All right.
Oh yeah, that would have been the easiest way.
So got it working, I think.
Are we going to the live card now?
Yeah, I'll do the lives real quick. I think we only got like 7 that got votes, although as you pointed out, there are 1 or 2 that maybe.
And I was a write-in.
Gonsolin was a big miss. We definitely should have.
If you got his ID, I will throw him on the list. If you've got his ID.
Do you have that? Isidafo, not I can get it.
I can get it.
But yeah, he was my vote.
So I'll throw him in at number 8 when we get the list. But I'm just going to throw the bottom couple up. Thank you.
Just in case anybody thought that I get whatever I want and I can tell Nico what to do. Yep. He broke my heart the day he got rid of the live silver tournament. So he doesn't just do what I say when it comes to tournaments. Tony Gonsolin, when he was still a silver, he's now a bronze. He and Tristan McKenzie just absolutely dominated for me, and I loved the live silver tournament. That was like my favorite tournament for quite some time. I know not everyone loves the live stuff, but I was a huge fan, and so that's where I developed my love for the Gonsolin card. And I couldn't believe he took that live silver tournament away from me.
Yeah, how dare he?
I know. We're supposed to be friends.
Next is going to tell you, you can have a tournament where no tigers are allowed at all.
I was going to say
not a tiger.
He's going to make all the tournament rewards tigers the way the Red Sox were this year.
Yeah.
That would be great. All right. Well, let's do it this way. I didn't have it set up for hitters because we hadn't had any. I mean, for pitchers, we hadn't had any pitchers on our list before. Except that's not true because we also have Brent Suter on the list. So
I'm saying Suter must have
set
got
this
that
up differently.
Oh well, it's fine.
But
that's all right.
Yes, I thought about those also.
So Gonsolin,
Edwards and Peralta, probably should have added them as well.
Oh yeah, those are good ones too. Tyler Wells. So Gonsolin got 8th place votes. Enough votes to finish 8th.
We
Well,
only had 7 that were on the list, so if we add one vote in, that does put them in.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
did we really only have 7? I thought we listed more. Maybe we just didn't vote for them.
We listed more, but they didn't all get votes.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't get,
Some
if
guys
they don't
got
get votes,
overlooked.
they're not.
That is true.
There we go.
That's 0. 1 is more than 0.
That's true.
I
We got
fully agree with that.
Sooner. We got the Perez. We talked about a bunch. We had catchers, right?
Did poor Luke Williams, was he one of the ones who didn't get voted for?
Go at the top. What do we got? Then we got a card that we actually drafted. Did that thing ever fire? By the way, it must have fired by now, right?
Oh, I heard it
rocking
still needed
chair?
spots last
What?
night. Somebody
The
mentioned
rocking
it.
chair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That must have been Sawinski then.
So we got the Sawinski that we drafted. And then we got the other catcher we talked about in Zunino.
Big Z.
Yep.
And then did we? Oh, I'm sorry. So when I said, hold on, when I said it was that many, what I actually meant was that I can't count.
Well, that's all right. Number 2 will just be number 1 now.
Let's try that again.
Go with only 3 spots left.
Moving everybody slightly down.
Okay, 4 spots.
4. Okay, number 4 was actually one of the most useful cards of the cycle you mentioned, which was that Luke Williams who just ended up on every roster.
Because he's a 40, so I figured.
Yeah, it's just everything but catcher.
Yep.
That's enough.
I will still take him in some PDs when I just need somebody that can just stand everywhere.
Yep.
3, we got Tristan.
Love him. Yeah, so Tristan and Wells was silver at one point too. So Gonsolin, Tristan, Wells, just again going back to that that silver live.
Yeah.
God, I love that turn.
Yeah, I remember that tournament. I used it for qualification sometimes because it was easier to queue for.
Yeah,
that's the thing too. That's why it made it easier to get into PTCS silver, because if you couldn't get into the historical ones, just play that one.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Like the live iron was the easiest one for me to get into somehow. Number 2 is the one I definitely. Oh yeah, who's the card you used most in the cycle? Are you?
I was a Gonzo. I was a Gonzo guy.
Okay, I'm gonna put that up as well.
Brandon Marsh did deserve some love. They acknowledged that earlier, London.
Yeah,
they were talking about
that.
He's
made a good point that we missed love.
We missed
Marsh as well.
Is Brett Phillips number 2?
He is. Brett Phillips is
great
number
choice.
2. But the runaway winner in number 1 was, of course, Joey Gallo.
Had to be
the perfect, true outcomes player of the. Look at that power. Look at that eye, and he's and he was a bronze of various types the whole cycle.
Yeah, the only problem was you couldn't play both him and the other Gallo. Like if you could play both.
Wasn't there sometimes that the live was better than the historical?
There were. Yeah, I think it went both ways, but I think the live probably got played more than the historical.
They get slightly different position eligibility. The historical at third and the live at right. So sometimes you picked one or the other for that.
Yeah.
Love Joey. I suspect he'll get plenty of play again in 25. Just, his profile doesn't change. As far as I know, I don't believe the engine is going to completely flip against 3 true outcomes guys. So I suspect he'll continue to be viable.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I hope it doesn't. Otherwise, I'm going to have to develop a model that
you're
doesn't just walk all the time.
Yeah, you're going to have to restart everything.
I mean, how's that going to work, right?
Yeah, go back to the dark days of 20 and 21 where power was a negative.
Crazy.
How's that work? Yeah. All right.
Pitching time.
We made it to the pitchers. We're totally getting there here, or something like that, right?
Moving. We're having good combos. This is fun.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, hold on 1 second. I just need to go.
I think right-hand starting pitcher was the category we gave the most options for.
I think it might be.
Tons
so
of guys
I'll let you two talk about who you want me back in 1 second.
there about the Barrios, but I really do like that card. I'm definitely playing him in my bronzes, and I ended up getting him in 5L the other day, so that was nice
Yep.
too.
I'm back.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
the
I think the
so which
Hershiser was another big card. Sunny
which
Gray.
Tiger did Sporer pick?
Verlander, I did pick a Tiger on this one. Yeah, you got me dead to rights on that one.
That's a very reasonable choice. He had a long run.
I will say, Hershiser was a close second for me, and he was a big meta mover, and it was definitely one of the cards where I kind of took like another step up in really, better understanding the interplay of everything. Like the game at its base overrates stuff relative to how it plays in Perfect Team. And so, he should have at least been a 99, right? I think we all agree on that. Like when he came out, he was like pretty eye-poppingly great for a 97. But because he only had an 83 stuff and 87 control, the game, didn't necessarily value him as well, despite the 109 homer and the 114 BABIP. But he was a god. He played for a very long time. Hell, I think you can still play him if you want.
Oh yeah,
even if it's just out of your bullpen. But I actually still start him in Judges Chambers. He's my 5th starter.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that was the beginning. We had what was it, 2-3 weeks ago? We had another big meta move in Diamond with the pitching, but they all three came at once.
Yes.
Which I think was much better than the Hershiser wait a month and fill the tier. But
that was the thing, was he came by himself, so he just stood on an island as like so much the best guy. Whereas if he had come with maybe that Jason Schmidt who came, I think relatively soon after in a tournament batch or whatever, just a couple other
Fernandez,
guys. Fernandez. I think it was the Fernandez before the Schmidt. If that had happened, they would have shifted together, but instead he was just like this must-have guy. So I love the card. I don't regret the card. I just wish I would have handled it a little bit better and put him at a 99. But then I did start to acknowledge that stuff is overrated by the computer. So when they spit out a number, I got to kind of do a readjust to make sure it's not overdoing it.
So we unfortunately we could only have you vote for one starter, which is a little tough. So obviously the numbers are going to be a little lower on this, but you mentioned these 99s. Actually, in 10th place, we do have a 99. We have the Al Spalding. So.
Oh, wow. Very recent card.
Yeah.
I love that card.
Yeah, the two-way guys seem to get a lot of love from the community generally, even if the two-way is not always useful. They seem to be really
No, look at how many people
like them a lot.
Look at how high Cal McVeigh got drafted. We did our draft thing.
Yeah, that was not been my choice.
I love Cal McVeigh. So let me ask you on Spalding real quick. You can put up number 9 if you want, so we're not slowing everything down. Did y'all value his hitting, despite the 11 power, or did you just like his pitching, which was excellent on its own?
I would say if probably 10% of the price was for his hitting, and like the other 90% was for his pitching.
Mm-hmm.
For me, at least.
Yeah, I thought it was almost all the pitching for me, but
the rubric that Charles usually says, he's got to be better than your worst hitter, of course, for it to matter. Which in Diamond is not easy when you're bringing only 11 power and 70 I.
Yes, I did sort of find a funny use for him in one tournament, which one week the gold floor diamond ceiling cap.
Yeah.
I had put it for, I forget which first baseman I put on my roster. I had no one else who could play first, so he was my backup first baseman.
Nice.
Yeah, the
which is
first
sort of a
base
weird
eligibility was actually nice because compared with the other two ways, it was a bit unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Carruthers had it, I think, also, but it's 100. So.
Yeah, London Jersey. Bostock with the bat, but the arm was.
That's a good way to put it, London.
Yeah, mostly I was buying it because it was the best pitcher at the time it was released in Diamond, and that was worth having.
Number 8,
absolutely.
Let's see, number 8. All right, well, this is where we really just have to disagree with our chat because we got Robin Roberts.
Too low. Again,
that's way too low.
That is way too low. That was the most important card for several months.
It's forgetting the greatness because it's so long ago.
Yeah.
I stand firm that that's the only reason that a card like that is that low, because it was so good for so long.
And then we've got at 7 we got this Giolito from that same set. It became maybe a little overshadowed by Mathis.
Yeah,
sure. but also a great card from it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still a very playable card, even now.
Agreed.
Yeah.
At the very least
definitely.
in your bullpen, if not still starting in the 4-5 spot.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we got our gold here in Wakefield, and a card that was literally on everybody's roster, right? Because the way, actually,
Some
that's how
people
you can
paid
tell
for
how
him.
many people don't pay attention, is the fact that that card sold
Yes.
for a few thousand.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. It should have sold for, well, 1,001 should have been the highest price anyone paid
Right.
for
Yeah.
Yeah, because you could.
it.
Yes.
Literally free. There's
Yeah.
some charlatan out there with a 50,000 sell order up there. Thankfully, it's like the 10th order on the list, but that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, we obviously, we're not trying to profit off of anybody's passing, but we wanted to honor him, a legend, well regarded in the game as a great dude, very unique player with what he brought to the table as a knuckleballer. So you run that by Rich and the guys, and they're like, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
So figured out a way to give him away for free.
No, I mean,
Yeah, it's
and
really
actually,
unfortunate, and actually unfortunately his wife actually also just passed away.
Oh wow, really?
yeah. So,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's horrendous.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
From heartbreak, which it is a thing, by the way. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's why she passed, but like she also had a cancer battle.
I think she
Wow.
had cancer as well. Yeah.
Jesus.
That was a pretty brutal situation.
My thoughts to their
Yeah.
children, Trevor and Brianna. That's really, really tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, put a little bit of shine on a great man. Gave out a card for free that ended up being very playable. I think you could still play it if you really wanted to with the 107 BABIP. Plus, with knuckleballers, as weird as the pitch is, sometimes they kind of play beyond their stats even.
Yeah.
So, especially on the stamina piece, he has a 110 stamina, but you might get him throwing 150 pitches without even blinking.
He's done it.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, the game does reflect that. Like, you can, there is use for these knuckleballers because they can throw so long. Like, it's so it
I
did
love
give him
that.
some extra life.
Let's see, 5. That's where we ended up with Joss. This card, they're just the best launch card.
That Joss was running the show early on.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I still remember saying, Charles, when that card was released, that if Joss is better than Jesse Tannehill, PBAP is a little good.
I remember we had that discussion. My answer was, so therefore it can't possibly be.
Yeah, and it turns out that Joss was pretty good.
I think it was obviously learned somewhat quickly into the cycle that there was a power level on PBABIP that was probably higher than where we would have wanted it. So perhaps we'll see adjustments this year. And obviously there were adjustments in season with everything with the tournament and whatnot. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out this year once everything gets going with the new cycle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was still playing Joss in dead ball tournaments, like, up to this point. So
yeah, I believe it.
Already you forgot to submit Toriente for best pitcher.
You did enough trolling, probably. I don't think that's an issue.
Yeah. So we had Tyler Wells at 3.
The PT Elite.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So Wells
big
at
card.
3.
So should that have been, in y'all's estimation, should that have been a gold? I figure with the home run being so bad, I know the BABIP's amazing, but that's why I kept it at that silver there. But I did debate. It kind of went back and forth on whether or not that should be low gold or not.
I mean, it was never playing him there, and there are some people that have been saying they're still playing him in gold. So
no, I think it was about right. I mean, it's a really sort of uniquely shaped card for what else was available in silver. So there are places where he's really bad. Like playing up, he gets pretty bad because the 150 power guys just smash him.
Yeah, because there's some absolute heat in gold.
Yep.
So no, I think it was I probably would give him like a 79, but I think silver was probably the right level in the end.
Okay, cool.
Like having strong cards is fine.
Yeah,
it's not a problem.
And if you want a card that doesn't get smashed by all the power guys, 3 we got Boom Boom.
Boom Boom back. I still will look at him as a potential when I'm drafting, depending on what my team's looking like.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially in kind of earlier era stuff. He's still really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Number 2 is funny because it's a card that I almost never used, and I think you used for like half the cycle. Is it Afo? Is this Lundgren?
Oh yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
use that
that
card a
Lundgren.
lot.
Why don't you like the Lundgren?
No control.
Yeah, he's the one with no control, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you see, the thing about walking people is they tend to get on base a lot.
It is a high on base. You know what's interesting about that, and I've heard people say something that I think I fundamentally disagree with is they'll talk about like, well, in iron, you can get away with that, and it's like I'm not sure I agree because usually a lot of iron hitters only have one or two skills,
And
and one of the
lies.
two is usually eye. So I
Yeah.
agree. Like I understand why you would give some pause
Yeah.
to using a guy like this, despite the great Homer and Babbitt. But that's why I like this card is because it creates an interesting dynamic. It's not
Yeah,
just
I
a
agree.
must have. Got to use them all the
No,
time.
I thought it was a really nice card to have in the game, but I never found it to be an overpowered card. Then there are
No,
people that used him for a lot of the cycle too.
it was sort of funny. I think at the start of the cycle, I really wanted him for the P-Babbit because he had
Yeah.
more P-Babbit than other irons.
Yeah.
And then as the cycle went on, I started caring less about the P-Babbit, but his home run started
The home
becoming
run
more
suppression,
important.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
because
so
there's more power
Yeah,
coming
he
in.
played up in
Yeah.
caps a lot better because of that too.
yeah, and so he
Um,
kind of he lasted in sort of a strange way where the reason he lasted was changing.
I like stuff like that. Obviously, you can't always predict how that's going to go. We plan out, but we're not necessarily going to have the entire cycle planned out on March 1st. But that is an interesting dynamic with somebody like Lundgren, the way his attributes get valued differently depending on what other cards are out.
Yeah.
And so that means that the number 1 isn't someone any of the three of us went for.
DeGrom
And this is just
or
one again where I
Bullet.
think it's too much of a recency bias for me.
I think
But
Cole,
we're going to
probably.
have to put a Yankee at the
Oh,
top.
it is cool. Yeah, it is cool. I didn't see him there.
Got to
Yeah.
put a
Good
Yankee at the
call.
top.
Fantastic card though, despite his Yankiness.
It
Again,
is.
obviously
All right,
wanted
fine. Garrett Cole's the best pitcher in the history of baseball, except Cy Young. All right.
We
Let's
wanted
go talk about
him.
lefties.
We wanted him and Acuna to be great, and again we've joked back and forth about that. Obviously, that's not what we're saying with that, despite him being one of the very best cards. But we like to showcase those players, and I know some people have talked about PT elites coming out earlier in the cycle. I'm just not quite sure how that would work though, by trying to highlight the players of the season. So maybe they can come out like some at the All-Star break or something, but I don't know how it would work to have them come out in April or May or June.
I mean, I know what in the previous cycles there was these player of the month cards, and then
that
sort of
would be the way.
and then sort of an end of the year, it was the team of the year, so it's just one card at every position.
Yes. That would be the avenue, would be some player of the month stuff that like MLB The Show does and we've done in the past. And maybe they could just be under the PT Elite umbrella. That would be fine. But that'd be the only way to do it, I think.
Yeah, I think that would have to be something like that. Because especially if you want to, you want to give every team cards because there's fans of every team. And they're good players everywhere. So
Let
then
enjoy.
it's gonna have to
I
be,
agree. Brown should have been there. Kluber, I'm gonna not quite agree with you on, but
Mordecai definitely the
Mordecai
Brown, I
should
think,
be
could have been up
of
there.
the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Kluber on release I thought was very slightly the best pitcher, but it was not by a ton.
Not to the same degree of Koufax upon his release.
No, not even close.
Speaking of Koufax,
let's talk some lefties. Or who's the lefty you went with?
I went with Johan just over McNally barely because I thought as a mission reward card that he succeeded where Caminiti failed. I thought
he was the real
Johan
mission
succeeded.
reward. Yeah,
absolutely. He had the legs that we wanted and was exactly what you want in a live series mission reward.
Yep.
So starting from the bottom, we'll go a little bit quicker. As we're saying from the bottom few, we had Tudor at 10.
Sick art. Love that art.
Yeah, the art was really nice there, except you had to put a Yankee out at the same time.
I'm sorry, he was so good on July 4th for some reason. Maybe it was his golden thong.
Yeah, could be.
Who is it that Who is it that like has the one convention week that they're
Furries with
McCutcheon.
McCutcheon.
Yeah.
yes. I really want to.
Actually, I
Can I
happened.
just say I really want to see the card art for that next year?
No, a couple years ago, I happened to be in Pittsburgh when that was happening. I didn't know that it was there before. I was like, "What is going on here?"
Why is this place overrun? Yeah, it's very popular, and
Yeah.
he speaks well of it, and apparently dominates during. I mean, not apparently, he factually
Yeah.
dominates when that is going on. So
Yeah.
stay
Run
tuned for
Ninja,
this.
Why? Yeah, Charlie Lee. I'm surprised. Didn't
Yeah, Charlie
get,
Lee not making the top 10. He
Yeah.
ran iron for a long time.
It's true. No, I think the right-hand stars are just so many of them. It was hard to
Yeah.
pick, really. True.
Let's see. At 9, we have Kershaw, the silver Kershaw.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. At 8, we have playoff Bumgarner, even year playoff Bumgarner, I assume.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 2014.
Yep. Let's see. Your Santana ended up at 7. I think it's reasonable.
I'll take
Definitely,
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially with what we're seeing with guys that came out earlier, not necessarily being voted as highly as maybe they deserve. I'll take 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 is the other Kershaw, the Immortal Seasons.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that.
Probably the second longest, maybe third longest lasting of that set. So
Yeah, I think especially just because of how hard it was to find some of these lefties. Yeah.
Those will be spread out better next year. Definitely something that, and that's why I will say it did help us land on some fun players that I never heard of, like Toad freaking
we
Ramsey.
got the Toad in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta
So
get Toad.
shouts to Snail Man for putting that name on my radar there.
No, I heard that Tony Suck can throw lefty.
Oh, that could be another avenue for him to dominate.
Yeah, make him a pitcher. That'll help.
Yeah. At number 5, I know we've done him to death, talking about these LEs, but this is where Koufax ended up.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, the second best Koufax of the cycle, but really a dominant lefty for quite a while.
Yeah. Best pitcher in the game for 2 months, probably.
Yeah, so I think it's again one where I think if there were more than 10 copies, it would have been higher on the list just because more people would have.
Would have been exposed to him positively.
Yeah, it's that Ellie Intelati. The Mortal Seasons, I don't think was even on the list.
And the top 4 would have been the top 4 on my ballot, clearly, but I was surprised that people agreed with me on some of them. Maybe I wouldn't have quite put them in this order. Number 4 is the one I was closest to, I think, which is Vita Blue. Just the best launch card. Even had those little reverse splits. Like, he just fits so well in this game engine.
Would have been my number 2 as well.
Yeah.
Love that card. He'd been my 3. I went Santana, McNally, Vita, but I'm right there with y'all.
Yeah. Number 3, I think, is another one that we all have used a lot, is this Carlton.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Still viable in
And
silver.
you're sitting there trying to figure out who the top 2 are, right? Because this was surprisingly close.
Number 1, I assume would be McNally, but maybe not.
Did another Oriole storm the castle? Did Cuellar do enough as an LE?
I think so.
It's going to be Cliff Lee.
I think I'll give
Cliff
you
Lee.
that number 1 was in fact McNally.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as Cliff Lee, then people are crazy. Why are you playing that card?
Because they listen to Charles for 5 hours a week.
And would you believe number 2 is Cliff Lee?
The 99, right?
No.
So this card was another
Cliff
pivot point for me in terms of kind of the card making and everything, because you guys probably won't be surprised to learn that the computer does not think this is a 69. It thinks it's markedly better.
Sure.
But I knew with 50 BABIP, I don't think anybody's touching him at gold with 70 stuff.
No.
And so I was like, there's just no way I can do it. And so then I was like thinking, I was sitting on silver. I was like, I'm going to put this out at bronze and just kind of see what's up. And, he had his proponents such as Charles, but he has plenty of detractors too. So not trying to pat myself on the back, but I feel like that ended up working.
The community it was exactly the right that was a nice decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. It was a very nice
decision. No, I thought that was, I remember right on launch, I had him as sort of playable, and then he fell out. For me, it was the right level, and people agreed. Some people didn't play him even the slightest bit. Some people play him in everything. It's
Yeah, so
works
some
out
people
great.
still got him.
Yep.
We got right-handed relievers. We're almost there. We're almost there. Righty.
I went recency
relievers.
bias. I already talked about it earlier, but I got lucky enough to win the Sunday Perfecto the night before I joined Perfect League. I took Mo. Cage Wisdom he had to be the recipient of me bitching about Rivera playing like crap for the first month, only to then turn around and end up with a 182 ERA and 091 WHIP in 74 innings. So it was some premature whining on my part. But yeah, it's Mo for me.
I
What a
assume
card.
you went the perfect Mo, not the.
Correct, the perfect Mo. Not the one where I tried to just do cutter only, which by the way, in the testing ground that I have, did not fail the way he did in game.
Yeah.
So that's why
No,
I didn't know he wasn't going to get a role in game.
I think it's like a PT specific safeguard, probably for people tanking or something.
Yeah,
But which
we're
makes
putting
sense.
like
I
some
mean,
hitter there or something with one
right.
page.
Yeah.
All right.
But it is a
Bottom
shame because
view
it was a really
again.
nice flavor for the card. So it's a
Bottom
shame
view
they
again. I think
wouldn't
this
let
was
it.
a card that some people hated, and I kind of liked for a while. Was this Ryan Presley? Ended up at 10.
That was a good
That's
card.
a good card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice solid. Again, Judges Chambers became one of my favorite tournaments this year, and I liked playing that Presley in there.
Yeah, played for a long time.
Quisenberry, by the way, despite being very in demand, I hear, did not get any votes.
He flopped, by the way. I had hopes for him, and
No, I know.
put aside the
No, I was just talking about the
Yeah, like the price obviously would have made you think he was an amazing card. Of course, he was tied to Brett,
Right.
but I guess the stuff just entirely too low to succeed in Diamond, right?
Yep.
In Modern, I did play him for a while in the 1951 weekly.
Okay, and he found success there.
And he was fine there.
Okay, yeah, because I was really excited about him, and he was just a stone cold flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Modern it was just not enough stuff. Yeah.
9 we had Raleigh Fingers, and that card also lasted a lot longer than I thought. Like I skipped it initially, and almost always when I skip something initially, it's because I'm pretty sure it's going to be out of the meta, and like maybe I'll pick it up for a mission or something when it's cheap. But I actually picked him up like a month later because I needed him.
Yeah,
one of the hotter alumni cards too. I just love the look of that one.
I think it's probably the alumni card that got the most play, I would guess. Maybe Allen.
Yeah, Allen. him and Dick Allen, I think would be the top two.
I think so.
Off the top of my head, I know the Salmon had a little run early, but not as long as Fingers.
At 8 we got the McHugh.
I like that card.
7 was a real strong contender for me as well, and my vote was Tyler Clifford.
Yeah, especially for the longevity piece.
Yeah, he just completely moved the meta when he did.
And once it was clear that BABIP was God tier, his 112 ensured that he was going to stick around for quite some time.
Yep.
At 6, I think this again says just something about how, like, I think a big thing maybe that's worth noting is all the cards that end up sort of at the top here, especially the ones that are higher than we think they are because they're widely accessible. And that's something to keep in mind maybe in the design. The 6 is Gagne, who I think was fine, but I didn't think was like particularly the key reliever from that set.
Yeah, but he ended up with a lot of heat. And again, that's where the cutoff, like stuff 177. How much does he really leverage that? But keeping the home runs.
I don't think the card was that strong, but he got a lot.
Keeping the ball in the park really helped,
right?
Yeah, availability and preventing homers late in games. There's nothing like getting walked off on a homer, and he really helped prevent that.
Yeah, it's another one where I think that just home run becomes, as the cycle moves on, home run becomes more and more important all the time, pretty much.
Especially because power isn't capped like the others, so that's where we kept having wiggle room to keep pushing things.
Yeah.
Yep. And at 5, I think this is exactly the same thing about just availability, but also like where people see the league thing. Because this is the one I disagree with the most on this list. Is it 5 is where we put the 100 Kenley.
Wow.
That does seem high to me. But he had a lot of run early in the year. He was definitely a strong reliever for a long time.
Yeah, and again, I would have voted for the bronze Kenley of the Kenleys.
I would have as well, yeah.
Definitely that, and obviously you're a big fan of the Timlin too. I don't say that as if I'm not too, but like same sort of thing. It's like, okay, interestingly, they might give up some homers, but they do everything else so well that you'll take the few solos.
Sure,
Yeah.
that Koji also I really liked.
I was wondering if he was going to come up or not, but I remember actually you were one of the biggest advocates for that
I
card
was.
when it came
He
out.
did get a vote, but didn't quite make the top 10. But at 4, that is actually where the Timlin ended up, and I think he could easily have been the winner here.
Yeah,
Definitely my most played reliever of the cycle.
still very 5L draftable. I don't even blink usually unless I already have a bunch of pitchers. I'll just put him on double 100s on BABIP in control. Yeah, he's going to give up some homers, but again, they're
Yeah.
almost always going to be solo shots.
Yeah.
Mr. Ott saying the silver Kenley he liked. I mean, the problem I had with
I
the
like the
silver
silver, too.
Kenley was just that I thought the bronze Kenley was usually very slightly stronger, and you couldn't play both.
I think from what I remember back then, I almost always had the bronze, silver, and gold Kenleys all about the same. So the
Yeah,
bronze
that's
was
about where I
usually
was
the choice.
too. Yeah.
He was another guy that was tough to make different cards from.
Well, you
I should give him one of the
cutters,
catcher eligibility.
You had
cutters.
to make one the catcher. You know.
Yeah, I should have given one some of that sneak catcher like the Carlos
It would've been-
Santana where he doesn't
would've been fun to
qualify,
make
but he
like
just
a-
has it.
Like a WBC Kenley with the catcher.
Yeah.
We
But-
actually had on the books. We wanted to do like a WBC set, not licensed or anything because obviously we don't have any licensing. But push come to shove, we couldn't really make it work. But it would have included a Kenley catcher.
Yeah, that would've been fun.
And like a badass Vladimir Ballantine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I could see that.
It's a good
That
one.
guy is one of my favorite like pre at bat rituals too.
Oh yeah, and he spells Vladimir with a W, so I mean that automatically
Yeah.
makes him cooler.
Absolutely.
I guess the problem is there's some guys that you'd want to print that don't have major league playing time. That would make it tough.
And that's exactly what what we ran into was like to really do this. Player X, Y, and Z should be in there, and yet they don't have any
Right.
major league.
Yeah. So this was really close between the top 3 actually, as it turns out. But I think we did okay with chat. So they very narrowly put number 3. They put Mo, and I think that's fine.
Okay.
We talked about him
Accessibility.
before. Yeah.
Yeah, he was hard to get.
Yeah, I think he really moved the meta,
Mhm.
more than some of these other cards. But he didn't get as much play for, the cycle just because he came out a bit later and was hard to get. So I can totally see that.
Yeah.
At number 2, and again, incredibly close here, was another of my favorites of the cycle. Was Stu Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love
Miller
that
was
card.
really good.
And at number 1, well, it had to
Hasegawa?
be.
Yeah, it's gotta be
It
JD.
is Hasegawa. Just a great
What a fun
card.
card.
I still ended up playing Timlin more, I think, in total, but saving the 5 points was also worth it, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely played Hasegawa and stuff too. But Timlin,
Yeah.
I usually found 5 points, and I like him a bit better. So, but that would have been another good choice.
Yeah, but also Hasegawa came out a fair bit before, right? So
Yeah, it was like 3 weeks or something, I think. Something like that.
Yeah.
I'll say.
I think that's
But
right.
yeah, another really highly used card.
Yeah, definitely. All right. And finally, we got the lefties. And here, actually, I don't think we got 10 different ones with votes. So, it was a shorter list the way we did it.
Probably with some write-ins. I'm surprised we couldn't find more, so maybe we missed some guys, but
Yeah. So, I don't know, Sporer, who would you have had here?
So at lefty, I ended up going with. Let me look at the list again. Jog my. Oh, Woodchick. Just longevity. Just used him for so long. The extra stamina I found very useful, and like I said, ended up becoming a much more avid gold player this year than I had been in previous years. And he was part of him and
definitely,
Stu
yeah.
Miller. They were my
Yeah,
go-to stoppers, righty and lefty.
yep.
Yeah, that was a really good card.
run. Especially with the 35 stamina or whatever it was
Yeah.
quite nice.
39 stam, extreme ground ball, keeps the ball in the park. Just lots to like. 50 control, but he could pretty much work around it with the stamina and everything else being so good.
So at number 9, if anyone can find me the ID, we had a write-in campaign for Billy Wagner at number 9.
Oh,
Which
nice.
I assume the 100,
The
not
100
the
Wagner.
99.
Sorry, yeah, the 100 Wagner. Um,
Oh, I guess there's also an 87.
let's see.
Honestly, did not remember that.
Oh yeah,
The
the
87 was
Brave,
not,
right?
perhaps not as good. Number 8, we got an LE. It's a Tiger.
John Hiller, baby.
Yeah, John Hiller.
It's a nice card.
Yeah, it was a good card.
Um, let's see. 7. This was, I think, one of my favorite cards of the cycle, and maybe it didn't get as much love just because like low diamond was weird, but was this Thatcher, and I was playing him in full diamond too.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was great.
you were a big advocate of his, and I totally agreed. I thought it was a really great card, and was super powered up in his stats, but then had 9 stamina, so that's why he ended up being the low diamond instead of high.
Yeah.
Was because you really could only get the 1 inning out of him.
Yep.
Yep. At 6, I think another of everyone's favorite LEs was Tippy, and that turned out to be a critical card because he still hasn't really been surpassed in 70s, right? Like exactly 70s.
No, he's the best
Agreed.
70. Yeah.
Um,
Annoying to watch games play out with him. He will throw over 52 times.
Because he got so many gold runners. So
Every
gold runners,
time.
yeah.
Yes.
It's funny.
well, you do max hold runners, right?
Absolutely. I watch out a lot of games once I'm like, 3-4 rounds in, and I'm like, just pitch the ball, Tippy.
I didn't realize they did that. It's funny.
Oh my God. Every single one.
Let's see. 5 is another LE actually. Is this Affeld, right? Who was on Dr.
Dr.
D's
D's stream.
program.
Yeah, that's cool.
By the way, if you ever have connections for these, just saying, if anyone knows how to reach out to Dave Steve, I know someone that would love a visit.
That would be so amazing.
That would be pretty cool.
I love that, there's an even bigger fan of Dave Steve than me in lap, which I did not know coming into the year. I happen to be a huge Steve fan, and then turns out one of our best community members is also a diehard. So I was really hitting a specific window there.
It's a lot of pressure when you print a Steve. You gotta, if you print a bad Steve, it's gonna be.
I'm catching heat.
A lot of upset feelings there. Yeah.
If I had to just keep putting out more and more, the 100, should have been a 99 to play more in the meta. That was kind of a miss, but it was still a beautiful card, and he still enjoyed that.
Art's fantastic.
Yep.
I love the art on that one too. That was like I think the first 4 or 5 alumni cards, for whatever reason, all weirdly had powder blue jerseys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
so,
incidentally.
Let's see. So 4 is where Woodschick ended up. Reasonable.
Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your boy got to be top 3, Charles.
Oh
I
yeah.
would think.
Sure.
Better be.
Yeah, Claudio still got to be coming here. And then
especially given that we didn't have a number 10, I would think that's
it's true.
Good chance.
That is true. Number 3. Number 3. I guess that just makes sense just because of how long he stayed in the meta. Was Ray King.
King, yeah.
Yeah.
The lefty Jared Burton. I still like running both of them as a righty-lefty combo.
Yeah, there was Lopez too, but I guess Lopez was just slightly worse, so he didn't last quite as long.
Yeah.
Yeah. And some people were just kind of set in their ways with King already, so they didn't even really care about Lopez, even though he was plenty good himself.
Yeah. I played them both for a while, but yeah, I'm definitely lean more towards King if I had to pick one of those two.
I think I would too, yeah. So it was very close between the top 2. 23% for the winner. Number 2, though, was in fact Claudio. We couldn't quite get him. We couldn't quite get him up to number 1.
Speaking of righty-lefty versions of each other, this was basically, well, not exactly. Never mind. I was going to say kind of a right-handed Zimmerman, but it's a little bit different because he doesn't have the bat. He had the home run instead. They're both Rangers. So I kind of pair them in my head because I play them both in my silver lineups.
Yeah, I think they came out at the same time too, I believe.
Yeah, they were. I think they were in that exact same tourney batch.
Yeah,
by design.
And so number 1 is someone none of the 3 of us actually mentioned.
Was it Britain?
Yeah. And that card was
That's
incredibly cheap
interesting.
for the value you got.
Yeah, I don't know why that card
Mhm.
got so cheap. It was amazing how cheap it was.
Yeah.
Did you guys like run him in perfect
Yes,
Yeah.
consistently?
Yeah,
yes, he was
definitely.
great.
Well, one of
Yeah,
us
he had a good
ran him in
run.
perfect consistently. One of us ran him in diamond playoffs consistently.
Yeah, I ran him in diamond and loved him. He got ousted like into my first week of perfect last week because he was just getting crushed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I
especially with those four lefty stars that got released. Was it 2 weeks ago? There isn't room really for him anymore.
exactly. I
McClanahan,
ended up
yeah.
running Toad into the bullpen with Cole, Sale, McClanahan, Woodell,
Yeah.
and Gooden as my starters right now.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, all right. So, I guess there are two more things. We can mention the, couple of disappointing cards, and we can mention the cards that we most wish had been in PT24. But we also have
Mm-hmm.
one other job, I think, which is, we do get to pick the reserves.
Sounds good.
Oh yeah,
I got time if you guys do.
I got it.
So, which is
Fine.
the
Yeah.
which is the better order to do that, do you think?
Oh, we got
I,
it's up here.
I'll throw my disappointment. It was Caminiti. I mentioned that earlier.
All
It was
right,
just a
well,
total
do the disappointment
flop.
first. All right, we'll do our disappointments first. That's fair.
I have no problem owning that one. It was just a miss. Still kind of learning things. Thought things played better there, and it just was a total miss. And that's why I put out the gold kind of as a mea culpa, which is better than the 100, which isn't inherently crazy, even if the 100 had been good because of where it is in the cycle. But I put it out to acknowledge, like, hey, that 100 sucks. If you're a Caminiti fan, here's a 87 gold that you can mess with.
I think my biggest disappointment with Caminiti is that Kidneys did not hold all 11 of his. He actually quick sold them at
Howard,
some point.
how dare he?
Um,
that's just a mistake.
because you can't get 11 anymore. You have to start a new team to get 11.
Yeah.
He should put one
It's
on his dad's team.
yeah.
So what you're
It's really
saying
was
is your
just a
biggest disappointment of the cycle is kidneys.
yes. Well, of course.
He resoundingly won that vote.
Yeah, it's not really a contest. I mean, I don't even know how to. I just pick random pitchers. I don't even know how to pick any pitchers at all.
No pitching sheet.
No, definitely not. So
Yeah, the rip
this
game was
one
light too. Totally understand that one as well.
for which, yep.
Isidafo's Ripken, and he's a tough one, but I think there's a way. And going back to something we brought up earlier about if we could have stamina, it would be such a cool way to leverage him, right? We talked about it in
Yes.
context of like undercutting like a Buxton or somebody, Eric Davis, so we could make them, higher rated cards, but they don't play as often. With Ripken, it'd be something where he plays damn near like literally every day. Like he pretty much would never tire for you outside of like maybe once or twice if you didn't want to run him at 70 stamina or something. But that'd be really cool if we could implement that.
No, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you really had a guy who actually could play every game, you could save a roster spot, which is a hugely valuable thing in sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would give a lot of value.
You know what else would
Uh,
save you, in cap would be if you had like a 2 overall, multi-position.
You like that when I printed that too?
that card would have been good. I would have paid quite a lot of points to own that card. Quite a lot.
Let's say for real he was like a 36. Like, what's the cutoff to where that would really start to be valuable? Let's say he is as crappy as like the Noel Lugo or whatever we think is the worst card.
He'd have value at 39.
Okay, so anything under 40 would automatically.
Yeah, if it's like a 35, it's busted. I mean, just completely busted.
Mm-hmm. Because you're like adding points basically.
Well, especially now that the cycle we have, not 35, but we have so many of these caps where the floor and ceiling are really close together. Like saving a few points in those is just enormously valuable.
Yeah.
No doubt. So like 39 would be the cut where even a bad suck would start to have some appeal.
Yeah, I would.
think so.
I mean, I wouldn't maybe play in every single format, but I would trade one roster spot for 1 point a lot.
Especially with his
I agree.
positions too, because he plays unique positions, catcher, shortstop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So, all right. So I'm pulling up the community votes. Unfortunately,
And
this is one where there was not a runaway winner, which is good. So there wasn't one like this is the thing that has to not happen. It was kind of fairly varied, which is I
Well,
think a
we didn't
good
list spot.
sign.
We didn't list spotlight packs. So that was probably why it wasn't the runaway winner.
that would have been the runaway winner.
Okay,
And
that's true because we did say card.
We did say
Charles,
card.
your
Yeah.
vote was more because of the availability versus the card itself, correct?
Correct. Yeah. The quality of the card was fine. It was just just sort of like as a fan and thinking about, like if you tell me you've got a historical baseball game where you get to play with, historical baseball players and all that,
Mm-hmm.
like one of the first matchups I would want to go see is like Pedro against the Babe,
No doubt. I
right?
totally get that.
Um, and I understand that there's a balance between that and making sure you have unique rewards for things, and you have to figure out how to do both. But uh, so that was actually that one was tied for 10th, but since we've gone through it, I'll choose to omit that one in order to
Get
kind of
something
mention
else
some
on
of
the
the
list.
others.
Yeah. And, just to kind of put a cap on that, basically whoever is the biggest fans of whichever players we pick, it's going to be that way. And I totally, totally get that, right? Because, and like I said, I did have some discussions around the community about putting out a second 100 Pedro. And a lot of people, even though they would have liked having him, they said, no, keep it unique for those two players. And that was actually kind
Yeah.
of the resounding vote. So I said, okay, that's why I put out the 99. So at least there was an avenue to use a good Pedro. But I totally get that. I totally get your take
Yeah,
on
so I
that.
think
Yeah.
what I was kind of expecting when I heard that you were sort of making these as the PTMS rewards, what I actually thought you might have done would have been to make, like 100 overall Babe that was really good, and then a better 100 overall Babe that you got for winning the PTMS or something.
Mm-hmm. Oh, technically, I tried to do that with the
Well, you made the
tournament one.
gold, but that's yeah.
The gold is
Well,
really
then,
good.
The
I
gold is
mean,
really
yeah,
good.
the gold. But I'm also talking about the tournament one from earlier in the cycle. That's why I had less reservation about putting Babe out.
oh yes.
Okay, that's fair.
Pedro
That
was difficult.
that
Yeah.
Babe in particular, we should have played more because at the time we didn't realize that Williams was going to have such BABIP issues, and Williams was kind of the card that killed that 100 Babe.
One
That's
of
right.
us did play that Babe more.
That's true. You did play the Babe a lot. You played him in the outfield, so I don't know that I can give you full credit for that.
Are you telling me he's not a center fielder?
I am in fact telling you that. Yes.
But yeah, I did like putting out that gold one the same week that the PTMS one came out as kind of like a, hey, if you don't win PTMS, here's a fun way to play Babe on a different level.
No, it was funny because I looked when that set was released. Could you do that with Cobb too? And I came to the conclusion that no, in fact, it is basically impossible to print a Cobb that's not like a gold or higher. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
Speaking
Except
of
for like
cards
his
that are
last season of
and
days.
speaking of cards that are impossible to print, at number 10, we've got the hold on, let me rescale this so we can see all the ratings on these. But at number 10, we've got the PT Elite
PT Elite. Yep. And you've had a great discussion on this. Totally agree. In fact, if you've been watching the preview streams and whatnot, then you might already know that there are some aspects that might aid this issue, which is that the caps aren't set wide enough, or at least the power creep wasn't managed to such a degree to give somebody like Soto the edge he truly deserves in I. But the caps have been raised. And so, that's going to open an avenue to do that for somebody like Soto or Joe Sewell's strikeout rate and things like that. So I am eager to see how that plays, but I totally understand this critique of the PT Elite Soto.
I'm a little bit terrified of that solution, actually.
Well, it depends how it's implemented, right? Like we have to see.
I'm terrified of that solution. Yeah.
Expound. I'm curious.
So this is something actually. So if we have a chance next week, we might do a game engine modeling stream.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things to keep in mind is that the way the game engine is set up, that basically, so when I say 50, I really mean 100 in the game editor, right? But 50 in terms of the way ratings are presented. Basically, the game is set up for ratings to be around 50 and for that to look like Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The more you get ratings away from 50, the more it stops being such a good model and the more really weird things happen. And that's one of the reasons that kind of some of these extreme ratings fail. In other words, the game, even just things like the game engine would have worked a little bit better if the solution to PBABIP had been to keep things around 50 instead of to sort of push things to like, 100. But this is even more true for some of the other scaling. Like one of the reasons that power, tends to break at some point, essentially is that, although everything's a competition between pitcher and hitter, having like a 50 overall homer prevention against 50 overall power looks major league like, and having, 100 against 100 doesn't, it looks like something different.
Well, the thing is that you can also, the centering point may move too, and we don't know that. Like,
Well, that's why right. So it depends how they did it. But the point
Sure.
is, if the solution is simply to say we're going to allow a much bigger cap, that
I believe
feels
there's
to
been
me
a
like it's
full
much
overhaul.
harder to balance
yeah,
than.
As
would,
I understand it, there's been
Yeah.
I totally hear you there. I'm not trying to cut you off
Yeah.
to keep your critique going. But I'm understanding that there's been an overhaul that I would think would include something like what you're saying there, where we would need to move the centering point, or else we just have the same issues,
Yeah,
or the issues that you're bringing up.
if you're testing that, which I assume there has to be testing, I think it would become obvious fairly quickly once you got to these giant numbers that it just no longer looks like baseball at all. I would hope so, at least. So
Yeah.
I assume there's been some adjustment to that, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, the one good thing with the beta, even though it's only 3 days and sort of not really a beta, is you can tell pretty fast if there are like major engine problems usually.
Yeah,
And hopefully there's enough time to sort them out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right,
hopefully
that
we
was
can get
one.
that feedback. But no, that's well said, Charles, and that'll be something that we'll be looking at within the beta and get that feedback from y'all. See it with the testing that Matt and the devs are doing, and so again, I don't have a direct hand in that, but that is something that I will make sure is underscored as we are continuing to work through things.
Let me see. I think at number 9, people mentioned the Satchel page, and I think this was probably not as much about the quality of the pitcher for this one as kind of the low stamina making it hard to figure out what to do with.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I guess I don't know if Pop Lloyd is going to be later on this list, but I think I'm on the same line that just the Negro League database in general seems to have some, sort of strange stuff going on.
Yeah, I need to put my hands on that
Pop
a
Lloyd
bit
is
more.
in fact going to be next on the list.
Okay.
And I think a solution there is to just get in there and clean it up a bit more, because I think with the page, it sees, what was it, like 130 innings or whatever, 15 starts, 10 relief appearances, and then comes in low on him when 10 of his 15 starts were complete games, right?
Right.
And so again, tried to make up for that with the immortal seasons. Basically, that was kind of a make good on Satch.
Yeah,
I think
which I
that
mean
was one of two
was
problems.
successful.
I think the other problem with Pop is a similar thing to Ozzy, where like to make that kind of shape work, the defense has to be a little bit overpowering.
Well, no, but I think you can actually make Pop hit. I don't think you can make Ozzy hit, but Pop was not. The problem is that the seasons that Pop gets used for are the 1920 and later seasons when he was like 38 and not playing for nearly as well anymore. But you have to use his pre-1920. If you use pre-1920, you can make him really good. I think like you can actually make him hit.
Some Pop.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you have to basically
sure.
go outside the database and use the pre-1920.
And so again, same solution, just get my hands on it, as opposed to trusting the computer on that one.
Yeah.
Let's
yes, PT21 Pop worked great because PT21 wanted that shape. That was the shape you had to have, was the no power, all avoid K and BABIP shape. So yeah, he was phenomenal.
So 7 was the Koufax, and again, I think this is about the availability rather than the quality, right?
No doubt. No doubt.
The card was obviously a strong card. We've talked about that a fair bit. 6 is another card we talked about along the way. It was the 100 Aussie. And just that it kind of wasn't strong enough. The defense was great.
But could have been even better. And, again, I was a little timid. I didn't know. Initially I did kind of want to go crazy with it. I was like, well, I can't be 15 points more range than the next highest, and it turns out I think I can. I think if we do that card again, that it does need to be so clearly above to make up for its hitting if it's going to play on the 100 level.
Yeah, I guess probably other
Either that or just
there
trade him in
was
for Gary Templeton.
Exactly.
no, but the thing is also like there was I'm sure some concern like Rizzuto had been released I think pretty recently before that, and it's like okay, you don't want to crush this Rizzuto that people paid a lot for.
Precisely.
It was a big prize, so
that's where I peeled back and I was like, okay, let's see how this works, and so missing on that while keeping Rizzuto good was an error, or not even an error, I'll say, but was an outcome I was willing to eat more than the reverse.
Yeah, it was better to miss in that direction than to miss in the Ozzy too strong direction. I agree with that. Yeah.
I still don't know how that trade managed to happen. By the way, that's
truly insane.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, we are at 5. Well, we got the Cal that we've, that PTCS card that just wasn't that strong. We've talked about that one a fair bit, probably. So.
And you'll notice the PTCS cards got better. As things went on, and so I don't think we'll have a repeat there. I feel
and I think it was also really useful, that the couple of times one looked like it didn't fit, that you kind of reached out and talked with people and like thought about ways to make it fit a bit better.
Yeah, and I appreciated the feedback on that. Because again, I want cards that play well. I have no problem making those adjustments, especially before something's released. Obviously, once something's released, I got to wear it. But before something comes out, if we can make changes, then absolutely. And so an incident like that, like the Ripken, will not happen again.
Yeah, no, it was very much an outlier, certainly among like the first and second place rewards. So
let's see. At 4, we put one up as representative. It was basically the build a lineup diamonds, which I got the sense that it was even sort of figured out at the time they were released that it didn't quite work because there was a decision to release the perfects at the same time.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything on that.
Fair enough.
I don't disagree with anything that's being said.
All right, and the top 3 were all, again, they're all sort of really close. It was spread out, which is good. There wasn't like one overwhelming, unless I could have put spotlight packs in there somehow.
That would have been number 1. Yeah.
But
at least the deployment of them. I think a lot of people still like in principle what they do, but the deployment of them is the question.
I think it's a good option to have. It's just not an option that should be used like all the time. It should be sure. Yeah. It's a tool.
But the top 3 again are really close. So one is kind of just the TED card that didn't work, and I'm guessing we didn't ask. I'm guessing this is about the card not working as opposed to just it not being an endgame card.
It would have to be.
So sort of the BABIP issues.
Yeah. Which we all learned a lot about during the cycle. I think I did certainly.
Number 2, I actually don't have the same problem with as everybody else, but I sort of understand why they put it there. Was the Ben Sheets. Okay, it's not a
he became the meme.
Card. I agree, but I also understand that not every 100 overall is going to be a meta card. So
I gotta say, Mark Fidrich gets a major pass here because he was almost as bad.
It's
slightly worse, but
the Sheets just kind of took over as the meme. But you're exactly right, and that all comes down to simply not knowing how overpowered BABIP was going to be, or else I never would have let those go out like that.
Yeah, and the Willie David, there were a few, but not every card is going to be excellent. Not every release 100 is going to be a meta 100. That's
I mean, it's like I think we said before, ideally, it's good to have lots of kind of cards that we'd sort of rate in the sort of B through D range, but sometimes they aren't, and that's fine. It's not the end of the world when one card or another ends up being really good.
So that one, it wasn't a good card, but I don't think it was a problem. But obviously, got a bunch of votes. The one that I think was more problematic, as you've mentioned, also was the Caminiti, where just because it was supposed to be a significant mission reward.
It's supposed to be a foundational piece early on, and it just simply wasn't. So yeah, totally agree.
It's you got year after Caminite. It was the wrong
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was his PEDs had worn off.
Right.
Yeah,
We implemented testing in Perfect Team, and he had some trouble.
clearly.
Yeah, I had a hand in the Caminiti. I didn't have any hand in the sheets, so I laugh at the sheets with you guys. Like that,
Yeah.
we can all point and laugh at the algorithm on that one. But the Caminiti was definitely on me, and I was bummed by that one for sure.
But I think the other thing I would say in your defense here is if you look at the things that people weren't happy with, we've seen there's a big recency bias.
Mhm.
And these are generally, the only one of these that really came out in the last couple months, I guess, is the Soto, and that kind of that's the way the card works. When things are I
Right. It
don't
was
think
just
there was a
luck at
way
that
to
point.
do the Soto differently, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I agree. No, but I mean, yeah, pretty much the only other card in here that's in the second, I guess two. The Williams was barely the second half of the cycle, and the Aussie,
right.
but everything else was the first half of the cycle. So,
But also the Williams, if I were putting the cards together and I wouldn't have been aware of the BABIP thing until we noticed it.
no,
Yeah, we
I
did,
wouldn't have either.
and we didn't even learn about it until Williams had already been out for a while.
No,
Yeah,
We were
I
all
so
didn't.
using him.
on release, I would have thought that the Williams would turn out to be, stronger than it was. So
No. I mean,
Mhm.
it took me. I mean, I think I noticed Williams like a month or 2 months after he was released. I was like, "Whoa, that's weird."
yeah, well,
And
how
then
long
Why
it
is
I
this
look
took
back,
him?
and I
this
was
guy
like, "Okay,
playing the way
this
he
has been weird
should?
the whole time." Like,
Well, you know how long it
something is
took him to be
wrong.
weird in my data set?
Yeah, fair enough. But no, it's a big lesson for me too, because like I wasn't paying enough attention to
Yeah,
every bit of the observed results. It was like, okay, my correlation is still pretty decent
right.
because it's one card at that point. So, oh well. But yeah,
Yep.
that was a big lesson for me as well. Just I got to pay attention to if there's a really big outlier someplace, it's a problem.
Mhm.
Oh, that's weird.
Hopefully, we don't have those issues this year with any cards getting eaten up by BABIP. But it'll be a new cycle, new engine. We'll kind of see how,
Yep.
or revamped it. I don't want to say new engine. It's not like it's rebuilt from the ground up, but there'll be other things that we figure out, and hopefully, we don't have anything too crazy like that.
Every other stuff. I mean, like I think I've this before, but like if you took a top player or even just a reasonably experienced player now, and you put them back into even probably 22 or 21, they would clean up like the amount that people have advanced since then is huge. So yeah, every year we learn a lot of new stuff.
Yep. Oh, definitely. So, and finally, card that's missing, or a card that you really wished existed. So I know yours is going to be Tony Suck, but I'll ask just in case.
I shouldn't have an answer here since I'm in control of everything, and yet
That is
I
true.
still do.
Which
I should have put
tiger
out
is
a.
it? Wait. Let me
No,
guess. Let me guess.
it's not
another
a
Justin
tiger.
Verlander.
Yeah. I should have done a better Verlander that can suppress home runs, even though that's the thing he's always struggled with. No, it's PT Elite Aaron Judge. I should have given Judge a meta card, or at least attempted meta. I don't know. He has his own issues with strikeouts or whatever, but he should have gotten an Elite. It's not like it wasn't because of the 106 games or anything. It was just kind of like it didn't really come up kind of deal of like putting him in there because he didn't play a full season, but that didn't stop other guys. We put in the Shane McClanahan because we needed some extra lefties and some other small sample guys. I mean, he still hit 37 bombs in 106 games. So I definitely could have, and that's probably my only regret as far as the cards I put out from PT Elite. I was pretty happy with how the set turned out, top to bottom. Probably have some nitpicks here and there that we could discuss. I'd have no problem with that. But as far as misses, the Judge was the only guy that I was like, dang, he should.
I remember when you announced that there was going to be 2 cards left for PTCS 10. I was like, okay, it's Lindor and Judge, and then I was really surprised I saw Merrill Kelly at the first. I was like, oh, which one? I wonder which one it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that I knew the Merrill was gonna throw people for a loop, but I was like, yeah, Judge should have been in there somewhere. And I even considered still throwing it late. And I was like, no, I said the PTCS was going to be the last PT Elite, so I'm going to keep my word on that.
Yep. So we had a bunch of good write-ins on this.
Yeah, there's some excellent answers.
So a bunch of write-ins, that I can kind of send along. Obviously, you've seen some of the community ones, but a couple I'm going to highlight. Turk Wendell would have been fun.
Yeah.
Ned Hanlon, Jim McCormick.
125 teeth brushing for.
Ned Hanlon didn't get a card this year. That's true. We got him last year. It was a really fun card last year. It's a good call.
Candy Cummings would have been fun. So it was pointed out to me that this Titelo Vargas actually had a Juan Vargas card under that name from like 15 years earlier in his career.
Correct.
But I really, the guy hit like over 470 in a baseball season.
Yeah, and we're not shy about using some of those types of seasons too. So yeah, absolutely. 1943, Titelo Vargas, aka Juan, absolutely could have gotten some love. I don't disagree there.
But just a few that I'll mention here, from the community. One, Oil Can Boyd, I think would have been kind of fun. We've had some in the past, right?
We have had them in the past, yeah.
I actually had a fantasy team named after him. I think he's kind of on the no-go list for some behaviors.
Okay. I was aware that there's a bit of a story there.
So yeah, that because I was ready to, like, again, amazing name, Oil Can, but some unsavory. And listen, people can say, well, then why are you putting out this guy or this guy? I understand we're not 100%, consistent on that, but I just go off of what I'm told. If I try to put out a guy and they say he can't go out, I can only go off what I can go off. Like, I know Pete Rose is a scumbag. I know that Kirby Puckett had his domestic violence situations. So I don't mean to say that we advocate everybody that we put out, but there's some guys that they say I can't put out, and I got to go with that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, understand.
So how do I get Tony Suck off the naughty list?
He's not on the naughty list. He's on the naughty skills list. His skills were too naughty.
His skills are not. Yes.
Yeah, skills are not. That is true.
Number 9, another one which I didn't know about until someone submitted this, and now there's actually a whole story there. Is Ken Hubbs.
Oh, do tell.
Who I've never heard of.
I haven't until just this
kind of an
millisecond.
Unfortunate story, basically. He won Rookie of the Year in 1962.
Oh, Nico told me about this guy. He's on the list for 25. Now once you said Rookie of the Year, I'll spoil it right now. He's coming out in 25.
Okay, yeah. Okay. He won Rookie of the Year and then just died in a plane crash when he was 22.
Yeah.
And so never really got to find out what happened. What happened to his career. I mean, I don't mean like,
yeah,
I don't
totally
mean like
brutal.
Some mysterious plane crash. I mean,
No, one Rookie of the Year and a Gold Glove in his first year was okay. The following year at age 21, and then passed away. Yeah, Nico told me about him over the winter, and we already put him on the list for 25. So you will see Ken Hubbs make his PT debut this year.
Nice. Okay. All right. It's a sneak preview, 25. It's all Ken Hubbs.
Breaking news out here.
Just everyone's going to play Ken Hubbs at every position. He's the only card, actually.
Yeah, he's Absolutely. Actually just going to be a bunch of Ken Hubbses.
Yep. Number 8 is my favorite one true outcome player. Well, is there any other true outcome, really?
Yeah. We should have put Herb Washington on this list. That was a mistake.
Okay.
But
well, do you remember when I put him on a slide with a fake card, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I considered it, but I didn't know if he'd break the game or something, because I just didn't know like what it would look like. But he was definitely on my mind.
I don't even know.
I will say that if you decide to put him in there, the way the game engine works, do not put him at first base.
Okay.
How would the didn't even come up with a card for Herb Washington because he didn't get a plate appearance, right? He never hit in the game. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. So we basically had to fudge it. He didn't have any plate appearances. He scored 29 runs, and so I think it was just a bunch of nothingness on the card, and that's why I plastered it with "This is fake. This is fake. This is fake."
Yeah, but Goodell, I assume it would spit out just like zeros and then 125 a high.
Yeah.
Yep.
Goodell is interesting. Actually,
Well, I still want my Esteban Yan DH card.
that monster hitter. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He deserves it.
The incredible thing is, he hit 1,000 career in the NL and 1,000 career in the AL, and he only swung the bat once in his life, in his major league career.
Wait, what? I'm looking him up now. How did he have 1,000 in both? Now I'm confused. Esteban Yan, standard batting.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a great, really small sample size one.
Okay, so he has the hit with St. Louis in 2003, and then the one with Tampa Bay. But how does he have a hit if he only swung the bat once? How does he have 2 hits?
The other one was a bunt single.
Oh, that's amazing. That's incredible. So
you can also give him an incredible bunt for hit.
Hell yeah. We were talking about that slider earlier tonight.
So you give him, so he gets the bunt for hit and the power.
That's gonna be a fire card right there.
No BABIP though, I guess.
No
True.
BABIP. Yeah.
True. Well, so I mean the bunt hit is BABIP though.
That's true.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right.
So you got the homer. He got the he got a homer, a bunt hit, and like he'll be bronze pitcher. More iron, I guess, unless we do 1998 pitching.
It'll be the equivalent of like Russell Martin's pitching.
Exactly, with his 125.
The game won't let you actually put him in, which is really sad.
I know. How fun would that be just to kind of mess with him there?
I would say I think a fun tournament type would be one where you're trying to lose on purpose. So you take off all the safeguards, and your goal is to lose.
Just to see who can lose the worst.
I gotta say, I have some old strategies from PT20 saved up on how to lose that are very effective that I wish I could still use.
Well, I'm even better at losing, but only on Sundays.
I was gonna say if it's on Sunday, then Charles guaranteed.
I know.
I put a link in the chat that you guys can post because it's the Herb Washington for people that didn't get to see it.
Can you?
I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Number 7. This is one that I think a lot of people remember just because it's relatively modern. Would be a Kenny Rogers.
Yeah, I'm actually. We can make the Tiger joke specifically, but also like just a pretty damn good, pitcher for quite some time.
Yeah,
and a lefty, which we always need. So that's just a miss on my part. I'll own that one.
He had a live reward, I think, last cycle, if I remember correctly.
I think he might have. Yeah, there's actually pretty good, right? Like right at the
He actually hit the cutting room floor on the last T4. And I didn't realize, if I had realized that he didn't have a card, because I still have a list of T4 cards that, I didn't get to put out. I should have put him in there because, this is going to be the first year he misses. I did say there might be some sporadic cards, so maybe he's one of the sporadic ones just to keep his streak going.
Along with the Tony Suck that's coming out next week.
Clearly.
Well, actually, I wonder how many of the perfect game pitchers have cards. I don't know the answer. Probably most of them, I would think, but
I would think so. I don't know if Phil Humber does.
Yeah.
Phil Humber actually had a meta card one year. It was like a 41 that was really good.
Yeah.
I can believe that, given he's basically a 41 for his career.
Yeah.
We got 6. We got Hooks Doss. So.
Tiger.
Why is everybody named Hooks always Well, that's the incredible thing about Hooks. This is the only player I know named Hooks who is not a lefty.
Oh wow, the other Hooks, because the other Hooks are all lefties.
They're all lefties, right? Except there must. I don't know if there are any others, but all the ones I know, are lefties.
He's had good cards before Hooks Doss, but it was pre-PBAB, so I wonder if that would give him trouble. Because usually he's been a really high movement, has been his sort of way of success
here.
Yep.
His BABIPs, just eyeballing them, they don't look out of pocket. So I feel
Mortal
like
Omega is saying there's 7 perfect game that we don't have.
okay.
So it's actually a good trivia question. So Umber is one of them. We got Braden.
Umber hasn't had a card since 22.
Yeah. We got Braden recently. We don't have a Jim Bunning, I don't think, this year.
We must have had a Bunning. We must have had a Bunning, right? If we didn't, he definitely should have been on this list because he's a.
I don't think we have a Jim Bunning. We don't have a Charlie Sweeney.
We don't have Ward, I guess, but he only sort of counts, right? Because it wasn't.
There's an Iron Bunning. Oh, that's right. There's an Iron Bunning. Okay, we definitely don't have Charlie Sweeney
Bunning.
though.
Do we have a Mike Witt?
Yeah. Yes.
We do.
Yes.
The bronze, I believe.
The Dennis Martinez was that LE that was really good.
We got 2 Martinez's because we also got the tournament edition Oriole.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that card. Yeah.
We've never had Charlie Sweeney, so that's an avenue.
We have a Lee Richmond Mortal Mago.
We got a Richmond, yeah.
No, John Montgomery Ward is Monty Ward. We have him. Len Barker we have. That's an exclusive.
Did we get Charlie Robertson? We did, right?
That one I don't
know. Oh, I think that's Robertson. That's
was that last year. So we got almost all of them then.
We got most of them, I think. Oh, we have a Herman live. We don't have a Herman historical.
Yeah, I actually considered putting out something when he did it, but he's got his own off the field, and I was tentative about highlighting him, so I passed on that.
Yeah, it's fair.
We haven't had Charlie Robertson since 22 either. He and Phil Umber are overdue, so stay tuned. We got a whole new cycle coming up.
That's good. I think. All right. Anyway, move on to the next card, I guess.
Yes. Yes, that's right. What do we got? All right. Okay. Number 5. Again, we talked about the reasons we couldn't put him in there, but is Yamamoto, and obviously he'll be in the game as he's allowed to be. So,
yes.
And
I don't know where
demand for him.
Yeah, I don't know where his live will come in, but he'll have a future legend.
Yep. I'm guessing that will be a rather decent card.
It will be quite good. I feel confident saying it might be Topper-esque or at least 100 if it's packable.
I would think so. What do you even do with that if you try to make prospect rankings? Like, you just put him, I mean, it's...
So, I think some sites, including ours, Fangraphs, are pivoting away from including the Japanese league guys because they do have such experience. I'm still going to include him just as an avenue for us to get a great Yamamoto before the end of the year.
I agree with that.
But so we didn't rank him. I don't think MLB ranked him, but other outlets do. So right now, I think it's just an outlet choice of whether or not you're going to rank a Jung Hoo Lee or a Yamamoto.
I mean, Yamamoto would have to be slam dunk number 1, right? I can't see any way you're arguing for.
Yeah, they wrote up in our article that he would have been 2 behind Jackson. They still had Holiday.
That's amazing that they think that much of Holiday because, I mean,
I agree.
I guess there's some uncertainty still. Yamamoto.
Pitcher v hitter also plays a role, but I'm not going to dispute them. You know, Eric Wagenhagen, our lead guy, is amazing with prospects. I take his word, but he said he would have had him number 2.
Okay,
that's pretty high praise from Jackson Holiday. That's for sure. Right.
And speaking of, I was talking with you about this, Isidafo. You talked about the importance of Pop Lloyd and Archie Vaughn as lefty shortstops. We're getting another one in the mix next year with Jackson Holiday.
Yeah, that will help.
Let me see.
It'll help a lot.
Number 4, we had Dizzy Trout. So there are Tigers we didn't get.
I know, geez. And somebody
managed to find a few.
Somebody as a troll it had to have been a troll that included Todd Jones on the. I guess trolling me.
Someone trolled.
We did not forget Todd Jones. Oh, there was an LE Dizzy Trout made, but I just never put it out.
Okay.
So I hit the cutting room floor.
He's also had good cards in the past.
But there was a Todd Jones?
No, there was no Todd Jones.
No Todd Jones. No Todd Jones in the game.
I was saying you guys are trolling me by even including him.
Yeah, slightly.
Jones.
Slightly.
He's actually... Oh, wait. Hang on. Wrong guy. I was trying to look him up. was gonna say he's never been in the game. That's Tom Jones has never been in the game. Whoever the hell
I
that
think
is.
there's been a Todd Jones.
There must have been a Todd
Yeah,
Jones at
there
some
has
point.
to have been. Oh yeah, but he hasn't had a card since 21. For some reason, Chris saw fit to give him 2 cards in 21, one of which
21
was a
was
diamond.
21 was the Wild West of duplicated cards. Some guys had like Babe Ruth, I think, had like
Oh yeah,
7 or
when
8
they had like
cards.
7 or 8 cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see what we got. At number 3 is another card that may not end up in the game anytime soon. But we got this guy.
Oh yeah, John Dowd. We're my MVP 2005 fans.
Yeah. I mean, it is really a shame we can't get it because that would be a really fun card to have. Both his Pittsburgh and his Giants years.
I know, and we actually, those of you who have been playing a long time know that he was in for a while back. Talk about Wild West. I have asked if we could do some goofiness with it. Reggie Stalker was his name in MLB The Show one year when they came up with a character, and it got the kibosh. But I tried.
Yeah, it would be really fun to have him. The team.
What you could do is you could just rename him based on his personality to like
Tony Suck.
Suck. Yeah,
Right,
that's what I'm thinking.
You could do that thing right where they switch the first and last initial of their names.
Yes. So I'll spoonerize him. It's just Barry Bonds.
Right.
Oh wait,
Barry Bonds. Yeah.
No. You do the thing from that Japanese game where they change him to like Brary Bonds or whatever.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, they put the rand. You know the one I'm talking about, where they
absolutely. Where it's pretty clear who they're talking about.
They just put
definitely
random,
stand
up. Extra letters and things.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the John Dowd and Reggie Stalker aren't really any better because it's not like it's a mystery who this is. Like this back guy on the Giants in left field, like it's
no. But the Dowd had plausible deniability because he was white. The Reggie Stalker looked like him. It's a black guy. It's very clear who it is. Lefty destroyer. But John Dowd was white.
Dowd was right-handed also, right? They made him.
Yes. So that gave them plausible deniability.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I mean, sort of, yes. I mean, you could say come on, this is some random white dude. What are you talking about? And he's right-handed. But Reggie Stalker, there's no way you could work around that.
Yeah.
Well, the real question is, could you get away doing a Reggie Stalker alumni card?
We found this picture. Who is this guy? Oh, wow. I'll let you guys behind the curtain on something. There was, how some of the card art kind of has, some MLB stuff maybe kind of blurred out. There was one floating around that was so very obviously Bonds, and we were like, okay, we can't use that one.
Probably a good choice.
No. You know what you could do? You could do the McCovey Johnny Bench thing where it's supposed to be a picture of one player, but the other one just happens to be there in the background of the shot.
Exactly. Yeah. The way the Altuve and Jeremy Pena live cards are connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Have you guys noticed that?
Yes.
It's the same picture.
Yeah, that's a fun one. Someone pointed it out to me.
Yeah, there is a real life John Dowd who has an H in his name.
Yeah, so
maybe we could just put him out. Maybe that's the solution.
Yeah, that works.
It just we happened to make this guy play in the early 2000s and be a left fielder instead of a 1910 shortstop.
So he happens to be on the Giants. We just randomized it. Big deal.
Yeah. He's on the New York Giants.
That's true. Did we even have a Bobby Bonds this year? Oh, we did. We had that terrible 100. Oh, and the LE was actually good. The 100 was really bad, but the LE was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the LE, I think, the 100 was launched, wasn't it?
I think it was TB2, I want to say.
Oh, yeah. I didn't edit the first 2 TBs. Those were just generated.
Yeah, the LE was good, though. The LE played for a while.
The PD's going to finally fire.
All right.
Woo.
And finally, it was very close between the top 2. But I am disappointed in the entire community.
Oh, they failed you.
Sorry. That didn't. That's where. There we go. Because because we didn't quite get Tony Suck to number 1. It was really, really close.
Oh well.
Well, but I want to point out there were Aaron Judges in the game. So Tony Suck was the most wanted card where there was not a copy of the player in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
So there were Aaron Judges in the game.
But
right?
no Anthony Suction.
No, but
No,
he's
no
very
stuff.
similar because every time, at least every time Aaron Judge comes to bat in Boston, we do call him the Yankees version of Tony Suck.
True.
Yeah, fair
You
enough.
hear them chanting for him all the time that he's the Yankees version of Tony Suck, right?
I do hear that a lot.
Yeah.
I think he might be slightly better than Suck was,
Moderately, if you parse the numbers
but
properly.
yeah,
EBC, the only reason I didn't feel as bad about Bellinger was because he had his moment with that that 100 in like April or May. So he was on my list. He just missed the cut. But with Judge, that was just a miss. I just should have given him a 100 that wasn't just his live card.
Yeah.
I mean, he had that tournament edition card was like very briefly decent, the
Yeah.
99. But its lack of center field really, I think, took it out of the meta faster than it would have. It had center.
Exactly. Well, it had to qualify to learn. And so, again, if we had taken advantage of the tourney feature and had given him some experience there, that might have helped him stick around a bit more.
Yeah, I think it would have lasted a little. I mean, it still wouldn't have lasted a huge long time, but it certainly would have helped him. Yeah.
Don't worry, Judge fans. I'll take care of you in 25.
He had, I mean, his top bunt, whatever it was called in 23, was really good.
Yeah, that was absolute awesome card. I like the art on those so much.
Yeah, art was great. Set design, not my favorite, but
Yep.
Not my field, not my purview.
Yep, understood.
I wear my own mistakes.
Understood.
Yeah, see, Cade's wisdom. It's because they're such a fan of like the idea that the Yankees could finally honor Tony Suck.
Someone.
We're just reminding them of the ability to do that.
I mean, the Yankees like retiring numbers. They could retire Suck's number.
Tony Suck would have been a great fit for our PD too, because he would have been a unique team, right? He didn't play for actual Major League.
That's true. That's true. Been very helpful there.
Totally could have done this. Hey, the PD fired. We even won game 1. Look at that.
Wow.
We drafted something that didn't get swept in the first round.
Amazing. That's
we got to
first time I've ever done
that.
Is it best of 7?
Best of 3.
Oh, best of 3. Okay, so that game 1 win is a big leg up. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So we made it, but we do, I think, in return for being on the stream, we do get to decide who the reserves are going to be. So why don't we do that quickly, and then we can kind of wrap it up.
Okay, so we all agree with Grandal for catcher, right? That was everyone else's sort of.
Yeah, we all love him. So I think that one's a simple one.
Yeah, and I can change the setup here, but I think, Grandal.
I would say the catcher and first are pretty easy, right? Our gold boys, our gold walkers. Are we in agreement that Votto is?
Yes,
is our first base?
Yeah, I think we all.
I got to think about it because I guess I was thinking if we made a 26-man roster.
Okay.
No, we need a lot of pitchers then.
Well, I don't think but you don't really. I was thinking, you could go.
The best of 3 roster.
Maybe 10 pitchers. I mean, you only have to get through one game, right?
Okay, so Grandal, Votto. I think Kingman probably deserves a spot.
Okay, but if you have Kingman, you don't need Votto. Because Kingman play first.
So
you kind of want like
that second
Kingman
infielder should
and
be
a middle infielder or Votto.
I feel like just do whatever. I think it's gonna be easier to do one of every position.
We gotta make some tough decisions. We're just talking about how you gotta make some tough decisions to do this, right?
All right, so then I would vote Grandal, Votto, Mondesi as the CIFF.
Yeah, I like Mondesi. Makes sense to me.
You really got to go Mondesi?
Well,
I forgot you don't actually like him. It's 2-1.
Just remind people. So Votto was closest at first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Second,
I guess I can look at the results then.
There was the Jackie, but this Jackie is not really a shortstop.
Right? Doesn't have shortstop.
Yeah. So you could go Mondesi, or Nunez. Yeah, all right. All right. I'll give you Mondesi, but you got to give me Kingman.
I have no problem with Kingman.
Wait, I don't have a problem with Kingman. I'm just surprised that you're going against Votto, Mr. I.
It is tough.
But if you want to go Kingman, then I'm down for it. We can go Grandal,
like
Kingman,
too, but
Mondesi.
It's the same problem with roster construction, right? If he's a one position.
Yeah. No, I get it.
You know what? Hold on, but we have Dink on the roster. We do have Dink on the roster.
No, that's true. We have Dink.
That
Let's
makes everything easier.
we have to pick a
Yeah.
shortstop then, not a second baseman. So our second place
Yeah.
shortstop,
And we do
Boudreaux
have,
is
and we
second.
do have live Joey
but-
Gallo as well, actually.
That's true.
Oh yeah, so
Can
doesn't
Joey
that kind of
Gallo
cancel
play
out Kingman?
third?
I mean, Isidafo says yes.
Dink can play third.
Yeah.
Kingman
Dink
can
plays
play
everything
third.
but short.
Kingman can play third. I think Kingman's got third base defense too. You need to have the third base defense, right?
True. We must have the
exactly.
third base defense.
Exactly.
I think we got to get
Right, so-
one good defender in there.
Who was at shortstop? I mean, it was Boudreaux second, Ozzy first,
Yeah.
Seager
where do
third.
we go from there?
I think
Oh yeah,
Seager was third, right?
Seager was up there.
And then
Cal
Nunez,
Daniels
and then
caught
and
game
then
one for
Nunez.
Mortal.
Yeah, and then Nunez.
Nice. And then Nunez.
Had a baby caged. I voted
All right,
Seager
yeah,
as well.
Probably Mondesi is actually better, for like making a roster.
Yeah, because he
right?
covers
Yeah.
both middles. He could be our pinch runner. Like,
Yeah.
he just brings those good bench skills.
All right, so we'll take
Mhm.
Mondesi, and then King. You just can't have a one position backup, right? So you got to go Kingman, or do you?
We do have Dink. I mean, we don't have to necessarily.
I won't push back on Kingman if it over Votto.
I'm fine with either Kingman or Votto, whichever
Yeah.
you think. Yeah,
It is tough.
They're
It is
both
tough.
very deserving.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely voted for both of them. Kingman,
I mean,
Kingman
'cause
was
our-
definitely the most votes for a second place guy, I guess.
Kingman might make more sense too because Votto's lefty, two switchies, and then
That's
Kingman's
true.
the righty. So
All right,
that all
cover
starts
Kingman
to
then.
add up pretty nicely. Let's go ahead and rock that.
All right, so
I do
Grandal,
feel
Kingman,
bad not
Mondesi.
ending up with Votto as well. Oh, who's our DH
That's all right.
now? There's Ryan.
Jimmy
Oh,
Ryan.
Jimmy Ryan got voted in. We would probably put. We'd probably start
but
Gallo.
that also means you want a righty bat instead if you can get away with it, right?
Yeah, so that's where Kingman.
Yeah, Kingman
he
makes
just solidifies himself again there.
All right. We're going Kingman. We can grab a couple outfielders. So who have we got? We have the three perfects in the outfield. So
Yeah, so our outfield rules. Do we want to put Chu in one of the spots?
I'd be fine. Yeah, Chu got a lot
I
of.
think Chu. Yeah, I think Chu got a lot of votes. I think Chu makes a lot of sense. He can play both corners.
If
Yep.
we bring Mookie, that gives us more infield coverage too for emergencies.
Yes.
Just go with the two right fielders and no.
We could do Pearsall for center.
Or Pierce. Oh, I like Pearsall.
Yep,
Yeah,
Pearsall
actually,
to beat
Pearsall
up
could platoon with
lefties.
Oscar. Yeah, okay, so maybe it's Pearsall and Chu. Is that better then?
I'm cool with that. One righty,
Yeah.
one lefty.
All right. Let's do that. Let me find them again. So we go Pearsall. It's a pretty solid list we got going.
Heck yeah.
And then I guess pitchers. Well, you probably want Robin Roberts.
Let me put the correct Chu
Yeah.
in. I almost put the wrong Chu on the roster. Let's put the gold Chu on the roster, I think.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't quite
don't you-
want the 78
Silver,
silver
yeah.
that we have to
Yeah.
put in center.
That was a good card, but with Pearsall around,
So it's what? It's clearly Roberts and Cliff Lee?
It's clearly Roberts.
It's clearly Roberts.
I cannot agree with Cliff Lee. But if you guys want to, that's fine.
If we're gonna go,
No, I think Vida. I think Vida is probably our
yeah, let's do that. We all had pretty universal.
I think
interest in
Vida and maybe Carlton even as a fifth starter. If we go five,
Yeah,
five, or do you want to go
because
reliever?
we have two open P spots down there, so yeah, we could put Vida and Carlton, and then another righty on that second P spot.
Yeah. To
I
pick
think
some
that's
leaders.
fine.
All
we're
right, that
training
looks
them.
pretty
Yeah.
good. Go Vida, go Carlton.
Okay, we need some relievers, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
I'm
lefty
definitely gonna
reliever.
vote
I think
for
we all
Yeah, Stu.
we
I
all
agree
want
with.
Stu probably, right?
Yeah, and Alex Claudio, I guess, for a lefty probably.
Stu, Claudio. I like that.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Actually, this is tough. So, if I got four, I think it would be pretty clearly
Oh.
Stu, Claudio, Mo, and Timwin. right? I think
Yeah.
that would be a great
Yes.
bullpen.
I agree.
We could just put them all, I guess.
But yeah, we have that extra spot right there. We can just put those three in there.
Oh, but then you have to lose Carlton.
With
Oh yeah,
four,
yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
See, we still
Mm.
get a tough decision at the end. Put Claudius, but that's the wrong one. But
We-
again,
I mean, we should probably take Mo.
Probably just take Mo. Mo was really good. It
I think you got to take Mo, right?
was sort of funny,
Yeah.
I thought, in the end that like the four, or I had as the four best true relief pitchers were 2004, 2005, 2005, 2006. Like it was all in this one little range, which sort of
That's
that's crazy the way it ended up.
Especially
well,
the way they
that was
are
part of why
these
the era
days.
stuff was weird this year, is that there were these clusters.
Yeah.
So all right, so if it's got to be either only one of Stu and Timlin, that is tough.
That is really
It's
tough.
very
I'll let you
tough.
guys decide that because I vote Stu, but I'm not gonna bitch about
I mean,
Timlin.
Stu got more votes. I think we should probably go with Stu then. Like if he's the
Yeah.
choice.
I mean,
It's
you know,
tough to
we're
leave
taking
Timlin
some
off the
bronzes
roster.
too.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
got
like
some
we're
bronze.
only taking studs. Like we got McNally, Hasagawa, Dink. Like we are taking lower tier guys. So I don't mind if we lean Stu there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Stu's good.
I feel
All
it's
right,
tough.
well, let's put the-
I don't think I've left Timlin off many rosters though.
I have not
It's
either.
true.
You know
But
what?
then again,
Do we really need Mo? I mean, he is a Yankee.
I mean, I think Mo was really certainly he was the first card released. I guess Brett, but the second card released that's still playing. So
Yeah.
or at the league level.
All
So
right,
we would
we
have
probably
both of
should
them.
be. Do we cut Claudio for Timlin?
I definitely use Timlin more than Claudio, but if we want a lefty,
You want to do that because we still have Vita and Carlton.
Or we cut Carlton, maybe. Maybe we cut. Okay, maybe. What about cutting Carlton for Timlin?
yeah, I'm all right with that. Carlton did have not as
We got
long.
McNally and Vita for lefties,
Oh, that's
Yeah.
not Timlin.
and then
Written.
Claudio for relief. Sure.
All right,
And that way we get Timlin, who's been around forever, and like you said, just dominating all three of our rosters.
we made it. All right, and actually, this worked out pretty well. So, okay, so looking at
A hell of a
overall 26-man roster, I just want to see what we ended up with. We ended up with 9 perfects.
Okay, that's not bad.
Zero
Wow,
diamonds.
0
Huh?
diamonds. All right, well that
That's
kind of says
wild.
what people were doing.
But given the richness of diamond for us to come
Yeah,
up
Oh,
with,
yeah.
and actually,
Zero.
if I just sort of scroll through, there weren't even a lot of diamonds that were close.
I mean, if
Right.
we could have easily done James Wood instead of Chu for outfield. That would have gotten a diamond
True.
if we wanted
Really
diamond.
wanted a diamond in there, but if you look, there
Or
were
even
like
maybe even
some of these
Volpe from
lists,
Mondesi.
like some of these lists just had no diamonds on it.
yeah,
You know what? I would advocate that change if we wanted to get
Which
one diamond in
change?
there.
and a Volpe.
Volpe and Mondesi, especially since we all agreed that Volpe didn't get the love he deserved.
All right,
Yeah.
I think we can do that. We can do that.
I know it's another Yankee, but he was a god.
He was very very good.
It is another Yankee.
I think probably diamond is also a meta that turned over more.
True.
On the other hand, Mondesi's a Royal, and that's the Yankees farm team, right?
Yeah, so either way, it was going to be Yankee adjacent.
I think Mondesi's the hospital's farm team basically. He seems to like going there.
He is their all-star representative every year.
Yeah.
It's either him or
Yeah.
Buxton.
And Volpe's probably getting traded anyway before long, right?
Maybe he'll get traded to the Red Sox. You guys do
Yeah, pretty
make a lot of
good.
moves together, despite being fierce rivals.
Yeah.
I'm-
You know what?
I think Volpe
Actually,
will probably
we
figure
could
things
also
out.
put Govado over Volpe. We could just, if we think, we kind of need.
No.
No. We need a middle
Wait,
infielder
hold
there.
on.
I know we.
But does Volpe
I know
really
we
play
got
short?
Dink.
Wait, who's the other shortstop then?
Volpe plays short.
Yeah, but
Volpe plays short.
you play short like Jeter plays short.
Yeah,
He's fine.
a tradition unlike any other. Shitty Yankee shortstop.
No, Volpe's defense was pretty good this year, wasn't it?
No, he actually won the Gold Glove. In fact, one of the reasons that I was not going for him in fantasy coming up this year was I was like, Oswald Peraza's such a better glove. There's no way they're going to take this rookie, and then he goes out and wins the Gold Glove. So shouts to him. He really jumped up.
All right. All right, so what did we end up? So we got our token diamond on there, fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So
Yankees are underrepresented.
7-1, 4 golds.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, no gold's one. We could put 4 in the reserve. Yeah.
You know, 4 golds.
3 silvers. It looks
Three
like all on the reserves
silvers.
again.
Yep.
But this is the thing. Actually, no
Five
silvers.
bronzes.
I count 6.
6 bronze.
One,
Sorry, 6
2, yeah,
bronzes, and then
6.
the 3
One
iron.
irons.
3
No,
iron.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ryan, Jeff Mathis. Who's the third?
Oh, Kingman.
Oh, Kingman. Duh. Yeah. He just plays like a silver, so I don't count.
Interesting though. We all the winners were iron, bronze, or perfect. No silver, gold, or diamond. It's sort of surprising. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but that tracks, right? Because league play and then the hardest queues to get into for tournaments, iron and bronze.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Even more dedicated iron and
I think
bronze
some
players.
of that, and then also, I think it's like part of it is what it means for a meta to be really healthy is kind of how often cards get replaced, you know.
And the other 3 there were some of the healthier metas.
Yeah, the cards are
I think the golds were definitely deserved to be in there. And they were. I mean, I think we were. I think the only place that there wasn't as much was diamond, but I think that's right. I mean, I also think that over the whole course of the cycle, diamond was the place that it was just about buying the best cards for the most part and continuing to like churn.
Oh, yeah, the newest cards at least. It rolled over more. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, probably the only cards you really think about these are like Hershiser, Wood, and Volpe, right? I mean, there was not a huge amount of other just like giant meta jumpers. Maybe 99 Justice.
That was good.
Yeah.
Sweet.
I think that's right. What Doc's saying is that with silver, there were just enough. There were just kind of enough new meta cards and stuff. That was kind of continuous through the cycle, and that makes sense.
Well, and until the T4 came out, the iron and bronze meta definitely weren't moving that much.
True. Yeah, we'd get those sort of just big drops of cards, and then you'd have to sift through them all.
Yeah, so I think actually, so part of what you're seeing is that's why the T4 was, kind of has been important, is because it keeps, because what you're seeing here, I think, are cards that didn't get moved out of the meta, right? For a long time. That's what caused them to get the votes. And at the perfect end, it's just because there are only a certain number of credible cards,
And it's like we said with Volpe and Wood, they were so long ago that people kind of forgot. But if the diamond meta had been stale, people would have probably remembered them more and been like, "Oh yeah, I'm still using Volpe," stuff like that.
Yep.
All right, guys, I do have to get going, but this was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
Any last stuff you want to mention? It's been fun this year. So.
Well, this has been a lot. Great learning experience. I appreciate all the community feedback. Y'all, kind of going through rating cards, really talking about strategy and how things are built was a big help. Being able to talk with you guys behind the scenes as well was instrumental. So I really do appreciate it. And, thank you to everybody for always watching and hanging out and delivering feedback. I'm so excited for 25. We got lots of cool stuff coming. So I will be doing the stream in 10 days, March 11th.
Sounds
I'll be doing
fun.
the stream.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And now you've got the list of cards, Tony Sock.
Tony Stock,
we got to get have in 25.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, have a good one. I'll be talking to y'all later. Take care.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks to everyone. I'll see. Or Mark is saying he needs 60 more seconds for his drops.
Okay. We'll just wait. Yeah, no problem.
We'll make sure you get all your drops, Mark. We promise.
Yeah. You will not miss a drop here.
Yes.
No, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow next week. But I know, like, I've had a lot of fun doing this cycle.
Yeah. Thanks for kind of joining. I know we're sort of trying to figure out at the beginning, and I.
Oh yeah,
enjoyed doing this with you. I hope you did.
No, I enjoyed it a ton, and I mean, this is not something I probably would have ever done if you hadn't invited me. Whatever random week that was, when I just sort of like asked for a card list and I had one. Like, it was very random, so I really appreciate that, and yeah, who was really really great, and people seem to enjoy it, which is cool.
Sounds good. You gonna cry or hug? No, but you know what we will do is
Yes.
we can do a laptop style high five, except we don't have the cameras on, so it's gonna be really tough.
Can we just make the sound at the same time? Is that the idea?
An entire streamer
Oh,
watch you make a model from scratch. Actually, I bet we could do that in a. All right, you know what? I'll make you a deal. Um, See, now I'm gonna sound like Seawit if I do it this way. I was going to say, because the problem is I don't collect data, and you would want to do it starting from some data. But if someone has a data set that they want us to use, we could do a model stream from scratch. I think we could do that on stream.
yeah, the tricky part is where to do it, because you sort of, if we do it in Excel, it's a bit sketchy. If we do it in Python, I know there's going to be some kind of barrier to entry for that sort of thing. So I don't know if people have a particular preference on how to do that, or Charles, do you have a better idea than one of those two?
I would be terrified of trying to do it in Excel with my lack of Excel. Um, Most other languages I'd be more comfortable with.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's definitely a sticking point.
Okay, but in any event, I would say if
But we'll
anyone
figure it out.
has,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Jump in. If
the
you've
main
got
thing is
like
we just need some data set, which is, I
like
mean, for all I care about, it can be a data set that's 6 month old at this point.
well, as
We're
long as
not
the
looking to
live
like
cards
find the meta. We're looking to show how you model something.
as long as the live cards are the same ratings, because otherwise that'll mess things up.
Yeah.
Because we'll have to find an old card list, which I probably could dig one up, but
And look at this. We actually made round 2 in 10 innings. Two in the ninth, 2 in the 10th even.
wow,
Um,
that's well, we should make Twipped into this apparently.
Evidently, yeah. Um, we can kind of quickly show off how that is, and I think that's except I can't show it off this way. Let me go back to this one where you can show it. We got to have Sporer on every week. We actually got through a round of a draft.
Well, I mean, the problem was that Sporer was diluting my Cy Young powers.
Oh, is that
No,
the problem?
that was the issue. If it had been just me, then we would have gotten a Cy Young.
Yes.
But it's tough. I have to work through a lot there to find him, and it just didn't work out this time.
Sounds good. All right. Well, good luck to everyone still in it. We finally filled it after a while. And also just thanks to everyone who this stream was really a community stream, right? We were showing the results, but it wouldn't have happened without 69 people voting. So,
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Thanks again. Is there anyone we can raid into at this point? We may have
Highly
outlasted a couple
doubtful.
of the other streamer. Hold on. Is Ezra Denny up right now? I think Ezra Denny is streaming.
Oh, nice.
Nice. All right.
Someone streams even later than us. Amazing.
Well, either later or earlier. I don't know what time zone,
Fair enough.
All right. Well, let's send a raid to Ezra and just tell Ezra his job is to stream longer than we did.
Good luck. I didn't realize Ezra was that late. Okay, good to know. Thanks,
All right.
CVC.
Well, thanks a lot, everyone. It's been a lot of fun. Tell Ezra hi, and yeah, we'll do something next week. But it sounds like if we can get some data, we'll do a model stream.
Yeah,
So just let us know. And like I said, I don't care so much what the data set is, or even if it's like current or old.
the most important thing is that the data all comes from about the same time,
Yes.
because otherwise it will be very difficult.
A Rip Pack-a-Palooza tomorrow morning. EVC's got one. Oh, EVC, that's the stream we got to do together. I still have to update my theme team. And I've got like 1,000 packs sitting on that to actually make it work too. I should do that before the end of the cycle.
Is there some kind of joke about a different kind of Verlander card in here? Because I'm trying to think of one, but can't quite think of the right
Yeah.
thing.
All right. All right. Well, we're gonna go right into Ezra Denny. Tell him hi for us, and we'll figure this out later. Thanks again, everyone.
Yeah.
Did we go too long to be able to upload this in a single YouTube video? All right, see
No,
you
I think it's
later.
12 hours.